Good evening, everyone, both in the room and on Zoom. I'm going to call to order the regular Fairfax Town Council meeting for Wednesday, February 1st, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. Do we want to do another roll call?
Yes, please.
Great.
Councilmember Blash.
Here.
Vice Mayor Kohler.
Here.
Councilmember Hellman.
Here.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Here.
And Mayor Cutrano.
Present.
Thank you.
Okay, all present. And now we'll go to the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Excellent. Now we'll move to approval of the agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll second that. Okay. Can I get a roll call vote on that?
Yes, Councilmember Blash. Yes.
Aye.
Councilman, Vice Mayor Kohler.
Aye.
Councilmember Hellman. Yes. Councilmember Ackerman.
Yes.
And Mayor Cutrano.
Yes.
Thank you.
And Vice Mayor Kohler, would you be willing to read the land acknowledgement?
Of course. The Fairfax Town Council acknowledges that we are located on the unceded ancestral lands of the Coast Miwok people of present-day Marin County. We honor with gratitude the land itself and all of its ancestors, past, present, and emerging.
Thank you very much. I will now read the meeting protocol. And before I do that, I also just want to note, spoke with our public safety folks, and for folks who are standing by the door and on the side there, if we could find other places to stand, it's an emergency exit. Though when it's time for public comment on any given item, please feel free to line up in a queue. But just want to throw that out there. Okay, meeting protocol. The mayor shall maintain order at the meetings. The council and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and or ridiculing the character or motives of council members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. Please turn off all cell phones or place in silent mode. The town council will review the agenda at 10 p.m. to ascertain which items, if any, will be continued to another meeting. Any matter not started by 11:30 p.m. will be continued to an adjourned or regular council meeting unless the council votes to suspend this rule. Okay. Now that that's over, we'll move on to a brief state of the, we'll move on to a brief state of the town here. So first off, good evening, Happy New Year. Happy Lunar New Year and happy Black History Month. There's a lot going on, and I feel like that is always the case, but here we are. Over the last couple of years being on council, but also as a member of the public, I had heard from members of the community that thought it would be in the best interest of our community to start off the year with some sort of state of the town address, which is an opportunity for all of us to pause and reflect on where we've been and where we're going. I hope everyone made it through the storms safely. As some of you know, there were a few mudslides impacting residences in both incorporated and unincorporated Fairfax, both single-family homes as well as multifamily units. We also saw significant damage to Bolinas Road, which is down to one lane for a section between Fawn Ridge and Sky Oak Road. And as many of you have experienced firsthand, and we all experienced by canceling a council meeting because there was no power here, we had some extended power outages, largely due to trees falling on power lines and other infrastructure across PG&E's service area. Fortunately, no one was hurt, but it is a good reminder of the changing climatic conditions, the unexpected precipitation events that we continue to face here in the Ross Valley and here in Fairfax. You know, as I embarked on rainy walks around town and around our treasured open space, both spaces that we've already protected and spaces that have not yet been protected. I've been reflecting a lot on the impact of the storms and the impact of storms in general. I've been noting the erosion all around our community, the constant movement of the ground beneath us, and the way that over time with erosion, it whittles away little by little, year after year, and you don't notice it necessarily until suddenly a road gives way or there's a sinkhole and a trickle turns into a current. And I'm always surprised when we have this public infrastructure in town that hasn't been maintained, and all of a sudden there's this damage to the roadway or this damage to our public infrastructure. And at the same time, I'm also surprised why I'm surprised, because if we're not investing in our public infrastructure, that whittling away is cumulative. It has a cumulative effect. And so too was I shocked when I was walking around our communities and I was noticing these beautiful trees that we fight so hard to protect. We have this amazing tree committee with dedicated volunteers that go out and they review all of these trees that we have in town. And we've done a lot of work, some of us on the council literally doing the actual pruning of trees in the park here because we care so deeply about our trees. And yet these big, beautiful trees that seemed so strong and so healthy were toppling over during this storm event. And we come to find out that there's instability on the hillsides. We come to find out that these trees that we had long thought were really strong and healthy, some of them were weak. They were hollowed out. They were brittle and they gave way. And we couldn't have predicted it, but maybe if we paid a little more attention to some of our natural environment, we could learn some lessons there. And what do we do? What do we do coming out of a storm? What do we do when we're still in a storm and we're faced with the known threat of erosion that's seemingly innocuous and seemingly harmless, but also over time it weighs on our community? And also the hollowing out of our trees and the weakening of our natural environment. Well, we can prepare and we can literally do public works. All of us, we can all do public works. And I think that that's, for me, and I think Lauren's over there, Director of Public Works, is like, yes, we got to do more public works. But I mean that in the broadest sense possible. We can reinforce our community. We can make repairs and we can plant seeds and regenerate our environment and regenerate our community. And that's part of the beauty of coming out of winter and coming out of storms and coming into the year ahead. Even remarking on the fact that the council meeting, when it was starting, the special meeting, the sun was still out, and it's going to get brighter and brighter as we continue through the year. We have a lot of challenges ahead of us this year, no doubt. Speaking to the literal infrastructure challenges that we have had on this very agenda, you all will be able to see a report called the Pavement Condition Index, which is produced and actually gives ratings for communities around the entire Bay Area. And I'm sorry to say that Fairfax is the lowest rating on the Pavement Condition Index for all of Marin County. And this has been a trend over the last couple of years, but actually it seems to me that it's part of a trend of not having a standalone director of public works for literally a decade, because we were trying to maybe cut some costs here and there, but ultimately on the back end, we're now facing more expenses. We're facing more local emergencies, which cost us more money on the back end. We don't get to put these projects out to bid. It becomes really challenging for us. And similarly, I want to note, we currently don't have a permanent director of planning. We have an amazing interim planning director, David Woltering, who's been helping us out over the last 6 to 7 months or so. But this is an issue for us on the horizon. in 2023, especially as we move towards the completion of our housing element. And that's another big thing that I wanted to note is, as many of you have been paying attention to the news, the sixth cycle of the housing element is upon us. We tried to get an early start and get out there and put a bid out there, and we had a consultancy that was helping us out, and there was only one bid, and unfortunately we've had to change horses midstream, so to speak. And so we now have a new consulting firm that we've been working with, Diet and Bhatia, and we are diligently moving forward with the help of that planning director and with the leadership of Vice Mayor Kohler on the Housing Element Subcommittee. That project is going to be going on throughout the spring. And my intention, I think the intention of this council is to make sure at every council meeting, there's an update to let you all know what is the status of the housing element. It is a huge deal. It is, I cannot overstate how big of a deal like general plans and housing elements and other elements within our general plans, how important they are to the future of a town and how important they are to the future of Fairfax, because it's literally the future of land use planning, how people get around, where people live, what the community looks like. So that is on the horizon. And what we need from the community this spring is a little bit of patience, but a lot of bit of participation as we move through the housing element process. I would be foolish to not acknowledge, not only alongside the housing element process and all of the desires to create more affordable housing in Fairfax, more workforce housing in Fairfax, more low-income housing in Fairfax, that we also are coming out of a process for updating our tenant protections in Fairfax. Many of you are here tonight to speak about that item. I'm sure many people on Zoom are here to speak about that item as well. There's a lot of divisiveness in the community around this item, and rightly so. I think there's a lot to uncover, a lot to dig into related to that, and I'm excited to hear some of that from you all tonight. And that we're still in that process as a community, clearly. And so we will continue to need your participation as we move towards resolution of all of the divisiveness in the community around that issue. I'd also want to add, when we talk about housing, we talk about energy. Just very briefly, I want to touch on the fact, those outages that we've experienced. Vice Mayor Kohler, myself, Town Manager Abrams, we are all working with PG&E to get outage reports to understand the trends regionally, but specifically in Fairfax and in individual neighborhoods. We've been in council meetings last year when the sky was blue and the birds were chirping and the power was out in the women's club and we had to all take an early leave of absence from the meeting. It's unclear what the trends are as far as outages, but with wildfire risks, with flooding risks, with people that are aging in place and in desperate need of making sure that they have, dialysis machines that can work or other medical things that they need. We need to make sure that our grid is resilient in Fairfax and that we are working with PG&E to make those improvements. So that's on the horizon as well. In a similar vein of utilities, I just wanted to note, while we've had some good rains, drought is always around the corner in California. And while it's not being handled at the local level, I just want to note that Marin Water has been going through this extensive, year-long water supply assessment, trying to figure out the future of Marin's water needs, especially as we're talking about new housing and things like that in Marin County. The other thing I wanted to note is dovetailed with that water supply assessment discussion and new investments in things like potentially water recycling or new reservoirs. They're looking at all these different things, right? They're also looking at rate hikes, and they're going to be doing rounds around Marin County discussing, getting input on rate hikes for water. So I just wanted to put that on your radar because these are some of the things that I'm seeing out there in the community and seeing out there in Marin County that are going to be affecting us in the year ahead. And finally, I wanted to add, public safety. In the coming months, Fairfax and Ross Valley Fire will continue to face important questions as we decide how we remodel Fire Station 21 to accommodate additional staff that'll be shifted over here after the closure of Fire Station 18 in Ross. This will help us get to 3 individuals to each of our engines, which is vital to improve efficiencies and responsiveness for our, and frankly, the safety of everybody involved, from our fire crews to paramedics to PD to the people that are actually being served by these emergency services. The challenge with this remodel is that space is tight, right? Space is tight for our staff. When we're trying to have new staff, we have people working in a conference room, and we're trying to have conference meetings in the conference room while people are on a desk in the conference room. Like there's serious staffing challenges for staff, for where they're seating, as well as in the fire department, as well as in PD. You know, our police department has more and more reports that they have to do. They have more data they need to track. They are stepping up to that challenge. And at the same time, after touring our police department with our police chief, Tabaranza, it's notable that we have all of these data servers and things and spaces that we would not normally have them in if we had all of the space that we really needed to do the job well. So I think space will continue to be an issue for all of our town operations as well. And finally, I'd add more changes are afoot at Ross Valley Fire with the end of the contract with Marin County for a fire chief and some of those leadership positions. And those will not be renewed, but fortunately we have Councilmember Hellman, who is now the president of the Ross Valley Fire Board, who's going to be leading the Ross Valley through the process of figuring out what are our next steps, what are our options to make sure that we don't lose any service and we don't have any sort of dramatic spikes in cost as it relates to the provision of fire and paramedic services. So these are we will have a special meeting on February 15th related to that item. And I encourage you all to come out because the future of Ross Valley Fire is a pretty big deal for all of us. So please put that on your calendars and we hope to see you there as well. That's some high level stuff. And I think I'll pass it along to Town Manager Abrams to handle some of the nuts and bolts of what we're doing in the year ahead to address some of these bigger, meaty challenges in 2023.
Thank you, Mayor Catrano. I'm really excited to be invited to speak, and I appreciate it. I wanted to take just a minute to kind of talk about the difference between the council and the role of the town manager, because I think that's important for people to understand. Is the council, when they sit together, all 5 of them at this public meeting, they make the policy decisions. And then my job is to really implement those policy decisions, align the staff, do the budgeting and make sure that there are resources for that and that you understand, the time commitments, all of the processes that we need to go through in order to make your policies implementable. And I think that's important because with some of the accomplishments that you mentioned, we also have about 85% of our time is really dedicated to those required routine things. That can be something that can be kind of lost in our accomplishments list and is something that I think is important. And just as I was sitting here next to our new public works director, and we were talking about, what's going on, he installed a swing set, which is wonderful. It's a replacement, joy to children and young adults as well. And so we love that. That's the kind of routine replacement that we just always need to do. We do, as you mentioned, we do have just a tremendous amount of work that we're working on right now, particularly in the planning department. There is the housing element, rent stabilization and just cause eviction, parklets, short-term rentals, just to name a few. And then once we actually adopt the housing element, then we'll be faced with, sort of all of the implementation with that. So those are just a few of the things. And I guess I would also say, most of the staff that you see from day to day, they are just working on the routine things. That's the PD, the public works crew, people at the front desk. That's really, really important for us. We have, and I'm just about to round out my first year here. So I have some observations. Thank you for that. We have a small but very dedicated staff. And when you see them, please give them a shout out. They're working very, very hard. And if anything, I would say, you mentioned that image of the tree on the hillside, very strong and steady, but also in a precarious position, sort of, weighted with water and maybe hollowed out a little bit. So it's really important to me as someone who feels responsible for making sure that we implement all of the aspirations of this town, that we make sure and keep that tree strong. That's really, where our roots are put down, so to speak. And then I'm really looking forward to the next year. I think it's going to be extremely important for us to really prioritize and focus, so that we can get that work done. We currently have, I think, aspirations which far outstrip our resources. So then that becomes a challenge of like, how do we decide what's first and what gets done? And I know, something that I do is I manage the staff, I work with the council, and I also work with the residents, the businesses. And it can be really hard to figure out where the priorities are and how to plug into them. So I encourage people to continue there. Fairfax has a real tradition of strong citizen engagement, and I really appreciate that. And I think, that's important to keep that sort of all working together, and remember that we're all in this for the same reason. We want to make the community better. And we want to have that vision for the future, especially as we know that we'll be doing succession planning for our staff. Many of our staff will likely retire in the next few years, and we'll continue to welcome new staff and get them up to speed. And they're excited to join this community, and we want to make sure that they feel supported. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Town Manager Abrams. And I'll just conclude by saying, there are many opportunities in the year ahead to help us prioritize, to help us as we come out of a couple crazy years of the pandemic, to figure out how we get back to some sense of normalcy, some sense of, focusing on making sure that our sidewalks are looking great and that our streets are well maintained and that trees are getting replaced when others are getting cut down. And, the list goes on, but please, in the months ahead, continue to come out and continue to help us prioritize what we should be working on at the town council level. There are going to be opportunities with a retreat and a budget workshop, or two big events that really, really help the council when we have public input. So just welcoming that and putting a plug in for that. And with that, we can move on to announcements. Do any of my colleagues have any announcements? Yes, Councilmember Hellman. Okay, while she pulls that up, I'll just make one plug for this Saturday. We are going to have a movie night with Fairfax Open Space Committee. is going to be doing a movie here. It's going to be at 5 p.m. It's like 5 to, it starts at 7 p.m. Okay. So it's 7 to what time, Michael? Okay. 7 to 9. Okay, great. And then are you ready for your item? Yeah, I'll just acknowledge that there are vacancies on the Affordable Housing Committee, the Volunteer Board, Climate Action Committee, Parks and Rec Commission, and Open Space Committee. So if you're interested in any of those, please go on our town website.
Sorry about that.
All good.
Hi there. So National Gun Violence Survivor Awareness Week is February 1 through 7. And the Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America, the Marin chapter, is hosting a blood drive. So if you go to their website, you can participate in that blood drive, and I hope you do. Thank you.
Excellent. Any other announcements? Seeing none, we'll then go to open time for public expression, which will take for up to 30 minutes. And then on the back end, if there's any more, we can take that at the end of our meeting. But just to note, this is for items not on the agenda. So if you're here for items related to the presentation on the rent protection items, that'll come later. Same with consent. This is just for items not on the agenda. Thank you very much.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Michael Ardito. I'm with the Fairfax Open Space Committee. I just wanted to fill in some of the details that Mayor Catrano said about our open space film night this Saturday, February 4th, right here at the Women's Club. Doors will open at 6:30. The movie will start at 7. It's the name of the movie is In the Light of Reverence, and it's a 72-minute film. It took 10 years to make, and it's about the exploring American cultures, Native cultures' relationship to nature in 3 places considered sacred by Native people, and follows the strengths of Indigenous people to protect their lands from exploitation. So after the film, we will have a panel discussion and with members from the Coastal Miwok Tribal Council of Marin. So again, the movie starts at 7. We will have snacks, refreshments, donations for the snacks, refreshments are welcome. And so I hope those of you who are interested will show up on Saturday night. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Council. To begin with, it's very nice, Mayor Catrano, to actually hear an opening statement on expectations from the town for the future year. Thank you again, Ms. Abrams. I'm here to speak before you that the things that you brought up are very doable, but if you really want to encourage people's participation, we wouldn't want to hide them on consent calendar items. We'd want to make them very public so everybody has an opportunity to learn how the town is expending their monies and prioritizing different projects and making things available for the general community. And these are all things that instead of having a consent calendar as tonight with 25 items, if we put this up so people could understand, I think you would have a much more engaging community. So I really support you to think about that. Second thing I'd like to bring up is recently I had to send off emails, which you all got, and I did this for the purpose of a lodestar provision. But when people take the time to actually present to you a PR or a Public Request Act, and not only did I sign or assign our Government Code 6250 through 6270, as well as the Begley-Keene Act that actually fills in the holes around the Brown Act, these are things that must be complied, and there's requirements by our state law for 10 days. These things were sent to this community on December 23rd. In fairness, I got out of the office until January 3rd, so I respected that. But as of today, I've received one back this late afternoon that I haven't had a chance to look at to even determine its completeness, which was after I sent a personal notice to everybody, including council, so that we all share the liability. So I really encourage you, when somebody takes the time to ask you a question, especially on very important things that can alter the entire financial and cultural thing of the town, to please respond to them. Thank you. It is following the law.
Thank you. Next
Hi.
speaker.
Hi, I'm Liz Fronenberger. I'm just letting you guys know I'm going to follow up on the email that I sent all of you about the Wall property. That's the 99 acres. Does everybody know about the Wall property? Okay. So that's a substantial piece of land, and I was upset to read in the SF Standard about the fact that developers were waiting to pounce, so to speak, and that our interim planning director, Waltering, is he here? Had said that he was going to quickly process Marshall Rothman's application to put 25 units up on a hill that is actually exactly what Chance was talking about. It is a very unstable piece of land. It has a lot of erosion. It has a lot of pop outs. My family has intimate knowledge of how that land can move because we were chased out of there in 96 and 97 due to a landslide that happened above us on Oak Springs. The fix at that time for that in 96, 97 was $300,000. So I just want to remind you that when you're thinking about pilings that are going down 20, 25 feet deep, then you're talking about stilts, then you're talking about all of the road construction, that heavy equipment going up and down whatever roads he's going to choose. That's going to have quite an impact on all the homes around, not just San Gabriel Drive, but Marinda and the next streets on down to Oak Manor. So he can't be processing that. And if the housing element had been done in time, we wouldn't be having this conversation. So please think about the Wall property very seriously, because it's going to impact a lot of people if Marshall's able to go through with it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Joe McGarry. I'm a Fairfax resident, and I'd like to introduce you to a useful, reusable cup. At Good Earth, I work at Good Earth. We've introduced these cups, and we're working with plastic-free Marin to eliminate paper-use cups, single-use paper cups here in Fairfax. So you check this out like a library book. We have a QR code on the bottom of every cup. You download an app, and you have a QR code, and you're hooked up, and it's free for 2 days. And at Good Earth, we know that that would just be a drop in the bucket, and our aspiration is that this be a town-wide adoption. And I just want to put it on your radar that at some point we'd like the town to support this endeavor through grants. There are some upfront costs that smaller businesses might need, but this is the useful cup right here, double-walled stainless steel. And then secondly, I'd just like to, I attended the Overdose Prevention Summit, the Marin County Overdose Prevention Summit up at Embassy Suites that was hosted by Dr. Matt Willits and Katie Rice. And I just wanted to report back that there's a lot of significant work happening in that area. And I'd once again kind of like to destigmatize, particularly drug use in general, but particularly the fentanyl crisis. And there was Narcan training that went on that night. I now am in possession of Narcan in my car, and I know how to use it. There was discussions of test strips. There were youth representative, there were law enforcement represented. And I just want to bring it up here again, that it's something that's really hitting our community hard. And I was shocked to find, as a father, I am definitely aware of the impact on youth. But I was shocked to hear that there's a group of 40 to 50-year-olds who are also deeply affected. And without having, the acute information, there's a lot of discussion that was, those are folks who have been in long-term recovery and had a single slip, and that single slip has leaded to their death. So I'm going to come back. I'm going to keep coming back and keep talking about this crisis. And we all need to start talking about it and not look at folks who suffer from addiction as a problem. They need help and they need support, and they're human people, and criminalizing them is not the answer. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Sierra Salen. Hopefully I can disorganize my thoughts enough to make some sort of nonsense of all of this. Chance was talking about trees. It's like, don't take anything for granted. I have a few friends that have been killed by trees. A few people know them. It's like trees, there's a lot of weight in them and they do come down. And just like fires and floods and everything else, and puppies and whatever. Couple things. One is the speakers sound pretty bad in the back. If we could address that somehow, maybe it's the treble, maybe it's speakers, maybe it's something else. But if you talk loudly up there, it's kind of fuzzy back there. And I see there's 2 sets of speakers, front and back, but I think we can do a whole lot better, especially if we're not going to be on Zoom. Let's see. I think last time there were a lot of people on Zoom that wanted to speak. You let everybody in line speak. The people on Zoom got limited to less time. And I feel like that was not cool. We put in our time. A lot of us listened to the whole meeting. We're in the room just the same, but on Zoom. Maybe you need to alternate between people in the room and people on Zoom. Anyway, it just wasn't okay with me to have my time cut in half after waiting through a few hours to say something. Not that I have anything to say or make any sense, but the other thing is what I see going on in the state is kind of disincentivizing solar. People are getting less money for their solar panels on their house. PG&E is getting more. We're trying to disincentivize electric and get rid of or gas and get people to use electric more. But at the same time, with all the electric cars, with all the electric everything, we don't have enough supply. So right now, we're set to put about $2 billion into extending the life of Diablo Canyon. And all that I have to say about that is look at Fukushima, look at Chernobyl, and look at how many fine pieces of art or anything we can preserve for 2,000 years. How much, I'm not going to swear, I really want to. You can put whatever word in front of this you want. How much human hubris do we have thinking that we can preserve and protect nuclear waste for tens of thousands of years? The stuff is toxic. I think we're insane to extend Diablo Canyon, and we need to end it. And we need to incentivize solar and put that $2 billion into electric, solar, and other things. Get rid of the nukes. And other than that, environmentally, cheer up. It's going to get worse. We've got work to do.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Frank Ager from Meadow Way. The Marin IJ has written a recent story about 200 Bolinas Road, a proposal to keep it affordable. From the Marin IJ article, it says it would be affordable to households at or below 60% of the median income. The median income for Marin County is $185,000 a year. 60% of that is $111,840 a year income. Fairfax's median income is $106,474. Fairfax's 60% of Fairfax's median income is $63,884, not $111,840. So determining Fairfax's median income should not include median incomes of the other more affluent Marin County cities and towns. And how about using a 1 or 2 person household income? That's something our housing element should be dealing with. On another issue, tonight's agenda has 28 items. 25 are on a consent calendar. According to the agenda, 10 minutes has been allocated for 25 items. There's some very important items that are of great interest to Fairfaxians on that consent calendar, and a number of those items have to be pulled. The Brown Act allows everyone in this room to comment on any item on the agenda. So I don't know how all these folks are going to be able to comment on the housing element, on the process, on so many issues that are on a consent calendar in 10 minutes. So I urge you to pull a number of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. I'd like to acknowledge the hominids who lived here before they were wiped out by the Miwok. What I found quite disturbing, Mayor Catrona, was one of your first acts was a Brown Act violation where midway through a presentation, you cut people's time from 2 minutes to 1 minute just because they were on Zoom. That's a Brown Act violation. I think really what the attorney and everyone else needs to do is take a course on the Brown Act, because you're violating our civil rights. The consent calendar is just another example of that. 25 items, 7 seconds an item. You really don't want to hear from the public, regardless of what you campaign on. So you talk about, I never got a reaction. You talked about, oh, how we're, things are tight, money's tight. Well, let's see, $85,000 for the illegal cascade restriping project. $65,000 on an unqualified facilitator for the Res-J. $500,000 on an incompetent consulting firm on housing. 7 years to repave the parkade out of a grant that I think was $750,000. So you look at 7 years to do that, that was probably knocked off at least $150,000. Where's the money? And when somebody puts in a Freedom of Information Act request, it's the responsibility of the town to fulfill that in a timely fashion. We need to know what you're actually looking at. You come up here with these platitudes, and then it's like, well, we know the backstory. Well, you know what? We have the right to know the backstory, to see what's going on. And this will, of course, spill into the housing element, so I won't go there, and I'll yield my time.
Thank you, Mark.
Mallory Geidheim, Fairfax. Are we now going to be doing 3 minutes for everything? Because 2 minutes is just not enough for people and for me. Can we talk about the $1 million that is spent for consultants, as opposed to fighting with some decent lawyers or explaining to Sacramento what our problem is about having all these new houses built and all these new people moving in, which is not going to help the town ultimately. And talking about, I saw a picture from Rudy, who cleans up here, and we need to do something about this homeless encampment. I talked to the police, and they said their hands are tied. I thought maybe we could get them for littering, but that's also, I was told, we're not able to do that. So how about if we get together in a meeting with everybody and figure out a solution to deal with what's going on with the homeless population now by the pavilion, and at least get some porta potties and make them clean up the mess that they're doing. I can't walk there anymore. Most of us can't walk there anymore. And it's really out of hand, and it will get worse.
Town council members, staff, and my fellow Fairfax residents. I'm Christopher Lang, lived on Canyon Road 37 years. I'm here representing the bicycle club called Velo Club Fairfax. We used to put on mountain bike races, a Tamaran show, a road race, Tour Marin, and kid races, and all kinds of things like that to promote bicycling. So I'm here tonight to speak to some other matter on the agenda, but I want to, while I was here, to let you know that I had submitted a proposal called the Broadway proposal, which calls for more crosswalks and a Netherlands-style bicycle lane on Broadway. So we did a lot of work on this, and I just wanted to bring it to your attention. It was approved unanimously by the Climate Action Committee to be forwarded for your consideration. And my goal would be for you all to consider the proposal and then maybe have our new Public Works Director take it under her wing and make it so that we can figure out what it would cost to do this. So that's my request. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no more public comment on items not on the agenda in the room, oh, one more, Todd?
Hi, can everybody hear me? Hello out there. I want to speak on behalf of a good number of people in this town and want to say point blank, we have lost our confidence in the prior town council and this town council because we're not listened to. We're generally disregarded no matter what we say. It's a token acknowledgement. And personal ideologies on this town council seem to have somehow taken over what should be good governance. I don't know how that's got confused. I don't know how all of a sudden we're going to take care of public works. I appreciate what you said earlier that you want to do that. And I want to applaud our new public works director, who is very professional and has a plan. But I want to acknowledge that I've talked with him and I've talked with our chief of police, and both of them have told me in lengthy conversations that they march to the beat of town council's drum. Okay, so if town council isn't listening to people, which has been the practice here, I don't know why, I don't know where that habit developed, but it needs to change. And I want to ask you, each of you in your own way, to consider making a public apology, because what you've caused in Fairfax with your insistence upon putting forth ill-considered, costly ordinances is civil war. If you want to talk about public safety, I want to venture forth an acronym that I learned when I trained to be a National Association of Underwater Instructors scuba instructor, and that's STOP. STOP stands for, S stands for stop, T stands for think, O stands for observe, and P stands for plan. And I want to loop this back to one of the parting comments from former mayor, former council member Renee Goddard, who talked about when you're going down the rapids needing to rest afterwards. You're still taking us down the rapids, and none of us signed on for this. There was a next door post where a woman who also used to be a raft guide said she would never take someone down Class 5 rapids without their consent. What's going on here in this town is wrong, and you've got a lot of people really upset, and you need to stop.
Thank you, sir. That's your time.
Hi, my name is Wendy, and I don't know if everyone got this, and I don't have phone service where I live, so I don't get Nixle alerts. But I just got a Nixle alert for 7:14 from the Fairfax Police Department that residents at 780 Center and nearby areas are in shelter in place, that there's a burglary, I can't say it right now, burglary in progress. So I just wanted to say that out loud while we're all here. And I also just want to say that I know there's a lot of people here speaking, but there's a lot of people who would not feel safe at all to come and speak, who the town council is also representing. And I just want to speak for the people who are not here with their loud voices. Thanks.
Thank you. There's no one else in the room. Michelle, is there anyone on Zoom for general comment for items not on the agenda?
Yes, I see 11 hands raised on Zoom. There are 11 hands raised on Zoom. And I wanted to note the time also.
Got it.
Okay, so the First raised hand is Win, and this is open time right now for items not on the agenda, just so you know, if it's on the agenda, if you could lower your hand right now. Thank you. And okay, someone disappeared. So the first speaker is Jody Timms. You're unmuted now, and you're followed by Joseph Hewlings.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I just wanted to make a couple quick comments. The climate.
We can't hear you. I see your microphone is going, but I can't hear you.
Okay. Huh. You still can't hear me?
You just go to the next person.
Okay. Jody, I'm going to see if I can help you later. Okay, Joseph, you're unmuted now.
Thanks. Good evening. Can you hear me?
And I'm seeing the same problem. Let me ask our CMCM tech if we're able to receive audio through Zoom. Just a moment, please. Joseph, could you try testing your microphone, please?
Yeah. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can't hear you. Can you call? Mayor, if you want to move on, and then maybe we could come back to our Zoom speakers for this item. How would you like to?
It sounds like people can hear us, but they just can't speak. Is that right?
Other folks on Zoom can hear each other speak.
They can hear each other because
Yeah.
they're on Zoom, right?
Yeah,
It's
they can't hear.
broadcasting, but for some reason the audio isn't connecting to our audio in the room. So while we straighten that out, I thought just to save time, if you want to.
Excuse me.
Are there any ways that we can
No.
get an opinion from Janet about that? Because I think there's some.
She's here.
Can you hear me?
But she's on Zoom.
I'm on Zoom. Can you hear me? Can you not hear me? I'm not muted. You cannot hear me?
Janet, we can't hear you.
Yeah. Can we call Janet just to get her take on?
I got it. I'll get it.
No, it's our issue, Janet, not yours.
I know.
Okay.
We are contacting CMCM right now, and we're going to get an answer. I do have.
Meeting, unless you can get both audio and video.
Okay, this is our town attorney, Janet Colson. Sorry, Janet. Can you say that one more time? I have you up to the microphone.
Yeah, let me turn off. Can you hear me? Okay, must be working now because I'm on Zoom. I'm not on your phone. Right?
No, you're on the phone. You're on my phone.
Oh, okay. Well, we need to have this working. We've noticed this as a hybrid meeting, and it needs to be the audio and the visual needs to be working on this hybrid meeting
To continue with this meeting.
We can
That's
take a break. Why don't we take a break?
I mean, what we could do is what we did the last time we had this issue, where people call in to one of our cell phones and give public testimony.
I'll do it on my phone again.
Mr. Mayor.
Since we've already done it once.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Would you
Yes.
like to take a
Let's take a
5-minute break?
and try to figure this out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. 5 minutes. Be back at 7:30. Thank you. Let's see how that works. Okay. Great. Thank you very much. All right. So there's some sort of technical difficulty. We need to continue the meeting though. So what we're going to do is we're going to forego trying to do the Zoom the way we normally do it. And we're going to have to do this alternate approach where people on Zoom just call my cell phone and they can give their public testimony into the record at this microphone here through my cell phone. Word is that there are, I don't know, 150 plus people on Zoom, something like that.
We have 155 attendees on the
Okay,
Zoom
great. So
and 12 raised hands.
I have unlimited minutes, so we should be okay. But I don't have a phone charger with me. But okay. We should be able to continue though, but we should do open time for public expression on Zoom for the. There were 10 more minutes? Okay. Okay, so
what I can do is if you want to announce your phone number
Sure.
first, and then I will ask that I will call on the hands to call you one at a time so you don't get a bunch of phone calls.
okay.
And Damian will let us know if things look good and we need to try it again on Zoom regularly.
One second. We're having a last minute comment from our tech support.
Nope. Mayor?
Yes.
So we're, because we don't have any kind of speaker coming, this. Oh, that's you. Okay. Speakers here, CMCM TV is suggesting that I just have have my audio on and put my microphone down. We won't get a loop because we're not getting any kind
Okay.
of. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, we'll
So
do
we're
it that
gonna
way.
Try that first. And if we get feedback, then we'll go with you.
Sounds good.
Thank you all for your patience. I'm sorry, this is frustrating for all of us. Okay, setting the timer. I'm going to call on Jody Timms first. I'm unmuting you, Jody, and let me just unmute my microphone. Hang on. Okay, Jody.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, good evening, Mayor and council members. I just want to, can you hear me okay?
Hang on, I'm just getting a feed.
Can you put the,
Where is my microphone, do you think? Here? Here? I think. Okay, can we try that?
Okay. How's that? Dolly, go ahead.
No, we get feedback.
Okay.
I don't know why we get feedback, but we do.
because your mic and your speaker are on simultaneously.
my computer?
So it's going to give a little loop.
Yep.
Let's try.
Okay, so the mayor's going to tell you your
Yeah.
phone number, Jody, and you can call in, please. And then I will call on the next speaker to call in.
What if I turned on, wiped out in the Zoom and used my speaker, use the microphone, I just screaming on the phone next to it.
Jody,
Hi, Chance.
you have to mute on your end.
I am muted.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me now? Is that better?
Perfect.
Okay. So good evening, council and mayor. I just briefly, it's Jody Timms on Cascade Drive. As a member of this community that's very concerned about climate change, I just want to make a couple of quick comments. First of all, the Climate Action Committee will be tabling this Sunday at Good Earth from 11 to 1, and I invite anybody to come chat with us about what's happening with the town with climate action and our initiatives. I also want to put a plug in for heat pumps. They are the technology of the future, not only because they're cheaper, your energy bill will be less, they're safer, They won't leak and ignite like a natural gas line, and they are much healthier for you. Appliances, well, heat pumps and appliances that are not natural gas. Swapping out our gas appliances for electric ones is something we very definitely need to do. The Bay Area Air Quality Management District will be looking at voting to ban the sale of gas appliances by 2027. So if any of you are in need of potentially soon a water heater or a space heater, please investigate heat pumps and learn about them, because they are going to help our emissions of greenhouse gas quite a bit. And we can't just do our individual actions, we also need to act collectively. This week, the Democratic lawmakers in California introduced a whole package of climate bills, one of which would hold U.S. corporations accountable and make them disclose their emissions to us. And we can't work with them to decrease those if we don't even know what they are. So probably, as most people know, we are on track globally to hit a rise of temperature of 2.7 degrees Celsius. That is way too much. 1.5 is really all we can spare. So I just encourage people to get involved and around the climate crisis that we're in. And please come down and chat with us at Good Earth if you'd like to learn more and potentially join our committee. So one other thing I just want to mention with a different hat, there is also a vacancy currently in the town for the position of the Commissioner on Aging to represent the town for the county board. So apply for that too if you think you might be interested. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Jody.
Okay, the next speaker is Joseph Hewlings, and if you could please call.
312-403-3702.
I just retired from audio video public speaking spaces. I might be able to help.
Seriously?
Yeah. If it's okay, I just want to ask permission to go.
Let me ask him to come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Sure.
Is he calling? Did you? Sorry, I just got interrupted.
I said my number. Yeah. I'll repeat it. Yeah, it's 312-403-3702.
So Joseph Hewlings, you're up. If you could call the mayor and speak to him.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you, Joe Hewlings from the Climate Action Committee. Firstly, and I hopefully this is topical given the comments by the mayor and some others tonight, I'd like to just highlight the survey that went out in January's town newsletter a few days ago to inform a community resilience strategy to prepare for the impacts of climate change. We're seeking input from homeowners, renters and business owners in the town to gauge perceived risks and vulnerabilities to natural hazards such as flooding and wildfires. Additionally, we are considering developing a resilience centre to offer shelter and resources during natural disasters, power outages and other emergencies. And because we really want to include the community in this process and ensure it meets the town's needs, we encourage everyone, if you have views on these important topics, to please complete that survey. You can also reach us via the email address in that survey if you'd like to discuss further. Secondly, the full members of our committee met on Sunday for part one of our annual retreat to evaluate our progress this past year and to begin planning for the next. We do have 3 openings on our committee, and we invite community members to come to our next regular meeting on February 21st and see what we're up to, and maybe you'd like to join us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Eva, followed by Deborah Benson. So, Eva, I'm unmuting you just so you can see who you are on your Zoom, and then
I
if
got
you
phone call coming.
great.
You're on.
Thanks. Just so you guys know, on Zoom, the audio, even when people are calling in, is really bad. And I'm wondering if it might not be wiser just to suspend the meeting. I know you've noticed for, the dual Zoom and in person, but this does not seem like you're going to be able to get through this meeting with these technical issues. And I say that with respect and a certain amount of empathy, because I know it's got to be really stressful being in that position. And I am going to withhold most of the rest of my comment. I would say that since OD-free Marin, the issue of that was raised, I would urge people who are working with OD-free Marin to look a little more closely at its organization and the kind of industry that's sprung up around substance use disorder, which is a really problematic and exploitative industry. And unfortunately, the county health director has done a negligible job in addressing those issues. I just came from the coroners yesterday, and it's very shocking seeing how many people die in rehab centers. And I would say that, there is an opioid crisis, there's a fentanyl crisis. A lot of that is being exploited to direct more money into law enforcement. And unfortunately, that's something that that has tainted OD-free Marin and its predecessor, RX Safe Marin, and questions about that have not been answered. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Deborah Benson. If you could call in, please.
Okay.
Hello, Deborah Benson, Cascade Drive, Fairfax.
Deb, you wanna turn the volume off on your end when you're speaking.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just a sec. Is that better?
Perfect.
Okay, good. So, thank you for hearing me. I'm going to say a moment about this changeover to all electric and getting rid of natural gas. Take a look at the effects of lithium and cadmium mining and on the indigenous people in this world. In Africa, especially with cadmium mining, with modern slavery, and then potential mining of the seafloor and the effects on the ocean. And it's not as green as it appears to be. So we live in a democracy, I think, most of the time. We're a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. That means as elected representatives, you guys, all of the people, not just the people who agree with your point of view, however well-intentioned you are within your duty to represent. It's extremely bothersome to me to note several very important issues that have been decided without community input that should have had community input. A couple of years ago, restriping Cascade Drive affected the entire community. No warning, no input. We woke up and there were big machines taking away the striping. It was a vanity project of former council members Goddard and Reed. Over $85,000 was spent to do it and then undo it. And a lot of people had to complain before we got it undone finally and back to a space of safety. The other, renaming of Sir Francis Drake Boulevard, voted upon. No community input. And Mayor Hellman stated, actually on TV, that it couldn't go before the people for a vote because 90% of the people would vote against it. Whose interests are represented here? You guys need to represent all of us. And there are other very pressing present issues, which I will not name, where the same pattern is being followed. Community needs to be involved. These are the issues that affect the people, and they need to go before the people for a vote. You guys have to stop thinking that you have the authority, the authoritarianism, or whatever it may be, to push your own agendas forward. You need to involve us. So thank you for your work.
I just want to, I appreciate that everybody's really passionate, but we can't hear some of these comments when people are being overpowered with the voices in the room when they're on the phone. So if we could try to tone that down a bit while we're getting this input from folks on the phone, that would be Excellent. Thank you. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Kirsten, followed by Ed Tilton. Kirsten, can you call the number, please? Oh, she lowered her hand. Okay, we're still on the open time for public expression. Ed Tilton, can you please call the number?
I have someone calling right
Oh,
now.
okay.
We have you here.
Terrific. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Great. So my comment is that I support 100% what Liz said about the wall property at the start of the meeting. I read the article in the Standard, and Fairfax missed a very important deadline required by the state. Because of this, apparently 25 houses will be approved on that hillside, as opposed to the previous 10 homes. Homes which were put on hold because they required the owner, Rotham, to do an environmental review report before building. In the article, it says that Rotham's lawyer will take advantage of what is called the builder's remedy immediately, and that the application will be immediately processed by Fairfax. I'm curious why our interim planner, David Waltering, is so quick to process this application per his email to the Standard. Please put our lawyer immediately on this before this build is approved. The wall property is an important piece of land, and this larger development won't be low income, but market rate, and it adds the potential of hundreds of extra cars on the road, which is, as we all know, already challenging on Drake regarding, fire, escape issues, not to mention water and landslides. Also, you have too many items on the consent calendar. It doesn't allow the public to speak on them. This may be also viewed as a Brown Act violation. I'm not sure, but it is a public relations nightmare. It translates to our citizens that all 5 of you want to run the town without listening to the public. And, I don't know if that's true. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but it does translate that way. And the way to remedy that is to simply allow us to speak. Please also put some of these items on the agenda as soon as possible. I don't know if you can do that tonight, but I do not want the meeting to go forward without us being able to speak on 25 consent items. It's crazy. Lastly, why has a growing homeless population on the hill by the kids' park and on the pavilion steps? Why has it not been addressed? Where are the community meetings? Where are the solutions? As I understand it, some of the homeless have been asked and they don't want to move to a shelter. How can you find out which ones are willing to move? How can you assist them? And those who are not willing to move, how can we discuss as a town how to help them? Why isn't this homeless challenge on the agenda? Community needs to be more involved. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ed Tilton, followed by Danny Brigman. And if Ed Tilton could please call.
Got a number calling in.
Thank you.
You're on. Hello?
Are you there?
Yes.
Hello? Yes. Okay, now I hear you.
Please turn your volume down on your Zoom.
Oh, okay, got it. Oh, on my Zoom, or on my phone. Is that better?
On Zoom.
On Zoom. Okay. Not sure how to do that. Sorry. Is that better?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, no, okay, here we go.
Perfect.
Sorry about that. I'm not too good. Okay, so 2 things. It's really not too much. I want to state that I totally support, and I think his name was Todd. I'm not sure what he had to say. It's perfect. It was everything I wanted to say. And how Mallory was speaking on the homeless and living at the pavilion on the steps. I haven't been up there, but I've seen pictures. Something needs to be done. I don't know what, but this is going to continue and only get worse. I think Liz spoke about Rothman property. I'm not sure if it was she, but And I think just the person was just now spoke, that needs to be looked into and stopped. And also the last thing, let's see, I've been to many Zoom meetings, and we could see the people speaking on Zoom. However, but our town council were not able to see the people speaking that are on Zoom. So I'm hoping that that could be resolved or fixed, because I don't plan to be coming in all the time to the meeting. I'd rather be doing it at home. Lastly, everyone, and I don't know if it's a Brown Act or not, but everyone needs to state their name and town when they speak. There are many being there or there from the DSA and whoever else that don't live in Fairfax that are pushing things through, such as the rent stabilization and the housing and the that could happen. I would love it. I think that's all I say. It's the rent stabilization and the just cause, which is, these are both ridiculous ordinances that really need to be looked at. Okay. I appreciate you listening. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Danny Brigman, followed by Mike Girangelli. Danny, if you could call the number.
We have someone on here.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, I just wanted to say, I'm going to scrap what I was going to say. I'm a fairly technical savvy person, and I just want the board to know and the people present to know that it is still fairly difficult for us on Zoom tonight, unless we are very tech savvy, to navigate this meeting. And if there is a decision for some reason to punt to the later half of the meeting, there's a zillion agenda items or something, I don't want the very valuable in-person public comment that was given earlier to be lost. But this is a difficult workaround of a difficult situation, and I fear that the Zoom crowd will again, perhaps have difficulty getting their voices heard, and that's all I'm going to say.
Thank you. And I'm just going to say my number one more time for folks. So 312-403-3702.
Thank you. Mike Girangelli, if you could please call that number. And you are followed by Raymond Bergarella. So you're next. Are you getting a call?
Not yet. All right, I have a call coming in. You're on.
The word on the street is that property rights are under attack by the Fairfax Town Council. I'm pretty sure you're aware of this by now, but if you're not, many Fairfax citizens think that the 2 new rent control ordinances should be rescinded immediately. I believe these laws will have the opposite effect of what is intended.
Mike, just wanted to let you know that this will be actually an item that you can comment later, but this is open time for items not on the agenda. Just wanted to let you know if you have anything else you wanted to say that's not about items on the agenda.
Can I continue with this item, or do you want me to come back?
No, we're going to do this this set of items, this set of comments later on in the agenda. Sorry.
You want to repeat the number?
Yeah, I can repeat the number. 312-403-3702. Maybe we go to the next person, just given time.
Okay, Jack, we're going to skip you and go to Richard Applebaum, if you wouldn't mind calling the number now.
Okay. Hi, Richard.
Hi, Chance. Richard Applebaum, Woodland Road, Fairfax. I appreciate that there's a lot of people turned out tonight, and a lot of people on Zoom.
as a person who's been at the majority of council meetings over the last 5 or 6 years, that has not always been the case. And I believe everyone should express their point of view and over policy and hopefully be respectful. But I can't agree with the narrative that the council has gone rogue and taking us down category 5 rapids and not representing the people. They're representing lots of the people. And I understand that not everyone feels that way, but I haven't seen a lot of you at many of the meetings that have gone on in the last few years. So if you were checking the agendas every month and showing up more often, you might have been more informed about a lot of the things that were going on. So again, everyone express your point of view on policy. That's great, but it's not really representing us all to say that the council is out of touch and gone rogue and not representing all the people. Thank you.
Thanks, Richard. And I also have Jack Judkins now. Jack, we have you here. If you could turn the volume off on your computer.
I just did.
Thank you.
So I apologize. I didn't call in. I could not hear my name being called. I heard Ray Bergarella was on deck and I never heard my name called, so I apologize. So I have come to this meeting late and I don't know if agenda item 17 was on the consent calendar and approved or not. At any rate, my comment is directed towards the list of properties.
Jack, this is open time for public expression. We're going to do comment on consent shortly. We're just wrapping up open time. So if you want, yeah, thanks.
I'll keep my hand raised and call back.
Perfect. Thank you.
So the next speaker is Norm Anderson, followed by Leslie. Norm, if you could call the mayor's phone, please.
Yes, there's someone calling. We have you here.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Council. I just want to briefly say that I think we should think about lowering the speed limit from Oak Manor Drive to Glen Drive on Sir Francis Drake. That's all I have to say. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the next speaker has changed. The next speaker has just a star by their name. So if you could call the mayor's phone number, please. And after you comes Matthew Prezano, followed by Philip Salaveri. So star, if you could call the mayor's phone.
And just a reminder for folks calling in that this is still open time for items not on the agenda.
Good point. And raising your hand early for another item doesn't really work on Zoom.
Okay, please turn your volume off on your computer with Zoom, but we have you here, Jane.
Turn it off. Hi there. Thank you for taking my call, Jane Richardson Mack. I want to support things that others have said. Deborah Benson, Kirsten, the fellow who said stop. There are a lot of things going on, whether it's, by design or by accident or however, willy-nilly coming down the pike. The wall property thing, the fact that that is somehow was a missed opportunity is just the worst. I mean, that is the golden piece of property in all of Fairfax. How could that not have been like at the top of your agenda to stay on top of to help us out? Surely, I hope that it's not too late to try to do something. They had that off at the pass. Do whatever can be done. Make that a top priority. It's really important. Another one, whoever sets the agenda, I mean, it's way too many items. Surely anybody looking at it can know that. And can you reorganize it? Maybe put your little pet reports on the projects that you've done during the month. Put those at the end. Quite frankly, I don't want to say it, but we don't care that much about those. We rather care about
having a moment to speak about the things that are really important to our hearts and souls. So whoever sets the agenda, could you please reorganize it, or maybe just redo it altogether, have a new one that is just for people to speak, because there doesn't ever seem to be enough time for people to speak. And then I know you can't legally demand that people say their name and where they live, but could you please request it as a courtesy? Many of us are sick and tired of having people outside of Fairfax taking up our valuable time to speak their piece in support of some kind of national agenda or some kind of something or other that isn't really concerning to the people in Fairfax who pay taxes and live here. And lastly, the homeless situation in the park has to be dealt with. There has to be a way to deal with it. You can't just say, oh, we can't do anything. You can. We must. We figure out a way. I don't care what it is. There has to be a way. We cannot have our public parks polluted. You just cannot do it. I don't care what our woke, most well-intentioned meanings are. We need to find a humane solution, but it cannot be leaving them in our park. They're polluting the creek. It's visually polluting for children. It's not safe. Do you really want your children in the park playing, looking at homeless people living across the thing? Well, I mean, what kind of a message is that sending? There has to be a way. Please find one. These are important things. Some of the things are not as important as these things, but everything's important. So we have too many important things to put on one agenda. So maybe we need to have more meetings per month. You are intelligent people. You live in a community of intelligent people. Surely we can work together to figure out these problems instead of having them repeat themselves month after month after month. Too many things on the agenda.
That's your time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Bye-bye.
The next speaker is Matthew Prizzano. If you could please call the mayor, followed by Philip Salavari.
You want to go to the next person?
Sure. Philip, if you want to call the number, maybe.
Or be it 312. Oh, here's a phone calling in.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I can barely hear you. It's really just want to start off by saying it's very sad that the technical issues can't be dealt with ahead of time. That seems just kind of in keeping with a lot of things that are going on in Fairfax right now. The reason for my comment in this open comment period is to say that I agree with a number of the speakers that the homeless situation at the park and at the pavilion have to be dealt with. And I think it's unacceptable for anybody to say, well, we don't have a solution for it, and because that's what leadership is all about. You guys up there are supposed to be spending your time working on the stuff that the people of the town feel is important. And instead, we get caught up in these eddies, to use the rafting metaphor, of name changing streets and listening to the DSA and so on. So I just want to put it out there that you guys are our leaders. You represent the entire town, not just the people that agree with you, and you have to do better. You have to put your shoulder to the wheel and figure this stuff out. Thank you very much. I'll see you down there when the comment period is open for the rent control ordinances. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Do we have any more?
I'm not sure which speaker that was. Did you see?
That was Philip.
That was Philip. So Matthew Prizzano.
Are we close to the end of
That was the end. Yeah, we're still
Okay.
on open time for people who just started raising their hands again. This is for items not on the agenda.
Ryan, we have people on Zoom. Yeah, but we have people on Zoom, I think, that are calling.
We're still on Zoom. Sorry.
But we'll take you after. Correct.
All right. So you're not getting a call from, okay, we have Lisa and Chris. are the last two speakers
Okay,
for open time.
please.
Lisa.
Okay, I'm getting a call right now. You're on.
Hi, my name is Lisa Cirabella, and I live on Olima Road in Fairfax. And I just want to add that having number 26, which is one of the issues that everybody really has top of mind and wants to discuss, to be an agenda item number 26 is really disturbing. And that should be way further up on the agenda, unless you plan on having a separate meeting to only discuss item 26 for like 4 or 5 hours, unless that's the plan, because we're probably not going to get to item 26. So I just want to echo what was said a few moments ago. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Chris. If you could call in to the mayor. Please.
Okay, here's a caller. You're on. Hello? Hello, hello. Okay. Sorry, we can't hear you, but I'm getting another call. Is this you again?
Hello.
Yes, we have you. Please turn off your volume on your computer before you speak.
Got it.
Thanks.
Thanks. Yeah. Just wanting to call in and really quickly say thank you all for being there. I know a lot of jobs that take up a lot of your time when you're not volunteering your time basically to help facilitate everything that we need done in our city. So I just want to call and voice my appreciation to all you council members for being up there. I've had a smoking issue in my life, and just like being in these meetings and hearing some of these comments and just the like dissension and disgust and anger, it's really sad. And if we are a community, I hope that we can have a kinder way of speaking to each other. And if you're interested in changing things, I highly encourage people to step up and run for city council. That's all. Thanks for being there, y'all.
Thanks. That's it on Zoom, yeah?
That's it.
Excellent. Mr. O'Neill?
Hi, I'm Ryan O'Neill from Iron Springs Road. Some decade ago, I sat here in all these meetings as a founding member of the Fairfax Open Space Committee, and I watched town council members just not listening to an old lady who was up here trying to say how she didn't want something built next to her house. And I watched in the audience because I'm into those kind of things, I suppose. And I just saw people not listening. I saw two council people not even paying attention to this lady at this microphone who was terrified to speak in public. And I was so mad. I was mad. And I got so mad I ran for the town council because that's not how I was brought up. And I'm sure that that's not your intention. I know what it's like to sit in a dais and have a bunch of people clapping for a point of view that isn't necessarily after a decision that I have made. I know that you're also volunteers, and I also know that it's very difficult for volunteers to sit up there and take heat like this. I wasn't going to speak in the open time. I was going to speak about the other issue at hand tonight. But when I heard Mr. Applebaum call up and express his opinion that where has everybody been over the last 5 years, it's been my experience that when you have a room filled of people, it's not always the majority. And usually that's how it goes. However, this time, I really think the majority is in the room and wants to be heard. And the truth is that many people, when we would be up at these council meetings till 11 o'clock at night, they go to sleep thinking, hey, the town council's got my back. You know, they listen, they know what we want. They have their finger on the pulse of what the community wants, and they trust you and they trust us to make decisions on the behalf of everyone in the community. And I think what's happened here recently is a deep sense of lack of respecting that there are a lot of people here are expecting you to do the right thing. And the right thing can be what you've done, but it can also be the wrong thing that you've done. And unless you reach out to everyone and really try to listen and do some outreach, you get this wave of discontent. And I think that listening is a lost skill, and Lord knows I really need to work on it myself. But I believe that a massive overreach has taken place. And I think that because of this overreach and the lack of outreach to the entire community in regard to how everyone is going to be affected, it's we the people, it's not you, the council, it's not the Democratic Socialists of America, it's not renters, and it's not homeowners, it's we as a community of Fairfax.
Thank you very much. Okay. We're going to move on. Thank you all for your comments. I just want to pull it back for 1 second and acknowledge when we have a bunch of items on consent, the way that consent calendars typically work is there are things like staff reports, there are things like updates on projects, and ways that we can aggregate information and share it with the public, because otherwise that stuff ends up somewhere on a website and people don't usually see it. So consent calendars usually have our financial updates, staff reports, et cetera, contract amendments for smaller things. But I just wanted to acknowledge it's a time for public comment on a number of items that are usually smaller in nature or non-controversial in nature. And we try to get through those items quickly to do town business. So I just wanted to clarify that the intention and the hope when things are put on consent is that we move through those quickly and get to the meatier items later in the agenda that'll take up more time. And so the hope is we get to item 26 pretty darn soon. So with that said, I'd like to move on to the consent calendar. Council may approve the entire consent calendar with one action. And the alternative items on the consent calendar may be removed by any town council or staff member for separate discussion and vote. The opportunity for public comment on consent items will occur prior to the town council's vote on the consent calendar. Questions or any items? Yeah.
I have a couple of short comments on a couple of things, but I also wanted to ask that we pull item 18. That's the 4-leaf contract. But maybe I can just make my quick comments on a few things. I want to thank Ann Manis for her Recreation and Community Services Department quarterly report. Great work. I also want to thank Sean Ura for the climate action update and all the work that's gone into that. I also want to thank Cindy Swift for volunteering to be another term on the Planning Commission. And she's been on there nearly 7 years and really dedicated her life to this community, as well as thanking PJ Pfeffer to another term on the Planning Commission. He was on for a few months to finish somebody else's term, and he's been a real valuable asset. And I also want to thank you, Mayor, for the proclamation on Black History Month, and also the proclamation for our Public Works crew who are out there digging in the trenches when the rest of us are home in power outages. But I also want to thank our Fairfax PD, who are also 24/7 helping with the storms as well. So just a few items, and just the request to pull item 18. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
I just have a clarifying question on item number 6 for Director Umbertus. When do you anticipate bringing this back for the program update or the more detailed plan, I guess?
What I am hoping to do is in the next month is to come forward to the council with a list of roads that we've identified using this report that we would like to put some plans and specs together for actually starting that work. We have a few kind of already identified. We're doing some field trip work right now to do that. So we'll be coming back to suggest that we proceed with those projects. The putting together of the 5-year plan and starting to really lay out streets and how we want to do that and accomplish that will come a little later than that, because what we want to do is put our list together, compare that to Marin Municipal Water District, compare it to PG&E's projects, Ross Valley's, make sure that we're overlapping with work that they have planned with work that we want to do. But it'll be kind of a stage. But initially, we definitely want to come back with information on actual road projects that we have planned for this fiscal year.
Great. So maybe in the next 60 days.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
I just wanted to check on one thing also, which is the item on the housing element. That is going to be brought back for further discussion. We're going to have more discussion on the housing element. So, right. So that's not, and there's also a very interesting little pamphlet attached to the staff report that's about the builder's remedy for people who are asking about that. So that might be the place to look, is the staff report on that item, which I believe is item 17. So I just wanted to put out there, I think that's an item that's going to come back for further discussion. So if you're wanting to hear about it tonight, it will be taken up at a later meeting, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so we'll take public comment now. We'll open public comment on the consent calendar, except for item 18.
Thank you, Council. Cited in your number 17 staff report on the housing element update are 2 meetings with HCD. Why are they not included in the council members' assignments, committees, and activities November, December, and January? Diet and Batia spoke to Reed Miller and Reed's supervisor, Paul McDougall, at HCD. These 2 gentlemen are focused on Marin County. We also spoke to these same people. HCD first reached out to us at the MTCC in the spring of 2022. Excuse me. Cited in a staff report, HCD advised Fairfax to reach out to non-vacant sites. No one's reached out to us. HCD shared that cities in Southern California also had properties with voter zoning. HCD provided a path to Fairfax to address voter zoning so as to include MTCC in the current housing element. Fairfax has been provided case law by this speaker allowing housing to be built at the MTCC within the current housing element. Fairfax has also been provided a copy of a letter from HCD to San Diego, again citing case law and explaining why no voter zoning can trump state law. Change to zoning must be completed by January 31st, 2024. True. Fairfax will now have to complete all rezoning by January 31st, 2024, not just for the club. That is because the housing element was not completed as required by January 31st, 2023. As a consequence to being out of compliance, all zoning must be completed in 1 year. If the housing element was completed by January 31st, 2023 as required, Fairfax would have had 3 years to rezone all of our properties. The prior housing consultants were terminated without prejudice. Layman terms, they were terminated unexpectedly without a release between the parties to preclude litigation. Furthermore, HCD discussed in these meetings that they did not think putting housing allotments on the ridgelines and hillsides would really create housing because of their collective slopes. In addition, HCD stated that they did not think the density on Sir Francis Drake Boulevard between Pastoria and Kent Avenue would likely come to fruition. They shared that it is unlikely that 20 different stakeholders would all want to tear down their buildings, then find someone who would want to buy the collective area to build high density. Excuse me. When we shared that Fairfax had excluded the MTCC from the current housing element, they were surprised. HCD is interested in coming to visit the MTNCC. Perpetuating that the MTCC cannot be included in this housing element is a false narrative. Cited on page 3, paragraph 3, there is an incentive for the owner to redevelop with new uses that command higher rents. That's for everybody in this town. Yet tonight, we're discussing the housing affordability in Fairfax, really the lack of affordable housing. Within your own report, you are supporting to tear down our housing stock so that rents can rise. If you feel so bold, please explain that one to DSA and the audience. Further, you are pushing the building of ADUs to make your arena numbers, yet you have effectively destroyed any financial incentive to build ADUs, JADUs, or any other housing with your just cause.
Please wrap it up.
I will.
Your time.
These
Thanks.
actions taken by the town and a further pushing of a false narrative that Fairfax supports and wants to create affordable housing, and a false narrative that the MTCC cannot logistically be included in the current housing element to provide the very needed affordable housing is a tort. There are also actions to support why we need the SB 330 application, aka the builder's remedy.
Thank you. Mr. Wizard, help.
My head hurts. It has for a long time. I don't understand humans. I can't even read my own handwriting. I'm here mostly about all of it, but more specifically number 9, which I think is number 9 anyway, about the pop outs, and it says sound and music probably on the pop outs. And I just want to say, we all have differing sensitivities and awarenesses. Some of us hear things, some of us see things. I mean, some of us hear things and see things that nobody else does, but that's another story. Personally, I don't like hearing things on the sidewalk. I'm just like, I'm in my own world. I'm thinking my own thoughts. I've got my own tunes going through my head. I might like the music coming out of a shop. I might not like the music coming out of a shop, but really it's pollution. It's sound pollution. We're basically taking the public space and filling it up, and it's affecting us. In terms of the pop outs, especially on Bolinas Avenue, I noticed Village Sake now has this kind of not frosted, black plexiglass on it. It's pretty dark. We're taking public space, which is our town, which certainly can be cleaned up and made nicer, but we're taking public space and privatizing it and making it for individual business. It's also messing up the parking flow. It's hard to get through there on a bicycle if there's big cars through there. And it's also affecting the other businesses close by. I think we really need to look at the pop outs, and especially all of it, but sound's also included. I don't think businesses should be putting sound out into the environment. And I also wanted to say, in terms of the pop outs, you got the pop outs over there by the Scoop and Surf Shop and whatever the bakery is there. And it's next to impossible to get from the sidewalk out into the street. A lot of times it's really crowded in there with people. I tend to walk out toward the street or out in the gutter and try and get back in. And there's no way to do it with the 3 planters and the pop out. So effectively you're taking up half the sidewalk, but we're giving the sidewalk and public space to private businesses. And it's nice to sit outside, sure, but especially on Bolinas Road, you got this big black box there. It's taking up space. And I've personally seen water a foot deep on Bolinas Road running down the road. If that happens, those things are going to get picked up and pushed sideways. And there's also egress for for fires and other stuff. I just don't think they're a good idea. Bolinas Road is pretty narrow. And I'd like you all to take a bicycle and try riding a bicycle either way down Bolinas Road up to the corner there, especially during rush hour. And last thing I'm going to say about sound and stuff, I'm up in the hills walking a lot. When COVID happened, all of a sudden the hills, which were mostly empty, everybody was out and they were talking on their frickin' phones. And we're all just yakking along in our own worlds talking, but we're taking up space. And if we're talking, other people can hear us from a half mile away. It's like my way of dealing with it is I just start responding to people's conversations and talking along with them from a half block away, and they usually shut up pretty quick. But sound carries. And going back to the beginning of it, we all have different awarenesses and sensitivities. And why do we just start shooting people that we don't agree with, or throwing our Teslas at it, or whatever it is? It's like, I think we all need each other, and we need to listen and work together. And we're all Looney Tunes insane, even though we all just think it's everybody else that's nuts. We're all nuts. It's called it's whatever we believe. And you challenge anybody's beliefs and our knees come up.
Thank you, Sierra.
Mark Bell, Fairfax.
The Brown Act requires that the public be allowed to speak on every agenda item listed on a town council agenda. Tonight, there are 25 items, as we all have heard, on the consent calendar. And since this iteration of the town council refuses to pull items off the consent calendar when requested to do so by the public, I will now address the items at 3 minutes per item. I don't need 3 minutes for each one. Number 6, the pavement condition. Currently rated 55, and as the report was, the worst in Marin County. This has been in decline for several years, not just a couple of years. Infrastructure and safety are the town council's primary obligations. Not spending, in some cases illegally, the residents' tax dollars on pet projects and incompetent consultants. Number 7 and 12 together. It is time to stop paying for any climate action committee coordinator. Instead, we can adopt simple solutions such as using hybrid power strips. Since 30 to 35% of electric use is wasted on phantom or vampire power, also known as standby power, we can use the money instead to buy power strips to give to residents, which will massively cut emissions. And I'm sure that Fairfax Lumber can help get a discounted price. These can be given to residents, and when they see the effect of it, they will go and buy more. This is proactive and this is progressive. All the other activities can be done by the volunteers as before, such as reaching out to other communities to pressure appliance companies to add insulation to refrigerators, always the principal user of electricity inside the house. Another 1/4 inch or 1/2 inch insulation on the inside of a refrigerator will cut down the power usage probably by about the same, 20 to 30%. The agenda this coordinator has implemented works against Fairfax residents and shifts the environmental destruction. It doesn't solve it. Such as reducing the definition of a major renovation to 200 square feet, thus raising the cost of any home improvement between $50,000 to $80,000. I'm sorry, I'm boring you, Councilmember Hellman. Forcing residents to trash appliances in working order, thus increasing the impact on landfill capacity, as well as leaving residents unable to cope with power outages without buying gas generators, raising emissions, or installing solar systems with battery backup. This rush to electric cars getting high mileage is causing huge environmental destruction in Africa, as was pointed out earlier. And it's assuring the early death of those Africans working the mines, like in the Congo, with no protections. This is a fact. I have spoken with African environmental scientists. What happened to Fairfax's awareness of social justice, or don't we care about Africa?
Mark, I'm just acknowledging the time. So if you can.
Yeah,
please
as I
conclude your
said, I'm
comments.
just about through with this. I just have a few more that I need to do, and that's 3 minutes per item. And let's not ignore the increase in coal burning to feed the grid, especially in Four Corners, or don't we care about the Navajo? So why do we need this guy, let alone giving him a raise? As far as the parklets, the California Supreme Court has ruled that a town's general plan is on par of a constitution and cannot be ignored when it comes to land use.
Okay, Mark, please
Fairfax's general
conclude your
plan is
comments.
clear. You're violating the Brown Act and you're violating my civil rights, and I'm not going to stand for it.
Okay, well, we need to
The
make sure
Fairfax
everybody has. Everybody. Sir, please. Mr. Bell, look how many people are sitting in the audience waiting to have their turn to speak. Everybody's getting the same amount of time, and that's the whole point about why we're doing this. So.
I came by, as did Todd. There was power in this building. It barely rained. The forecast was from small amounts of rain.
Sir, please.
To make up for it. You have all of this on one agenda, and you're trying to get these items through without public comment, which is a violation of our civil rights.
You can always continue your comments in writing to all of us at the town council or to staff. Okay, we'll yield 2 more people, will yield their time. Okay. Can you please turn your microphone back on?
There are a number of steps that must be taken before you can change this. Allowing amplified music on the parklets quite clearly is illegal, and having a trial period, even if it was legal, is absurd to conduct it during winter. As far as the town deputy clerk, Corte Madera decided they didn't need the part-time person they were sharing with Fairfax. Part of the job description was that this person was supposed to help prevent Brown Act violation, since the town's attorney seems to have no clue. Guess what? It didn't help you as you continue to violate the Brown Act, just as you did in all but one of the Res-J meetings. Was that the pilot program for this? And the town used to hire interns from UC Berkeley Urban Studies Department. And in this overlong list of duties, I see nothing that precludes this happening again. This was a plus for both the town and for them. Reinstitute that, or tell us who is taking a pay cut to offset the $144,000. Michelle, the town manager? And as far as the housing element on 17, only one firm bid, supposedly, but when they were found to be incompetent, the town sure found someone else really quick. Why did you hire them? Part of the town manager job, and I know it wasn't our present one, is for their connections and for their ability to network in the community for the things that they need. And you're telling me that these people got a good report when this guy lies about a church? I mean, come on. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Hi, Mallory Geithheim, Fairfax Heights in Fairfax. What? Oops. Sorry. Mallory Geithheim, Fairfax Heights in Fairfax. Regarding the music and the little houses that are being built in our cafes, I'm really against. I'm against the way they are. I have no problem with the Italian restaurant on the corner with Fred's, but I think the Japanese restaurant it completely darkens the street. It's not safe. You can't walk by it. And I think the one on the corner by the roastery, it's too wide. You just have little tables with little chairs. It would probably be passable, but it's dangerous, both for people who are driving and for people who are walking and for people who are also on bikes. As for music, I don't have any problem with acoustic music, maybe at the most 2 instruments, no drums. But some music is fine, some music works, not if you're electrifying any of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Frank Egger, Middleway. I'll try to be real quick here. Just a few of the consent items. Item number 2 is receive financial report and disbursement reports for November, December from the finance director. Fairfax had paid the recently fired firm EMC, the planning firm that was completing the new housing and safety elements, over $500,000 so far. None of that is in that report. Item number 6 is the report on the town pavement condition that's been discussed briefly. According to the Metropolitan Transportation Commission's most recent report, Fairfax has the worst streets of any of the 11 cities or towns in Marin County. Item number 8 is receive Recreation and Community Services Department financial report. I guess it's clear the reason the pavilion can't be rented is because homeless have taken over the entrance to the pavilion Folks can't even get in there. So the question is, why is Fairfax allowed the homeless to take over the entrance to the pavilion and the children's park? Item number 10 is a resolution terminating the local emergency up on Pine Drive, 195 Pine Drive area. Fairfax did not require road excavation and building permits for the major house remodel at 195 Pine Drive. The road slid. Fairfax taxpayers, we have paid over $500,000 to rebuild Pine Drive. So my question is, has Fairfax filed a claim against the property owners and their contractors for that unlawful project? And then lastly, item number 17, I'll try to be quick on that. Item 17 is information regarding housing and safety elements. Where to put the 521 new units in Fairfax. Your new $621,000 planning consultant, Diet and Basha, was hired by Sonoma County to prepare a development plan for thousands of units for the Sonoma Development Center outside of Glen Ellen. That has resulted in a major lawsuit against the County of Sonoma because of the Diet Basha plan. It looks like Diet Basha is leading Fairfax down the garden path, building on ridgetops like the Wall property and on court-ordered open space like the Fairfax Hills is unacceptable. Previous town councils worked for 5 decades to prepare to protect and preserve our small town. At the direction we're going to lose Fairfax. There is no institutional knowledge with the town council, the staff, or lawyer. It's like no official cares about Fairfax's history. Fairfax needs to hire a new town lawyer that will stand up to developers and speculators. And the state of California, who is pushing Marin County to build over 14,000 units and Fairfax 521 new units, including the buffer, between this year and 2031. Developers are touting the builder's remedy. You've read it in the paper. There is no case law supporting the constitutionality of the builder's remedy. So be very cautious. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Frank. If there's no one else speaking on consent in the audience, I think I saw someone just stand up. Yeah.
Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. I don't have notes on these 25 different items. And so I want to make recognition that it's very hard for all of us to adequately speak, as others have said, on all these items. But I do want to say something about a couple of them. One, the treasurer's report, although I'm not going to go into the details of that, I want to make public note that I think that the prior town council and this town council are being very fiscally irresponsible. And that's contrary to what you're supposed to be doing in office. I just don't understand, and I think you need to make the public aware of how you think you can possibly keep spending money that the town doesn't have. Where's the money going to come from? I just don't understand. Last night, somebody alerted me to an IJ article talking about your backing of a county loan for Sherman Oaks acquisition for affordable housing. Now, we all want to provide affordable housing, believe it or not. We're not anti-affordable housing, but I don't know if you understand what the fiscal impact of a deed restricted 80 unit affordable housing will be. It's not deed restricted right now, but I can tell you I met on the phone with 3 different people working for the county tax assessor and tax collector today and put together a spreadsheet. And guess what? That means $67,000 will not come to the town of Fairfax if that becomes deed restricted housing, and $200,000 will not come to the state of California. And part of that $67,000 is pensions of some of the people that are here working on our behalf. So I think I would like to ask on behalf of everybody in this town that your decisions in the future have cost justification. There is not the money for your personal ideologies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Greenberg. Do we have folks on Zoom?
Yes, we do. We have 4 raised hands on Zoom for this public comment on the consent agenda items.
Okay, if you're calling on consent, please give me a phone call at 312-403-3702.
The speakers are Nicolo Calderero, Jack Judkins, Deborah Benson, Kay, and Lisa. So Nicolo, you are first.
Oh. He just tried to call, and I think.
John, please leave a message. I'll get
Oh,
back to you.
maybe not. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was a different person. Waiting for Nicolo. Well, yeah. If Nicolo is able to call us, if not, we'll take, who's the next person in the queue?
It's Jack Judkins.
Okay. And here's Jack.
Okay. Nicolo, you're after Jack.
Hi, Jack. Could you please put your volume on your laptop down?
But I think I'm going to close it because otherwise there's terrible feedback.
Okay.
So my name is Jack Judkins. I live on Bolinas Road in Fairfax. I'm the deputy chair of the Fairfax Open Space Committee, and I'm speaking on agenda item number 17. So as you know, or as many of the council members know and are well aware of, the general plan as it now exists in its open space element includes a priority listing of properties that are either underdeveloped or developed, and that according to the general plan should be protected from development. And in several of those properties that were specifically called out since 2010 and from time to time have had town council approval as priority open space properties include the Wall property and the upper portions of the Victory Village property. The open space element specifically says that the town should protect undeveloped and underdeveloped lands that are included in the open space inventory by converting them to designated open space. It also says it should acquire parcels in this inventory if they become available for purchase if possible. It also adds that if they come up for sale or auction, the town council should consider allocation of funds from any available sources to acquire the property, and so on and so forth. Likewise, the open space element includes protections of properties that are located on the ridge lines, which certainly the Wall property falls completely within that category, or for a large part within that category, especially as development has been proposed. So my point with respect to agenda item 17 is that none of these general plan principles, objectives, and policies have been taken into account in any way in setting up the list of parcels that should be or could be developed as housing. And so that's what I'm asking you, and the Open Space Committee is asking you and your consultant to do, despite the fact that these comments have been made individually before in several forums and contexts, that you consider the fact that you have a general plan which says you must do everything to protect these parcels from development if possible, on the one hand, and on the other hand, saying that these parcels should be developed for housing. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, that's your time. Thank you.
Okay, let me just add, these
Yes.
parcels are also approved by ABAG itself as priority parcels to be conserved as open space. They're part of the priority conservation areas that the town council and ABAG approved. So again, it doesn't make sense.
Awesome.
And
Thank
I
you.
hope that you will engage the Open Space Committee in its role to, with the consultant, to assess these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm gonna just repeat my number because I saw Nicolo was wondering what it was. It's 312-403-3702. And can we take the next speaker?
Yes. The next speaker after Nicolo is Deborah Benson.
Okay. Hello.
Hello, Deborah Benson, Cascade Drive, Fairfax. Thank you for hearing me. I want to agree with Tuna Fish and also Frank Ager with everything they said. I agree that the buildings along the Linus Road are not safe and they're obstructive. I think a wrong decision was made to allow them to stay after the health emergency. And I wanted to speak to the Sherwood Oaks. I think that those apartments are now affordable, and under this new ordinance that Fairfax has imposed upon property owners, they will stay affordable even if they're sold. So I think that we should take great care in allowing the county to have a foot in the door here. On the Victory Village apartments, the county, after the project was approved and people were approved, came in and offered money to the nonprofit developer that came with the caveat of housing traditional homeless people and also traditional people who were mentally ill. And there have been lots of complaints from the other residents. There have been lots of police calls about people who are banging on the walls all night long and running chainsaws inside their apartments, et cetera, et cetera. So I think we should be careful about partnering with the county on this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Number again, 312-403-3702. Who's the next speaker?
The next speaker is Kay.
Okay.
Would you like her to call? Or
Yes,
him?
yes,
Okay.
please.
Yes.
Okay, let's see. You're on.
Hello.
Oh.
This is in regard to the consent item related to adding amplified sound to parklets out on our street. My wife has a disability related to hearing and sound.
I ask the people in the audience not speak. It's really hard to hear.
Will make it impossible for her to walk past these and require her to walk into traffic or avoid walking in town. This creates a barrier to her being able to walk safely in her own community. Additionally, other people with disabilities already have problems walking past these parklets due to people and bicycles blocking the sidewalk. Many people need to walk into traffic to avoid this, which is unsafe. Please keep amplified music off our public streets and make these parklets more safe for everyone.
It just said unknown. Was that the K speaker or?
I can't tell.
Okay. Yeah. There's no way to know, I guess. Okay. And then Nicolo called while that other person was speaking. So please call back.
Okay, right now. You
That's,
want
oh,
Nicole?
I would just put it out there if he's listening. I don't know, but I guess I can call him.
Hello.
Okay, Nicola, we have you here.
Oh, great.
And please turn your volume off on your computer when you're speaking so we don't get feedback.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to comment, thank you guys for your good work, but also I think that was Ryan O'Neill who was talking about the problem of that we're all dealing with these days because people spread false information and have their alternative facts. And I really hope that people will calm down a little bit, especially in dealing with our local government. One thing that I think that has come up both because Mr. McIntosh mentioned it was the complexities about how the numbers, the bag numbers, A-bag numbers apply to state law and especially zoning. And, we shouldn't get too excited about this because in 40 years, almost 50 years, there's been no appreciable affordable housing created by the A-bag numbers, and there are several studies on that. And the other thing is that there's only been one court case that has decided against zoning voted by the public, and that case was really an anomaly. So I think that we're in really good shape. And as far as the numbers are concerned, the state really is being sued by so many towns over this that I think that we should just hold our breath, and relax and try to get by the situation and look to it being sorted out in the next couple of years. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Lisa, followed by Emily, and then Karen Stern. So if you want, Lisa, if you could call the mayor, please.
Okay. We have you here, Lisa, I think.
Hi, it's Lisa Sarabella again on Olima Road in Fairfax. I wanted to add to the comment about our budget and being fiscally responsible. And I really think our goal should be to decrease property taxes in Fairfax. And the reason for that is because I think we should be helping people to become homeowners, to afford to buy and afford to have a mortgage and afford to be homeowners in Fairfax. I think a lot of people struggle to pay both their mortgage and their property taxes combined in Fairfax. And I think affordable housing should address how to allow people to become homeowners, have a path to homeownership, not just how to become a renter in an affordable rental unit. The other thing I wanted to comment on is the Black History Month to teach people, celebrate Black history. I appreciate that, but I think we should also consider doing something more impactful than that, because that already exists in America, Black History Month. And something more impactful, in my opinion, would be asking our schools to help us to raise race-conscious children. And raising race-conscious children could be, adding some books in schools, libraries, having a little seminar, whatever it may be, but that it should be an ongoing part of our curriculum, in addition to, ongoing, not just a month of the year, but an ongoing part of the curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Emily is next, followed by Karen Stern. Emily, if you could call the mayor, please.
Okay, is this Emily?
Yes,
You're on.
I just would like to make a comment that pulling item 18 on support of that, as if the town cannot afford to absorb the costs due to the just cause ordinance, that I do not support my tax dollars going to afford any contracts to outsource this kind of work. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Karen Stern, followed by Roger. Karen, could you please call?
Hi, is this Karen?
Hi there, this is Karen.
Excellent. We can hear you.
Okay, Karen from Redwood Road in Fairfax. This is regarding number 6, the state of roadbed roads in Fairfax. I'm just wondering what kind of maintenance plan we in Fairfax have to keep the culverts clean so that when these horrible storms come, that the water actually runs in the culverts, not over the roadbed and washing away a section of the downhill underpinnings of the roadbed. That's the first question. And the second comment is that we want very much to work with Public Works here on Manor Hill. There are 3 of us that I know who walk the hill all the time. We see what's going on with the trees and the culverts and water running and not running, and then the stuff that's left. We would love to help. We do it physically. We've cleaned, but we would certainly like to coordinate and be part of the solution. So please reach out to us on top of the hill here. That's it.
Excellent. Thank you, Karen.
Next is Roger. If Roger, you could call the mayor, please.
Okay, is this Roger?
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
This is Roger Marston on 40th Avenue. Good evening, everybody. I have a procedural question. It pertains to the topic at hand, but it pertains to every topic that we're talking about. And it's a kind of a naive question because I'm not so familiar with how all town councils operate across the board. But what I'm observing is that we all comment, and there's some very articulate comments, some very passionate, and some very angry comments. And the issues are so complex. I mean, I don't claim to have enough information to come to a credible opinion. And what I need is to hear a response to the comments. And the way the procedure is set up, people comment and there's no response. And I guess there's a time when the town council talks amongst themselves and creates policy and comes to, and we see what the policy is, and it's a result of listening to all the comments. But that's not a healthy, basic process of communication, to not have a direct response and to be able to participate or at least witness the process by which those conclusions are reached, those policies are reached. And so what we get is a lot of people expressing opinions with a lot of passion and anger, and there's a part of the communication process that's just completely dropped out, and that's response. So all those feelings just hang in the air. They don't get resolved. They don't go anywhere, and they just carry on. So I guess my question is, procedurally, is there a place where we get to, if not participate and interact, at least observe your process in how you break down and analyze what you've just heard? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just because it'd be ironic if I didn't respond to that question about process, I feel obligated to respond. So after we get public feedback, written feedback before the meeting, and then at the meeting, we get oral feedback via public comments on Zoom and in person. Then we take the item back to the dais for the council, and we ask questions of staff, ask questions of our legal counsel, and then we deliberate amongst ourselves up publicly in front of you all on the dais and work through our rationales and then come to a decision on an item. So that's typically how these things work. Next speaker.
That is the last one.
Oh,
We
okay.
want to close the.
We have one more in the room.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to thank council for the proclamation on Black History Month and specifically speak about the 2023 theme of Black resistance and want to share that there's a wonderful resource in terms of learning about Black resistance right here in Marin County. Professor Walter Turner is the head of the Ethnic Studies Department at College of Marin. He was raised in Marin City and was a member of the Black Panther chapter in Marin City. And he teaches a class that's entitled The Introduction to African Americans, and it's full of all kinds of incredible knowledge on Black resistance in America. And he's a wonderful presence on the campus of College of Marin, and we're incredibly blessed to have him here. He also has a radio show on KPFA where he speaks specifically about Africa. And so I invite people to tune in there. And then I'd be remiss if in speaking about Black resistance, if I didn't speak about a historical moment of Black resistance and unfortunately what we've witnessed in the last week, a very current form of Black resistance, and that's against violence from the institution of policing. I think we all witnessed the murder of Tyree Nichols in Memphis, and this 2 years, over 2 years since the murder of George Floyd, and what came out of that moment was a lot of discussions on different types of reforms and lots of commitments and possible legislation. And now we have Tyree Nichols, who was murdered by five officers who were Black. So from one of the most diverse departments in the country. They were college educated. They had reached all levels of training that were required and beyond. They had incredible reviews by their supervisors. And they came from a police department that had a citizens oversight committee. And as we all saw, they were all wearing body cam. So I just want to acknowledge the utter failure of reform in that instance and hope that we can move beyond that discussion. And we're coming off the most deadly year in terms of police violence. And the only correlation that people who analyze that data is between police incidents. And so if we could continue the discussion on how we reduce police incidents, and I have to acknowledge that in the last 2 years, the Fairfax Police Department total incidents are down 36%. So I'd love to have dialogue on how that's being achieved. And maybe we can build off of that success. And I don't know if it's deliberate or if it's something that's happening, but I just want to continue the conversation because these reforms, they didn't work. They're not working. And Black lives are still being lost. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more speakers, we'll close the public comment on the consent calendar and we'll take it back to council here.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
For item 18, would you like to handle that at the end or at the
Yeah.
beginning? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, any questions or comments? Michelle?
I just wanted to note there was a supplement on item 12 just to have the numbers line up with the salary schedule being adopted.
Mr. Mayor, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Can I ask one clarifying? Thank you so much, Vice Mayor Kohler. Just one kind of clarifying question on the Pine Road item. There was a question about the town paying for this unpermitted action or activity that took place. Could you speak a little bit to our process or where we're at in that process?
Absolutely. So on the day that it happened right 4 a.m. I called our insurance company and discussed the incident with them, and they are planning to reimburse us 100% under subrogation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so did you have a comment?
Yeah. So I just want to note, as the newest council member, that I have often in the past been confused by the way that the meetings are run. And just wanted to note, since I have been going through all of these trainings to become a council member, that there is online, you can find a guide called Open and Public 4. It's the 4th version of this that explains why public meetings are run the way they are. It's put out by the California League of Cities. So if people are just curious about why meetings are run the way they are, there's a whole Brown Act reason for why that is. So it seems kind of weird and stuffy and sticky, but there are actual reasons for that. I also just wanted to check if you could clarify. There was also some comments, I believe, about the deputy town clerk position, about how that's being covered, because I think that's quite interesting.
Yes. So if you recall, we had a shared position with Corte Madera. That was a halftime position. And we also had a 3/4 time communications person. So all of that funding, $140,000 of that funding was already budgeted. And those 2 positions, which are part-time, are open. And so we want to fill that with a full-time person so that we can retain them, we can train them, and keep them as part of our succession plan.
Thank you. Thanks, Liesl. Joe, would you mind turning that button off? We get feedback. No, thanks. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar with a supplement for item 12, but removing item 18, which will be moved to the end of the agenda, the regular agenda.
We have a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, motion Kohler, second Ackerman. Can I get a roll call vote, please, Michelle?
Yes, Councilmember Blash.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kohler.
Aye.
Councilmember Hellman.
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Yes.
And Mayor Cutrano.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. Thank you very much.
Mayor, I know that this is not coming at a great time, but I think we're going to start off on a fairly long agenda item. Would it be okay to take a restroom break?
Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break and come back at 9:25. All right. It's here, so I got to use the gavel. Okay. So we are now to the regular agenda. Item 26. Discuss and consider residents' petition submitted per town code regarding ordinance numbers 870 and 871, and direct staff as appropriate. Do we have the presenters here?
Yes, yes, we do have the presenter here, Claire.
Okay,
And I'm going to ask Claire to call the mayor.
yeah, please call me. Someone just tried to call me, but now that my number's out there, I don't know if I'm just getting random calls. So we'll see. Here's a different number. So I'm glad I didn't answer the other one. Okay. Is this Claire?
Yes, it is. Claire Armitage, Fairfax resident.
Excellent. You have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor Cutrano, Town Council, staff. I'm not sure why there's an echo because my sound is turned down on my computer.
We don't hear an echo on our end, but maybe you want to just turn the volume off on the laptop while you're giving.
It is off.
Okay, great.
It's off. Yeah. We filed this petition to be on tonight's agenda so that a discussion could occur that includes us, so-called mom and pop landlords, and anyone and everyone else who feels that their rights have been trampled on by the passage of these ordinances. And we filed to hold you accountable for what feels like your utter disregard for our well-being. We are here so that there is finally the opportunity for us to be heard. Over the last months, even when Councilwoman Kohler urged you to do so, our opinions were not sought through diligent outreach, and the voices that did manage to be heard were not considered. Since learning about these ordinances, we have mobilized. It has been a huge wake-up call to learn that our own town council vilifies us. A reminder, we are also your constituents, and so now we are asking for nothing less than the rescission and rewriting of these ordinances, and that they be placed on the ballot for the voters to decide. We would also like to clarify what appear to be rampant misconceptions about landlords, as you like to call us. First, the fact that we own real estate does not make us de facto members of the ruling or capitalist class, nor does it automatically make us oppressors should we rent our property to another. Additionally, renters are not the only people in this community who are on precarious financial straits. Like renters, many of us do not enjoy housing security, and we depend on the rental incomes we earn through the risks that we take, the maintenance and improvements we undertake, and yes, the care that we extend to our renters. By passing these ordinances, you have now put the very people who have provided housing to this community at risk as well. We work hard and are also members of this community. Why is it okay for us to potentially lose our homes due to these onerous and draconian ordinances, yet renters deserve your utmost care and protection? Many of us are entering the last decades of our lives and will be depending on Social Security and savings to survive. We had also thought we would be renting out the ADUs and JDUs you've encouraged us to build and where we also live. But we see now that this is too onerous a possibility when an unintentional slip up or unforeseeable circumstances could cost us tens of thousands of dollars in buyouts and damages. But this leads me to the next point I would like to make. We have been struggling to understand what the ultimate goal is here of the DSA and by extension, you. By reading the DSA website, we discovered that the ultimate goal may very well be to force landlords, in part by creating ordinances such as these, out of their properties. We feel betrayed by each one of you for adopting the DSA platform, which ultimately advocates for the following, and I quote directly from their website, quote, "We seek to counter the dangers we are facing by building on the insurgent tenant movement and further decommodifying housing and land. This can be done through canceling rent, closing eviction courts, and as landlords exit the market, using state action to acquire private property and transform it into public, democratically controlled housing. Apparently, the DSA, and by default you, want to make it so onerous for housing providers that we will have to sell our property at a greatly reduced price, no doubt, at which time it will be purchased by the state." I want to say that many of us share at least some of the DSA's ideals. However, we also believe in consensus building and the balancing of interests, democratic principles that appear nowhere on the DSA website, and principles that you, our democratically elected council, apparently shun as well. I am here to tell you that we will not go quietly into this night. We will fight with every tool available to us, legal, social, and political. 5 people under the influence of a small group of activists cannot be allowed to decide our fate without discussion or consequences or a vote of the people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Claire, are you still here? Is that the end of the presentation, or are there other speakers or for the presentation itself?
I think there are other speakers. Yes. Are you asking?
I just didn't know if there was like a coordinate, like aside from public comment. No, there's no. Okay, I'm seeing people shake their heads. Okay, so if that concludes the presentation from your end, okay, thank you very much.
People who have other things to say.
Absolutely, there are plenty of them here. So we'll move on to that in short order. Thank you so much. All right. So now that that's concluded, we will open public comment on the if there's someone that was speaking with Claire that's in the room that wants to conclude the presentation, this would be, feel free, this is the time to do so. Well, okay, well, that was, we had just heard from a member of the public that there might be organized. Oh, okay, thank you. So now we will officially move to the public comment on this item. Please, you can line up or get in the queue and then we'll move from the in-person meeting to Zoom shortly thereafter. And we're gonna, I think, because we have, how many people on Zoom still, Michelle?
140 people on Zoom, and at the moment, the hands are still going up. We're in the 20s.
Okay, sounds good. We're going to try to keep it to 2 minutes per comment. And so please try to be consistent with that. And also hey, come on. We're trying to move through this together right now. Okay, so let's move through this. Okay, so what we're trying to do is get through this before 2 a.m. The thing that I'd recommend is try to keep your comments to 2 minutes. I know that there are a lot of specifics from specific circumstances for individuals. Please elaborate if you need to, and we can let that run and let you complete your thought. The other thing I'd say is if there are people who have already said things that are similar to what you want to say, you can say ditto to what that person said and then add other unique comments onto that. And maybe that'll shave off a little time for us. But obviously we respect all of you coming out, everyone on Zoom, everybody who has something to say. We're here and we just want to try to get through this and have everybody get to sleep at a reasonable hour. But with that said, thank you. Mr. Burke, you're first to go.
Thank you. That's a tough one to follow. Clara, thank you. I will be very brief. I am not a Fairfax resident, but I do represent the great number of housing providers in Fairfax, and I will try to speak for some of them. In the weeks after you passed these two ordinances on November 2nd, residents began finding out about the ordinances. They found out either by a newspaper story or from real estate agents like myself sending out our mailers. A small grassroots group formed and attempted to complete a petition referendum within the allowed 30 days to do so. This would have had suspended the ordinances. They did not have the financing nor the time to have it professionally done. They did it on their own in a 1-week period and gathered 621 signatures of registered voters, well over the 10% required. They submitted this to the town and the town rejected it due to form. Yes, they should have taken the extra time and spend the money to have an attorney get it done. It was not the required form and did not contain the proper language. If it had, we would not be here tonight. What it did do, however, was clearly demonstrate the voice of the residents of Fairfax. They do not want these ordinances in the form they are in, and especially without having had the opportunity to vote on them. I ask you on their behalf that you act on the intent of that petition referendum and set aside these two ordinances. Do a proper outreach to housing providers as well as tenants. Rewrite the ordinances, then put it out for a vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Graham, Irwin, Fairfax. This is a tough problem our community faces. It's a cruel thing to face losing your home, whether you rent it or you own it. And the longer you've lived in your home, the crueler it is. It's understandable we move to act to help the least fortunate among us, but this is a cruel and ineffective approach to a solution. The legislation displays disregard, if not downright contempt, for many long-standing members of our community and threatens many people's ability to afford their housing. While it does provide immediate help to renters, it does this regardless of income and at the expense of the people who rent to them, regardless of their income. It punishes people for renting their property and for adding rental units to their property. In numerous instances, it grants more property rights to the tenant than the owner, and the loss of safety and security in one's own home that's unconscionable. This can only lead to fewer rental units as people withdraw their units from the market and or sell their rental homes to people who will only want to use them as primary residences. It will depersonalize the interaction between tenants and property owners, involve attorneys often, and oblige property owners to raise the rents by the maximum amount possible every year, lest they fall even farther behind covering the cost of ownership, upkeep, and taxes. It will also raise rents for tenants by imposing fees to administer the program. Any issues that arise will be adjudicated by a rental board in the city of Berkeley, composed of people with no ties to this community and no commitment to it. Some tenants will benefit, getting below market rents regardless of their financial needs, but it will also make rentals harder to find and do nothing to directly help people most in need of affordable housing. This will do nothing to advance diversity and equity in this community. It will work against it, and we're one of the most segregated communities in California. It was in the paper recently. Should any tenants make the mistake of subletting, they will be exposed to the full brunt of the law's impacts on property owners. Perhaps the cruelest aspect of the problem we face is that we're all responsible. Every one of us here, whether you buy or rent, is displacing someone else. Unless more housing's added, it's a zero-sum game. If someone benefits, someone else bears the cost. Rather than resorting to divisive and inappropriate legislation, I'd like to believe that we can recognize our shared responsibility toward each other and work together to come up with a plan that protects and values everybody. I believe we're a kind and compassionate community, and I believe a solution that demonstrates kindness and compassion is much more representative of Fairfax than a solution that divides us and demonizes people who have worked hard, invested in the community, pay taxes, and provide housing to others. We need to put people before politics, humanity before ideology, or we risk losing the spirit of this community that so many of us love. This legislation was pushed through with little to no outreach or input from many people in our community who stand to be hurt by it. This is the opposite of consensus building and democracy. This is contempt for that. This is your doing. How you choose to proceed from here determines your legacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Great, yeah. Hello, it's tough to follow Claire and Michael Burke and that last gentleman. I'd like to thank them very much for being very, very eloquent. I'm Michael Sexton, a Fairfax resident. I was the original author of the petition. I'm also the organizer of, along with a couple other people, of fairfaxresidents.org, who have been taking the duty upon ourselves to inform the residents, the duty that you guys had to extend and to inform the residents about these ordinances before you pass them. For anyone new to this issue, I want to once again explain how just cause and rent stabilization hurt landlords, renters, and homeowners. As housing providers come to understand the full weight of these regulations and the extreme risk and liability associated with them, the ones whom renting is not mandatory have and will take their units off the market. They will rather take the hit now than be exposed to litigation and the possibility of never getting rid of a bad tenant, or worse, having to pay a bad tenant hundreds of thousands of dollars in order for them to vacate. Quite literally, if you had an ADU or rental space and didn't absolutely need to rent it out in order to help pay your mortgage and live here, you would be completely crazy to do so. As rental units come off the market, initial rents rise. Any new renter wanting to move into the area or existing long-term renters looking to change will face higher initial rents. It's simply the law of supply and demand. Far from being renter-friendly, the town council has burdened new renters with a Fairfax rent control premium and fewer rental options. And for homeowners, as Fairfax becomes more restrictive, new buyers will factor in these restrictions because it limits what they can do with their house. Your home becomes less valuable to them simply because there are more restrictions on what can be done with it. Your property values take a hit. Rent control isn't a progressive idea. It's simply a bad idea. But the remedy is also simple. Rescind just cause and rent stabilization ordinances now, or delay the implementation of these ordinances till it's brought to the voters for an actual vote. That is the Fairfax way. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Susan Adams. I reside at on Tamalpais Road, Fairfax. I'm a resident, a homeowner. I'm on Social Security and a pension. So I am someone who, is concerned about these issues, as many people in this room are. I applaud the town council for having taken a very cautious and measured approach to the topic that are now 2 ordinances by having numerous meetings. I know I've spoken since at least probably a year ago, beginning with public expression. This has been an item that has been well discussed by this council, and including even a public meeting in which just this item was notified and the public was available to come and talk this through for as a single item. The town council has put a lot of energy and time into this topic. I support these provisions. And one of the reasons that I do, which I've mentioned in the past, is that if there is a reason that I do need to move out of my home, to move in with family because of my own health needs or whatever, I rely on the fact that there are rent stabilization and just cause eviction protections in place, so that I know that whatever I need to do, there is an objective process for that, an objective rent amount that is reasonable and will be applied across all properties in the town. So I think it's a fair way to address the issues. I also want to say it is not unusual when the enactment of any ordinance that there are things that are surprises or can be tweaked and improved. That happens all the time. So let these ordinances be implemented, let the staff observe the impacts of them, and have the town council review proposed changes or considerations by the public and by staff might adjust or improve the provisions that were changes that were of impacts that were unexpected. The last thing I want to point out is this is a very intimidating audience. I am a former municipal attorney for many, many years. And when things are controversial, and I'm certainly used to controversial items on an agenda, it is not unusual for the town council or the city council or a county council's off to require that no one speak or comment on those speaking at public comments because it is intimidating. And it is very intimidating tonight. And I will let you know that I stand at the back and I've watched the whole meeting, and I've seen at least one person make a gun with fingers and point it at several people. And so this is not a joke. These cheering are incitements and intimidating, and I am very concerned about having allowed these things to proceed tonight. Thank you.
Please be respectful. Thank you.
My name is Norma Neal. I've lived in Fairfax for 48 years and own property here. I have been a person who has rented to others. I first want to thank you, Mr. Mayor, for recognizing the division and the destruction that has occurred to our town. It's very sad what's going on. I'll start with that. We are not Berkeley. Berkeley's at least 10 times bigger than we are. I would like to know if we entered into a consulting agreement with Berkeley or some relationship regarding the whole situation that we're in with these ordinances. I would like to know, is there a contract for the $186,000 every 6 months to Berkeley to operate as our eviction and rent control board? I would like to say that there are many, many talented people in Fairfax that certainly would be worth considering to form our own board. I am sure many would be happy to volunteer given the situation that we have at hand. But asking Berkeley, what do we have in common? It is a situation, these ordinances, we need to start over. And if we can't do that, we need to at least allow our citizens to vote. This is still America. It is still a democracy. Cramming it down our throats is not the way to go. These ordinances as written beg for lawsuits as written because they're unclear. They have a lack of specificity. They're ambiguous. They're very lopsided and they're very biased. We're asking for a lot of financial obligation there. These ordinances as written clearly devalue all of our properties. A lot of people don't want to consider Fairfax anymore and tell their realtors accordingly. No owner or landlord rights were considered in this. We cannot evict. We cannot, if someone is mentally ill or destructive or dangerous, we have no rights. That doesn't work in our society. One size does not fit all. This is written for everyone, and an owner-occupied home that is renting, single family home, is a lot different than an apartment complex of multiple units and everything in between, duplexes, triplexes. You can't tell right now from the ordinances what applies to anything. More fees as a result of all this, more taxes. Where do you think we're going to get this money from? As she just said, she's retired, I'm retired. A lot of retired people have lived here for a long time. So I think we need to be respectful and fiscally responsible. You have heard the owners and the renters all in Fairfax. Owners are not renting those that become vacant until this matter is resolved. That hurts everyone. We need to start over. We need to put this up to a vote. We need to have participants in this process that are affected by it and at least consider their concerns. I feel like personally the process was sneaky, developed by outsiders, DSA, Berkeley, others, and not those that live here. And I'd like to know if DSA has a consulting agreement with our city, or if any funds were paid to them. I do know the first meeting that we had with Zoom, that DSA, the first thing they said is, we will have no input from owners. This only addresses renters here tonight. We came there trying to understand what this ordinance encompassed. And that was the first thing out of the chairman of LAM telling us.
Norma, I just want to note that it's going on 5 minutes. So if you could wrap up your comments, that would be appreciated.
Okay. Let's see what else I want to say. I would like you to identify any consultants that advised on those ordinances, attorneys that were involved in that process, and anyone who's been paid related to that and what those amounts were. We need to be fiscally responsible, be respectful of your contingency, and let us vote on this ordinance that affects so many of us. Thank you.
Thank you. You were told there no Zoom audio. Okay. All right. Well, if you hear it again, please let us know. Sorry, please continue.
Sure. Hello. My name is Susan Malloy, and I live in Fairfax. I'm a tenant. I live at Bennett House. And I want to speak to the needs that these ordinances address. There is a lot of suffering among low-income people and tenants who are threatened with evictions. I also volunteer with the St. Vincent de Paul Conference at St. Rita's Parish, and we get lots of calls from people who need help with rent. And we also work with quite a few homeless people who are living in Fairfax. I also personally understand why it's important to have eviction protections. I lived in North Richmond for many years before I moved here, and I was living in a substandard unit. I was paying over 80% of my income in rent, and I became permanently disabled because of the mold problems there. And I actually get SSDI until I got old enough to transfer into regular Social Security. And I had called to find out what I could do about this. And senior services of Contra Costa County told me that I could be evicted if I go to code enforcement. And also that very few tenants win their cases. So I just wanted to mention that it is, it really is an issue for tenants. And that was before there were any protections. Finally, I want to mention some friends of mine. They were homeless before they moved to Fairfax, and they were homeless in Fairfax. And that's Steve and Kathy Dale. Steve worked at Fairfax Lumber for a number of years. He was a retired California firefighter, and they both died in premature death. And there's some feeling that it was due in part to the substandard home that they were able finally to rent in Fairfax. So it's really an issue, health and safety for low-income people. I took care of their 6 cats for 3 years when they were homeless, and I know that it was it was very hard on them to separate from their cats. They loved them very much. So it's, there's a lot of personal issues and suffering that I wanted to address for tenants. And I thank you for the work you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Jessica Green, Fairfax. I want to start by saying that a lot of us aren't really against the rent control in terms of how much rent people can, limit. I think that's maybe a good idea so people don't have to move out because their rent got doubled or something like that. But I have a few questions for you guys. How many of you council members own property, rent out even a room in your house or a unit? So one of you. Okay, because if more of you had this experience, you might have noticed that sometimes you get a terrible renter, and if you can't get them out, it would be really awful, The other question I have is, how many of you really read the entire ordinance and realized some of these restrictions that are in there that make it so difficult to get out a difficult tenant? That's my other question. Okay, one person, and she's the only one that voted against this thing. So, you really have to look at these things. Okay, I would like to also mention, that I'm a low income person myself. I started out with a $4,000 houseboat. I built another houseboat, and I lived in it 10 years, and I traded it for a condemned house on Spruce for $175,000. And then I worked on that for like 4 years, and I traded it for the house I have now. But in that house, if I didn't have a little unit that I could rent out, I wouldn't have been able to pay the mortgage. So I'm an example of someone that's low income. I'm a landlord in terms of I own a house. And when I owned that house, that's how I paid my mortgage. That helped me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have a house today. I'd be, so I'm just saying that it's something to consider, that not all landlords are rich and not all landlords are unfair. And I think that's what the courts are for. If you're having a problem and you get evicted unjustly, the courts can handle that. You go to legal aid and you figure it out, or go to mediation. But the way this ordinance is, you just lose total control with someone you might be living in your house. That's terrible, and that's my concern with this. So thank you very much.
Mayor, I would like the record to show that this full council read both ordinances, and that is preposterous that we would vote on something and not read it. Furthermore, the mayor and I sat on a subcommittee, a rent control just cause subcommittee. So of course we read and helped develop the ordinances. I just don't want this to spin in a false narrative that we're seeing. So I wanted to state that for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hellman.
Milan Machette, Myrna Avenue. Attorney friend of mine mentioned that maybe I should do some Googling, and I looked up the bundle of rights, which I believe is the rights of ownership. I think it might be part of the 14th Amendment. I'm sure you must have considered that when you were doing this, particularly with just cause. Fairfax has a lot of people like me. I've lived in Fairfax for 44 years in a home with many steps. I planned in renting my home if I can't handle the steps and have to move to another area. If I rent my home, I would like my heirs to have the rights to occupy it when I pass away. If there's a renter in that home that they can't get out, they lose that right. They also lose the property tax basis. They get an upstepped of their cost at that time, but now it becomes a rental. It changes that. The bundle of rights gives the owner a right to derive income from their property. With mortgages, which most owners have, taxes, maintenance, and the limits set by the rent control can cause owners to have a negative income. Therefore, they are interfering with their bundle of rights to have not lose money on their investments. Bundles of rights give owners the right of selling their property. People often need to sell their properties immediately, like for finances, job transfers. This should be a restriction if they can't sell it when necessary. What are you going to do when someone needs to can't afford their mortgage and has to sell their property? If they have a renter in there, it could be it doesn't necessarily have to be your own home. It could be a duplex. How do you get the renter out? You would lose your house on default. So please respect the rights of property owners to freely convey their property, create space for income if the need arises, without fear of being able to remove tenants. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, Town Council, my name's Kelly Day Medina. I own 5 Bell Avenue in Fairfax and also 1625 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. The just cause precludes my ability to age in place. The just cause is taking many rental units off the market. The just cause is hurting the value of all properties in Fairfax. I can no longer afford to rent my units in Fairfax. I have spent years here in Fairfax since 1996 working, and now my retirement is in complete jeopardy. I have scrimped and saved while others have vacationed, and now my Fairfax Town Council has devalued all properties in this town. My rentals are now taken off the market. My income and my future for my family is in shambles. I was once proud to own here in Fairfax. Excuse me. Now I see my future in jeopardy. For the record, I am 63 years old. I am a paraeducator teacher in the school district. We all know that teachers are on a tight budget to remain in this Marin County. Shame on you, Fairfax Town Council. No letters notifying us of these provisions. No vote of the people. This is the most frightening experience to grow old overnight with no security. All the town council members placed signs on my property, and only one town council member asked my permission to do so. All the signs remained on my property well after the election. I thought my property had value. Had I known what the just cause housing agenda was and the damage my future retirement could incur, I would have said, hell no, Fairfax, see you in court. I demand a recall. We do not want a dictatorship. We do not want a dictatorship. We demand nothing more than a complete rescission of this provision. My 5 children need their mother, a sane mother. My grandbabies need their grandmother. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kelly London, 25-year resident. Petition, 628 signatures. Will the town council listen to the will of the people, or do they have their own agenda? A grassroots petition was started to stop just cause and rent control ordinances. In 7 days, the amount of signatures required to rescind these ordinances were collected. Will the town council listen to the will of the people? So Francis Drake Boulevard, again, the town council has their own agenda. Or will they listen to the will of the people? Your mayor at the time, Stephanie Hellman, was being interviewed on the news. She was asked whether to change the name of the Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. When asked, would she put it on the ballot for a vote? She said, no, Fairfax is 90% white. Democracy, cancel culture. Gas stations. Again, the town council is showing clandestine agenda. Did you know town council wants to get rid of gas stations in Fairfax? Last town council meeting, town council wanted to enact this without notifying gas station owners. Town council, reoccurring pattern. Rent control and just cause. Again, town council's own agenda, lobbied by the DSA. They unilaterally enacted these ordinances, which demonize homeowners, all housing providers whom were not invited to participate in these decisions. There was virtually no outreach to homeowners and housing providers. Fairfax has some of the lowest rents in the county, virtually no landlord-tenant problems. Therefore, these ordinances must be thrown out and brought to a vote. By the people, there is no just cause for these ordinances. Town council must start representing Fairfax. Keep Berkeley out of Fairfax business and pockets. Town council, quit giving our money and rights away, not yours to give away. Please do the remedial jobs, what you were voted in for. Fix the sidewalks, the streets, and our deficient electrical grid. Your jobs depend on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, I come to you with a couple hats on today. My name's Dave Smadbeck. I know most of you guys up there. I'm the executive director of the Fairfax Chamber of Commerce. I'm also a 21-year real estate professional, and I've been living in Fairfax for the last 23 years. And I, as the representative for the Fairfax Chamber, we have to say that this ordinance is going to do a lot of damage for the business community, as well as the employees as well, the people that rent. It's going to have a lot of unintended consequences that's going to make rental units less available. And what I urge you to do is to, I know you have good intentions in what you were trying to do, but you need to include the property owners in this decision making. So I would urge you to do one of two things: either put it to a vote, and or to the other one is to well, both of them would require you to put this on hold for right now, and either rethink this through, or to just put it to a vote. One of the two. And if you ever want to have some time to talk more details about the financial aspects of this or the real estate, there's a lot of people, real estate professionals that work here in Fairfax, would be more than willing to talk with you guys. And that's pretty much what I have to say tonight. All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dave Bronco, and I've been an owner paying taxes in Fairfax for 34 years, and I provided housing for all that time and been very good landlord. I don't have a pension, and I'm trying to retire. My whole life I've spent building this property and keeping it up and trying to make a good place for people to live. And I've been very fair. And I've also had a lot of people way under market in my place. And this is forcing, I can agree with a lot of what I've heard. but it's also, I mean, it's forcing people to try to raise the rent as much as possible every year to try to keep up with their finances and bills. I mean, I don't raise the rent like that, but anyway, I put my property on the market, and I had to reduce the price quite a bit. And then this was coming, this happened, and I had 3 people ready to make offers on my property, and they all disappeared as soon as this ordinance went through. And now I had to take my property off the market. I can't sell it. No one wants it, and I don't blame them. As an investor, I would look elsewhere. And it's not fair to people who spent their lives and their time, a lot of time. And like someone said earlier, no vacations, a lot of work, working a job, working on the house, always working to try to make a financial, retirement for themselves. And it's not fair to all these people, including myself. And now I have to look at, what am I going to do? I'm going to have to sell my property at a drastically reduced price, not just a small reduced price, drastically. And it's abominable that we didn't get any, there was no, all that's been said. But one thing I want to point out is if you drive through Berkeley, and it's been that way for years, you will see tons of falling down buildings and buildings in disrepair because of the way that they've had to deal with the rent control. The property owners don't care. They don't care. They can't afford to continue to fix everything when people are just going to trash it anyway. And they're not getting enough money in rent. So that must be the explanation. All I know is I see that, I grew up around here. I know Berkeley. I was born in Berkeley. I've seen what's happened to that city. And because as a result of their rent control policies. So I don't think using them as an example is very wise. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, Michael, one moment. We're just acknowledging that we're at 10 o'clock. So Vice Mayor Kohler.
Yeah, we're a little after 10 o'clock. We're supposed to review the agenda to ascertain which items, if any, will be continued. I would suggest that the town council board and committee assignments could be moved to the 15th meeting, which was supposed to be just one thing, but I think we can definitely move that one.
Sure.
And
we can we move item 18 as well?
Yeah,
to
that's
that?
I would just ask the town manager. I mean, the 15th is just a couple weeks away.
Yes, you could do that.
Okay, so I'd make a motion to move item 27 and 18 to February 15th.
I'll second.
Okay, motion second. Kohler, Hellman, could we get a roll call vote real quick?
Yes. Councilmember Blash,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kohler,
Aye.
Councilmember Hellman,
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
and Mayor Cutrano.
Yes, all yeses. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. And let us proceed. Apologies.
No problem at all. Since we're all up here to beat on you guys for a bad decision, I would like to offer, in fairness, I think Chance, you're doing a wonderful job of officiating this meeting. So on behalf of all of us that have an opportunity to speak, thank you. Okay. That said, as for the council and the outreach that we've heard such a void or an abyss that doesn't happen, I'd also like to acknowledge that I've heard when I've made requests from people in this entire room. I've heard back from our chief of police. I've heard back from Michelle. I've heard back from Bruce, and I've heard back from you. And that's, again, very much appreciated. The issues that we're discussing tonight, and here comes the cowardice of the town. I don't know, I can't speak to, but as I sent you guys all an email last night, whether it's the micromanaging of your consultants or the town manager or the attorney, I was very clear on December 23rd, providing you different Public Records Act, which we refer to in the state of California in our state constitution, Government of California Code 6250 through 6270, also AKA Brown Act. But I also included the Bagley-Keene Act, which fills all the little voids missed by the Brown Act. I made requests of very specific things that I could bring forth to this meeting, such as how much have you paid to different groups? What were those conversations? How much has DSA been allowed to make input into the actual writing of these ordinances? The reason I use cowardice, because nothing was returned. When I finally sent something that would incur liability for all parties involved late last night, boom, Christy Hickley, I saw at the end of the day today in the afternoon, sent me one response to the 6 different FOIAs that I submitted to you. That's pretty bad form, especially when you know you have an audience in front of you. I would like to also add that within the ordinances, either the lack of paying attention or possibly not following the law, possibly disregard, or possibly relying on other people that really don't understand. We in the United States, we have a democracy, and democracy starts with a few unalienable rights, such as private property. And private property is not just a piece of land. It can also be an improvement. It can be yourself. So we have these rights protect us as people. Those rights that are unalienable start with the right of exclusion. Anybody has the right to exclude somebody in their space. They have the right to exclude somebody from a piece of property. Your provision for sublet, and I grant you that you did put a severability clause within that just cause ordinance, but you still provided a sublet opportunity that I don't know if you guys understand. If you read the California Code, Health Code 503, then you follow it up by 17-0 something, collectively what that says, it says that a landlord cannot unreasonably withhold a written request from a tenant to sublet their property. In addition, the landlord cannot make the subletter deal contingent by paying the landlord directly. So what you're creating is this long line of landlords. You have no ability to even regulate what these rents are. So is that still including the rent control? We don't know. But more importantly, if you read that law, the combined two, says that 2 people, man, 1 woman, woman, man, just 2 friends, whatever it is, can live within 70 square feet, 7 by 10 feet. Thereafter, you can add 1 person for every 50 square feet you have, providing that you have a communal space of 120 square feet. So if you take a 700 square foot unit, subtract your first 70 square feet, subtract your communal space, which be your kitchen bathroom of 120, you can put 10 people into a 700 square foot unit, 16 into a 1,000 square foot unit. The fact that you said that you were CEQA exempt, you're not. And this allows a challenge on that by itself. That means that in our small neighborhoods that have small streets, any one of those units that are rented, that you could bring in, let's say on 1,000 square feet, 16 people, 16 cars. How will you address that for fire, safety, flood, egress? You haven't. These are why we have CEQA. We have a body of laws that look at a macro view, such as safety and egress. So again, that provision is certainly not enforceable, and it leads to the rest of basically looking at our entire ordinances that it needs to be rewritten. The people have come here today to really say, we have a concern. You're diminishing everybody's rights and everybody's opportunities and everybody's property, whether you're a renter or an owner. We're all asking you to really do the right thing, the thing that you all are up there to do, to represent us. You did not allow an audience to come forth. And whenever there is a valid argument, so we all have legal standing to have a point of view at the table, that's why we have a democracy where we get to vote, that we're given a proper set of questions and answers. We're given a proper way to debate that. And then we get to come up and say, what do we really think? There's nobody in this room that doesn't want protections for some of our tenants. And I'll tell you something, as a landlord, I, for one, would never get rid of a good tenant. You work hard, you make compromises, you don't even collect your rent sometime. But because of your laws, and you've heard people say that things will come off the market, I can tell you personally, I have pulled 8 units off the market. I know of collectively, including my 24 units. If you want to make affordable properties, then allow some building. And write in your agenda item 17, which I quoted by, I think, page 2, paragraph 3, it specifically says that you're encouraging people to tear out all this old housing for these RENA numbers and says the incentive to raise rents. You have it even typed up. That's in contradiction of trying to provide housing for those people most in need, because affordable housing is generally associated to older, smaller, antiquated places. As you build this new stuff, especially with Costa Hawkins, you will see rents rise and rise. So please consider those things. Please consider the voice of the constituents that live in your town. And please bring this back for a vote after you repeal these laws. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Deborah London, 25-year Fairfax resident, business owner, 42 years, 15 years in Fairfax. Landlord, 40 years, commercial and residential. Tenant, 43 years, commercial and residential. Still have one commercial, I'm still a tenant in one commercial lease, still a tenant in one residential unit. 43 years, wear a lot of hats. And I'm here today to say several things, and I want my full time. I will go through my list. So we, the housing providers and homeowners of Fairfax, will not accept from this town council or town attorney any proposed or voted on modifications to these just cause eviction and rent control ordinances as they exist today. No compromise, no negotiations, no nibbling away at the edges. And we've told you this from day one. We can't trust you. Town council must rescind these ordinances in their entirety. The state of California and Fairfax rent stabilization ordinances you recently passed already have strong renter protections in place. And we also believe that to appease small mom and pop landlords here in town, we believe the town council may attempt to tear apart housing providers by making exclusions to certain categories of housings, such as rooms in houses, ADUs, JADUs, duplexes, owner occupied or not, any rental properties with fewer than 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 units. We will not accept this. We want to remind you that the law states that all housing providers must be treated equally. We will accept nothing short of this. We landlords stand together on this issue, mom and pop or the guy with 100. So moving on. You missed yesterday's deadline to submit Fairfax housing element plan to our state California leaders. You had 8 years and you failed. Now you have opened Fairfax up to builder's remedy that allows housing developments and developers to bypass city ordinances and zoning and build housing. And Fairfax will lose valuable state funding and Fairfax will lose local control. That might be a good thing. TC, you consistently demonstrate lack of experience, basic business concepts, planning acumen. You're fiscally irresponsible. Stephanie Hellman, I think you ran on that premise. TC, consistently, you exercise your personal agendas at the expense of Fairfax residents. And most importantly, you demonstrate a profound lack of respect for Fairfax residents, especially landlords and homeowners who pay Fairfax taxes, who float the financial boat of Fairfax. You don't deserve control over these issues that have these types of effects on Fairfax residents. Instead of putting our tax dollars into these ridiculous ordinances, you should have been ensuring state funding for the town of Fairfax. Petition 628, that's what I'm calling it. In 7 days, Fairfax residents brought you 628 signatures of Fairfax registered voters. Petition 68 was never intended to be a referendum. Its intention was to send this woke town council a wake-up call. This petition, to call this petition 628 fatally flawed is a fatal flaw in your thinking. This petition was a huge success. In 7 days, 628 residents told you, we are against these ordinances. And you know damn well the intent of petition 628. It speaks the will of the people. Therefore, town council must rescind these unnecessary ordinances. Town council, DSA, get out of the housing rental business. Get Berkeley out of Fairfax. Get off housing providers' backs. Get out of our pockets. Get out of my house. Get out of off our property. You are being put on notice. You work for us, the Fairfax town residents. We don't work for you. Think you've forgotten that. You need to listen to the almost 1,000 Fairfax registered voters who have spoken out against these ordinances. We live in a democracy. Sorry. It is absolutely town council's job to, yes, Stephanie Hellman, per your statements on Channel 7 News. Fairfax is too white. We can't put it to an all-white vote. We can't listen to the 90% white vote, right? Wrong, Stephanie Hellman. Wrong, town council. Absolutely, yes. You must listen to the 90%. In all their colors, white included, the town of Fairfax registered voters have spoken. Rescind these ordinances. You still have a short window of time to do the right thing and listen to the will of the people of Fairfax. Should you continue to ignore the will of Fairfax residents, we fear for the number of nails that will impale your political coffins.
Thank you. And before you begin, I just want to bring us back to the meeting protocol, and just remind folks that, you know, in addition to not having profane language, the protocol really asks that people avoid ridiculing the character or motives of council members, staff, or members of the public. So just want to keep that centered as we move through this discussion together. Thank you.
And also, I'll just point out that we do read the emails, and a number of these comments, such as that one, have been verbatim the same emails that we've just read. So, you know, if we can try to just figure out things that will move the process forward rather than just rereading the same things, that would be helpful. I did read it. That's why I knew that it was verbatim the same email.
All right, thanks, folks. We'll continue on. We're in the middle of this public comment here, so please, Philip.
Hi there. I'm going to ask for a little more time. I'm one of the two founders that started fairfaxresidents.org. I shouldn't go much over 2 minutes, but I do want to complete my statement here. And I'll start by saying in 7 days, we the people gathered 621 signatures to halt implementation of rent control. The petition was technically defective, but it did not fail. Since the petition on December 5, we've gathered an additional 187 signatures last time I checked. That's 808 people and counting who are opposed with their signatures to rent control. We also launched a website, fairfaxresidents.org. To date, 463 people have signed up with their email so that we can notify and mobilize residents when needed. And 3 days ago, we set up a GoFundMe account to help fund this effort. Last I checked, we've raised $1,205 from 18 donors. A little bit about me. In the 16 years I've owned my duplex, I've had two tenants. One was an 86-year-old disabled woman that stayed into her mid-90s. During that time, I raised her rent twice, 2%. The second tenant was a single mother of three and a lovely black lab. Again, I only raised the rent 2%. I am not unique. These are the people who rent their homes out to other people who need homes. All things being equal, between a high-earning 30 single-something renter and a family, school teacher, anyone remotely near 60 years old, or disabled person, I choose the high-earning 30-year-old every time. Why? Because you have incentivized me to do that. By the way, under these ordinances, I would never accept a dog or a cat for obvious reasons. I've spoken to two lawyers about covering myself under the ordinances, and at a minimum, I'll need to spend $3,000 per year on attorney fees to stay in compliance and deal with every interaction I have with a tenant. I want to talk a little bit about fairness now. You are amongst the most privileged, wealthy, elite people in town. None of you on stage tonight rely on rental income to pay your mortgage, pay your property taxes, pay college tuition for your kids, pay for prescription drugs, or put food on the table. Many of us in this room and across the community do depend on that income to live our daily lives. Is it fair or moral to ask mom and pop housing providers to shoulder all the expense, uncertainty, and risk? Many are senior citizens. Are you sure they have the bandwidth to understand the ordinances? Are you sure everyone has the extra money lying around to pay lawyers to stay in compliance? Is it fair or moral that a tenant can demand any amount of money to move if someone needs or wants to sell their property? Is it fair that a tenant can sublet to someone that's not even creditworthy? Was it fair not to seek out and include housing providers who are critical stakeholders when rent control is being discussed? Was it fair to give the Democratic Socialists of America such an outsized role and influence in the process? Was it fair not to allow the residents of Fairfax to even vote on the ordinances? The list goes on and on. Former Mayor Hellman stated in an ABC news story concerning renaming Sir Francis Drake Boulevard, and I quote here, "You can't put it to a vote because that's only listening to the 90%, right?" End quote. My concern in that statement has nothing to do with the name change. My concern has everything to do with not trusting the citizens of Fairfax with the vote. If you all up there on stage don't trust the people of this town, your neighbors and fellow citizens with the vote, why do you even want to serve on the council? Lastly, because housing providers weren't sufficiently included in crafting the ordinances, they must be 100% discarded and a new process begun. Absent that, I believe a ballot measure in 2024 will be passed by the voters to rescind the ordinances. And in the meantime, over the next 22 months, we will continue to fight rent control in Fairfax. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, hello. Good evening. My name is Daniel Duffy, and I live 2 blocks away from here with my young family. I own or occupy a small 3-unit building, and I am as shocked and disappointed as most of these people here tonight. You guys have enacted the most extreme rent control ordinance in the state of California, I believe. In our tiny town with 0 real seats at the table for housing providers. You were lobbied by a national political organization in the Democratic Socialists of America, and you didn't give anyone that actually lives in this community a chance to vote on it. That's scary. No matter what your take on rent control is, the way this thing was handled should worry everybody. Recently, I spent about $50,000 of my hard-earned money, blood, sweat, and tears to convert my dilapidated garage into a beautiful rental unit and increase the town's housing stock. Now that it's subject to part of this ordinance, there is no way in hell I'm going to rent it out. That's the truth. I won't finalize the permit. I'll probably keep it for my family visiting or just more space for my growing family. I immigrated to this country from Ireland, and I worked my ass off to get where I got to, and I can't risk losing my own property rights directly above where my daughter sleeps at night. My little unit is down below in my garage. There are so many absurd things in this ordinance. Capping raises to 60% of CPI when historically CPI is like 2%. The years of first right of refusal after a tenant vacates, a year notice for 63-year-olds, something like that, paying for dogs and cats, kennel charges, the subleasing language, contracting with Berkeley, annual landlord fees. It's ridiculous. Look, you guys are smart, well-intentioned people, but you totally fumbled this one. And because of that, this thing's ultimately going to get overturned, or you'll likely get voted out. Something this drastic and far-reaching obviously needs to be voted on by the people within this community. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi again. Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. Very concerned about what's been going on, as you know. Again, I think you're being incredibly fiscally irresponsible and callous to this whole town. And I want to step back for just a moment and say, I think you can't see it. And I want to give you an example, again, out of teaching scuba diving, where people's lives depended on it. And this gentleman who spoke earlier, his well-being and his many families' well-beings depend on this. So you have put people's lives at risk, whether you realize it or want to recognize it, you have. I would teach scuba diving to students where their lives depended on knowing how to interact with each other and be buddies. There's a buddy system. Oftentimes, that group of 15 or 20 students would not, some of them would get it, some of them wouldn't. So I had to try, and I had to learn myself different teaching methods where when someone's eyes glazed over, I had to ask somebody else to explain it. And sometimes it takes 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times, but you couldn't let somebody dive safely without risking their life if it wasn't adequately explained and if you didn't have confidence that they had understood it. And you need to do the same thing here. You need to have buy-in from the community. And if you have to examine, I'm urging you to examine your own decision-making process and your own biases and go, gosh, why do we have so many people upset here? Maybe we did something wrong. Maybe we don't need to be so defensive about this. Maybe we could just acquiesce and go, you know what? We want to go back to the drawing board, because there's 2 ways out of this. There's one, admitting that you're wrong and taking some lumps and letting your ego go. And the other way is looking to the exit right there, right there, right there, and resigning. Not quite done yet. If you don't, and you continue pursuing this course and this decision-making process, you're going to bankrupt this town. You are recklessly spending and you're recklessly making decisions. And I'm not quite sure why it's happening. And a lot of us aren't, but we're very concerned and we'd like to help you, but we need you to represent us. And we don't feel like you're doing that. If this were England, we would be casting a no confidence vote and you would be out of office tonight. Now, I want to say one other thing that hasn't been introduced into the record tonight. And you can go see it in the windows at the coffee roastery. And this is coming out of town staff reports, but I want the world to know about this. This town council has authorized over $500,000 of additional expenditures, drastically increased legal representation costs, outside consultants, Berkeley, Legal Aid of Marin. Where is that money coming from? Which one of you is going to pay that bill? And I want to ask, I want to ask a question of the town attorney. Are any of the town council members personally legally responsible for the costs that they're imposing on all the Fairfax residents when they've been notified that they're doing this? And I want to cite a government code. And I want it to be looked into, because I think what's going on is an abuse of power. And I'm going to give you the government code. It's California Government Code 532.43.4. And I'm going to read the first section of it. It's very short, one sentence. An abuse of public authority, including but not limited to waste, fraud, and violation of law under color of authority. I urge you to rescind these ordinances and listen to your constituents and start again and take it to a vote of the people. Please recognize your mistakes.
Thank you.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. I don't rent and I don't rent out. We own a house. So in essence, I don't really have a what is it, a dog in there, a paddle on this canoe or whatever. But when I see something that is so incredibly wrong, there's no way that I can stand by, and you are wrong. Most of the landlords, especially the ones who are here tonight, believe in providing safe housing at a fair price. Using the town's own figures, abuses by landlords are about 1%, maybe 2% is what you're projecting, or based on history, out of 720 units that would be affected by these measures. And that in itself makes these measures absurd. You're looking at 1 or 2% who abuse, and you're punishing 98 or 99% of people who are providing a service. You're penalizing people who worked hard in school. Like maybe they learned a trade, maybe they got their degree, maybe they got an advanced degree, maybe they work 7 days a week, maybe they work 2 jobs, maybe they have no tattoos, maybe they didn't eat out in restaurants. As the lady said over here, maybe they don't go on vacation. Maybe they saved all that money so they could buy a house. And maybe that house increased in value and they sold it and they were able to move up, or maybe they got a duplex so that they could afford one. The town has caused this divisiveness. Yeah, some responsibility goes to people not paying attention because they trusted the town council to be a mitigating, balanced governing body, not throwing gasoline on their retirement or their economic stability. We're going to be seeing less ADUs and JADUs on the market and less being built. So you better factor that into your housing numbers that you're proposing to get approved. Inflation, you have a cap of 5%. I got my Social Security. I think it was 9% for the past year. 60% of that's 5.6%. We've had bond rates going down since the mid 80s from, I think they were like at about 60 per thousand. Interest rates were about 18%, 17%. Interest rates have gone down for 40 years. It's not going to continue. It obviously hasn't. So now you have people who own properties with a 5% cap already behind the 8 ball as far as trying to work in the economic climate. Wages haven't gone up. No one's going after business owners. Taxes go up. No one's going after the state. I mean, you can go down the litany of everything that goes up, but only landlords are being penalized. I agree there needs to be rent control. Our friends got priced out of their part of the duplex over by Sorella Cafe because the guy who's died, his son took it over and jacked their rent up $800 a month just to get him out. They'd been there, I don't know, 18, 20 years. But these are absurd. How come nobody has a problem with a kennel charging $1,800 to keep a dog for a month? How big is the cage and the kennel for your dog? You don't seem to have a problem with that type of expense, to be paid, of course, by the landlord if they have to do renovation. As far as DSA, Democratic Socialists of America, as people have stated, their goal is to bankrupt landowners, suspend anyone paying rent. And then the government should come in and buy the housing. Oh, isn't that with tax dollars? How's it working for Golden Gate Village? County Marin's owned them for years. This is their fourth winter with no heat. You think that the landlords here would let their tenants go 4 years without heat? So who are you penalizing? You're penalizing people who work within the system. These people aren't rich. Fairfax was never the rich place. I used to call it, yeah, I live in Fairfax. You know, it's kind of beyond the Chi-Chi line. It stops at the border of San Anselmo and Fairfax. It's not our fault that prices for housing have gone up. And people who paid $28,000 for a house in 1973 could sell it now for $1.2 million and retire, maybe go somewhere else. It's hard to fault them for that. Jingoistic phrases like housing is a right. Renters are paying your mortgage. You're going to cash out and become rich when you sell your property. I don't know. Housing is a right. How large? What if you have claustrophobia? What if you really have claustrophobia? So does that person get more just because they have more claustrophobia than somebody else who has like less claustrophobia? What kind of features are you going to have in this house for everyone? You know, this is like absurd thinking. I used to live in a teepee on the ridge above the golf course. I didn't have plumbing. I didn't complain to the town of Nicasio or San Geronimo that I needed plumbing.
Mark, if you could please wrap up your comments.
Yeah,
We're
okay.
approaching 7
So,
minutes.
you know, there are plenty of places in other parts of the country where housing is cheap. I have friends who bought houses in Kentucky for $25,000. There are other places that you can live. Sometimes you have to go somewhere else for several years, and then you can make money, and then you can come back and you can make a down payment on a house. My daughter bought a house. She's in Oakland. She didn't live here for 10 years, but she was able to save money and buy a house here for a variety of reasons. So just a couple things to throw some fire on this. Mayor Catrano, you yourself stated that if your rent was raised 10%, you were going to have to move out. You directly benefited from the passage of these bills. You didn't recuse yourself from the vote. This is a cause of great concern. Councilwoman Blash works for a housing company. I'm hoping that she'll recuse herself from votes on the housing issues because she benefits from this type of thing, from housing going in. You caused the divisiveness. You had the opportunity to stop it. What I would say is put these on hold, get together with the landlords, work out something that is fair to everyone. Put it to a vote to the people of Fairfax, and I think then everyone can live with it. Thank you.
Some hard acts to follow around here. My name is Sierra Salen, and I'm running from office. And, you know, I can guarantee you one thing. When I'm dictator, everything is going to be so very, very, very probably much worse than it already is. And that's kind of the problem with things. We think we're doing one thing and we're not in control. Things have this way of kind of going a little bit sideways. It's like, follow me. But Anyway, my first house cost me $42,000. And that was 1988. It was a shack, but you can't buy a car for $42,000 these days. I grew up in San Rafael, a family homestead. I think my mom sold it for $28,000 in 72 and could never afford to get another house after that. It's always been an expensive place. Most of the people I grew up with went other places because it's always been pricey and hardly any of us were left. Fairfax has some of the lowest rents in Marin County. As we stand, let that sink in. Fairfax has some of the lowest rents in Marin County. So why does Fairfax have to bear the brunt of supporting everybody else in the county or the Bay Area? We're already the cheapest rents pretty much. We've always been, I mean, you can go out, Bolinas used to be cheaper, but now it's, I don't even know what Bolinas is anymore. Landlords provide housing, and most of them pretty honorably. And me, I'm a heartless, money-grubbing, capitalistic pig. I mean, you can tell that by my fashion sense and just how well I speak in public and clarify my thoughts and everything. And I support sane regulations. And I don't think this is it. I think I called these ordinances half-baked and suggested they needed more time and work before they were enacted. And I still think that, and I'm not alone. The intentions are good, but there's a whole bunch of unintended consequences. I agree pretty much entirely with what Graham Irwin said, and much of a lot of everybody else. And there's been a lot of good things said. I think more problematic are REITs and a bunch of investment pools, which are heartless and raised rents kind of indiscriminately. That's problematic, and that's a big difference from mom and pop landlords. And people leave the mom and pops alone. And there was a woman earlier, Susan Adams, who said something about somebody like, shooting a gun. Of course, that was me. And she took that totally out of context. It was more like a kid, kind of like somebody was making a point, and I was like, it's kind of like punctuating the point. And yes, guns aren't exactly cool anymore. And you give most boys 3 to 5 years old in the park or whatever a stick, and they're going to be shooting things. And part of that's cultural, part of it's genetic. But kind of what I wanted to say to Susan Adams and other people about that is anybody that knows me or where I stand on guns and other things, or even saw me in the parade last year when I pushed along a 5-foot-long coffin with signs that were made out with the guns, knows that I'm not exactly into shooting people. And I just wanted to comment on her because I thought she was kind of humorless. And I also kind of agree with her. I mean, it's hard. This is a problem. People don't have the money to pay the rent. People that grew up here or live in a house or elderly or whatever get forced out. What do we do? But is it the homeowner's responsibility to take that and change that now without really getting notified and without being really brought along? I mean, that's a big change. And it was pretty much put on people without a lot of say. And anyway, I agree with a lot of it. We got work to do. And what a freaking world.
Thank you. Yeah.
I just want to say something. I worked with Susan Adams. She's an incredibly tough attorney who actually worked on 9/11, giving out death certificates where there were no bodies. She's a tough woman. And if she says this is an intimidating room to speak for what she believes in, I believe her. And I also want to say one thing about Councilmember Blash. She does not work for a housing developer. She did work for Marin Environmental Housing Collaborative, which is a nonprofit and helps people. And I believe Councilmember Blash no longer works there. She works for UCSF. So I just want to echo what the mayor said. Let's be respectful of everyone here. It's really hard to speak up for everyone. I know it's difficult. Some of us, like Frank Egger, he has no problem with it, but I know it's scary and it's intimidating, and let's help people be able to speak what they feel in their heart. Thank you.
Thanks so much for that. Hi, everyone. My name is Naomi, and I've lived in Fairfax for 17 years as a renter. I raised my son here. It's been a joy to be part of this community. I want to share my ongoing strong support for the ordinances and the protections that they offer to the most vulnerable members of our community. I get that some of my neighbors are concerned about how these will affect them and may have some questions or some amendments that they wish to propose. It is very understandable that everyone wants to be able to speak their piece on this. Maybe some tweaks are needed. But it's also important to remind everyone that the process by which these ordinances were adopted spanned many months, and hundreds of public comments from Fairfax residents were heard. Those were Fairfax residents. The council listened to the people. The opportunity is now here for them to continue listening, and that is what they are doing tonight. But to suggest that these ordinances should be fully rescinded because of some imaginary incorrectness of process is disrespectful to the many Fairfax residents who paid attention to agendas and showed up for meeting after meeting on this issue. Further, the assertion that these ordinances should just be scrapped is harmful to those who live in our town who are one rent increase away from being forced to leave our community. These are families with kids in our schools, single parents, essential workers, teachers, and many other hardworking, important members of our community, many of whom are paying well over half their income in rent each month. I hope we can all remember those people, many of whom I am sure would be intimidated to show up and speak tonight due to the inherent power imbalances at play as we move forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Frank Ager, Meadoway. You know, I've been hanging out in Fairfax, in and around Fairfax since the early 1940s. And it's changed a little, but it hasn't changed all that much. You know, it's really a sweet little town. So the question is, was the process fair? One side says it was fair, the other side says it wasn't fair. So let's look at it. You know, if the ordinances are not revoked, owners of all rental properties, legal or illegal, will have to register their units with a town manager, listing their property address, how many units they have, the rents that are charged as of February 2nd, 2022. There are about 300 undocumented, I call them undocumented second and third units here in Fairfax. Most are affordable. Who will have access to that data once they're required to register with the town manager? Those units are threatened by Fairfax's just cause for eviction and rent stabilization law. Owners will either sell or pull them off the market, the illegal ones I'm talking about. A simple rent control law could work in Fairfax, but these new laws were written by the head of Berkeley's Rent Control Board. Fairfax is approving a contract with the city of Berkeley to hear all appeals. Fairfax's mom, pop, landladies, and landlords will have to travel to Berkeley for their appeal to be heard. The chances of a Fairfax property owner prevailing in Berkeley are slim to none. In the late 1980s, we put rent control on the ballot here in Fairfax. It lost. In 2018, the very progressive Santa Cruz City Council put just cause for eviction and rent stabilization on the ballot down in Santa Cruz. It lost. Fairfax's history is replete with initiatives and referendums. So many issues have been put before the voters in Fairfax. JP Morgan is buying over $1 billion worth of houses. That's how they're investing their money nationwide. We see the ads on TV. John buys Bay Area houses. John's not buying them for John. He's buying them for corporations. Corporate ownerships will change our town. I urge you to put the Fairfax just cause for eviction and rent stabilization laws on the March 2024 ballot. It'll be the least expensive election date coming up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you all for handling this as well tonight as you have. This is not easy. Our town is being torn apart from the inside out, and it's really sad to see. My name is Candace. I grew up in this town. I went to St. Rita. It's been almost 39 years I've been here. I've seen changes. I've seen different fields of politics or ideology within the councils or our town, or depending on the era, all sorts of different things. But something that was consistent throughout that was democracy and the right to vote on issues that affect us. That's something I'm not seeing right now, and I don't like it. It makes me not proud of my town that I've been proud of my whole life. Being 38 years old, myself and some other Fairfaxians our age that are still here, we have parents that are barely holding on to their homes, whether it's because they're on Social Security or inflation, or your homeowner's insurance goes up thousands due to fire danger, you name it, or prescriptions or surgeries. I have family that's scared. I met an 84-year-old woman that didn't turn on the heat because she couldn't rent out her ADU under these ordinances and feel safe. She offered me a blanket. You need to understand what you're doing and who you could be hurting or how. I respect where you're coming from. I'm a renter. I'm a tenant. I do property management. I also understand the other side of cost. But by stepping into people's homes the way you have, Fairfax has been a private town for a long time, the 50s, 60s. People like to live their lives here, raise their families, smile at each other on the sidewalks, recognize their town council members. I work in 2 businesses in town. You can see how many of you I see on a daily basis or weekly or monthly. And I work at multiple businesses. I wanted to introduce myself because I will not be going away from this. And neither will some of the people that I grew up with in this town that are my age, perhaps never really wanted to involve ourselves in town politics at this age, but are feeling right now a lot of pressure because there's been a lot of waste, a lot of fear. It's not okay. You have senior citizens scared in this town right now. People worried about losing their homes that they worked their whole lives for and barely held on to, whether it was a refinance or a reverse mortgage. You don't understand all the idiosyncrasies of this town or the culture. Did any of you grow up here? You're welcome to respond, but I'm just curious because there's a lot of people in this town that did grow up here and that remember Fairfax in all different eras, the good, the bad. It's always been a funky place, and there's a lot of different situations here and things that you guys did not consider by doing this. It's not fair, it's not good, and it's not working. I implore all of you, please, I'm a reasonable person. I will speak to any of you at any time. I emailed many of you at the end of November. I got 1 response for 2 weeks. Finally, I started to get trickling responses from most of you. I wrote a lot of pointed questions that were, how much was spent on this? Who is involved in this? I did not receive clear responses, if responses at all. Michelle, I want to thank you for all that you've been doing with all this, because I know that you've been having to handle thousands of emails, and I appreciate you a lot. But just please know, you guys, that you're dealing with reasonable people that love their town. And I hope you love our town. Because right now, a lot of people that live here don't feel like you do. And some of the things that you're doing are causing a lot of pain, stress, anguish, strife, questions of honesty or truth. People are looking at each other in ways that they've never looked at each other in this town. And that's sad, really sad, and should not be the Fairfax way. And it's not the Fairfax way. Fairfax has done better, and you can do better. And we're here to help you. But this is not going away. Thank you.
Thank you.
I really hate doing this. I'm not a speaker, but my name is Susan Fisher and I live in on San Gabriel Court in Fairfax. And I just like to say, first of all, I agree with every single thing that's been said so far. Number one. Number two, I bought my first house in Fairfax in 1978. I made $1,000 a month and my mortgage was $650. I really wanted to buy a house in a Sleepy Hollow or Ross. That's where I really wanted to live. But you know what? I couldn't afford to do that. So I bought a house in Fairfax. You do what you have to do. You go where you can afford to live. Number one. Number two, I am so tired of hearing about rent insecurity. Because let me tell you, when you make $1,000 a month and your mortgage is $650, you eat a lot of top ramen and you don't eat sometimes to do what you have to do. And it was more important to me to own a house than to eat, I suppose. You know, you do what you have to do. That said, I live in Marinda Oaks right now. This is I mean, I can hardly talk to this issue because I get so upset. I rent a room in my house to someone who has been there 8 years. I have never raised the rent once. He pays no utilities at all and probably uses the internet more than I do. Whatever. I know he can't afford more, so I don't do that. My husband is terminally ill. My brother, who was in a motorcycle accident when he was 21, he's 70, is fairly severely handicapped physically, who also lives with us. Now, this is what you've created with this ordinance. I may have to hire a full-time caregiver for my husband, okay? I can't get rid of my tenant because the ordinance doesn't consider it a just cause. So I have to buy my tenant out to leave so I can afford a caregiver to take care of my husband who paid for this house, right? Okay. Then you hire a caregiver and like, maybe it doesn't work out. And now we've created yet another scenario that I may have to buy a caregiver out or my husband dies. So now I have to pay or my daughter, this is another thing. My daughter grew up here in Fairfax. She could not afford to live in Fairfax. She now lives in Maine, in a beautiful house in Maine. But you know what? She would love to live in Fairfax, but she can't afford to do that. So instead of crying and whining and going, oh my God, I need to be taken care of, she went where she could afford to live. Okay. And on that same scenario about a terminally ill husband, if my daughter said to me, you know, Mom, I'll come home and I'll take care of Dad. Okay. Her own father in her house. Again, I'd have to buy out a tenant to do that. And the last thing I want to say, it's very interesting how you put a cap on rent. I did commercial real estate work for 18 years and, you know, there's caps on all kinds of stuff, but to put it 60% of the cost of living, let's say your rent's $2,000 a month, 60% of what you can raise the rent is $24. That wouldn't buy a cup of coffee for a month. Okay. And that's what you're allowed to raise the rent on that. I think that should be capped at the cost of living, period. maxed out at 5% or whatever. Yeah, there should be a cap, but 60%, it's ridiculous. And there was one other thing that just slipped my mind. And let me see if I can find it. 6%. I don't know. I can't remember what it is, but yeah. So anyway, so that's how I feel about it. And, it's so, I mean, there's so many parts to it, like the subletting, the tenant, again, in commercial real estate, there was always a clause that the landlord, you had the right to approve a tenant. My tenant could decide to go to Europe for 6 months, rent that room out in my house, raise the rent, keep the overage that he's charging. I mean, what is wrong with that picture? I mean, what is wrong? Did you even know that that's how it's written? I mean, you say you read this ordinance, but I find it very difficult that you read it because it is so ominous. Anyway, that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Good evening again, Council. Joe McGarry. I'm a long-term and current renter here in Fairfax, and I want to thank you for these ordinances. They've provided a level of security for me and for a lot of my friends and people I work with who live and work in this town, and it's provided security and some stability that hasn't been experienced in a long time in terms of housing accommodations. That there was a reason that you all worked on this, and it was because there was a trajectory that was out of control, that was displacing people, that was making the working class of this town were leaving in droves. They no longer could afford to live here. It was a situation where there's, a third of the residents are renters, and half of the renters pay more than 30% of their income, which made them rent burdened. And 71% of the renters were some form of low income. So it was something that needed to be addressed. Otherwise, the entire working class was going to be pushed out of town. We were losing, people. I too. I mean, I don't like to claim this as something because I think, but I too was raised here, and I have a mother who lives here, and I enjoy being close to her, and I want to stay here, and so I thank you, for these. Ordinances that will provide that stability. And I just want to I was here for all of the meetings, all the meetings around this issue. And I guess I was here. I didn't receive an invitation. None of the council members invited me to be here. There was no outreach to me to come and attend and to speak and to be involved and to see the process. I was civically engaged, and also I had this situation that was difficult. I wanted to stay here as a renter. And so there was to claim that this was some backroom thing that happened is utterly preposterous. Okay. I mean, you can go and you can look at agendas, and you can see staff reports, and you can see minutes, and you can see recordings. And it was all done right here. I mean, even within the PRA that I saw, it was requesting secret meetings between the DSA, and those meetings are listed in every agenda. At the beginning of the month, the council members list who they meet with, what activities they take part in. And for each one of them, it was listed there who they were meeting with. So there was no backroom deals being done. And that notion of this process being secretive it just needs to stop, because it's a non-truth. It's really a part of a larger misinformation campaign. And the pieces around property values and rental stock decreasing. Like there's no foundation to that. There's no Bay Area example of a city or town that's implemented rent control that
Please, if you can direct your comments this way.
Sure, sorry.
Go.
There's no example where that's taken place. These cities are still thriving. Their property values are increasing, and the rental stock has maintained, if not grown. And I think, like, you know, there's a lot of talk about this issue being divisive, and I always like my antennas go up when I hear divisive, because usually that claim is come from the group who's traditionally held the power, and the group that did not hold the power has now has gained a little bit of power and has gained some stability, and that's deemed divisive, because when people have things and those things start to be maybe not guaranteed how they mapped out what their returns were going to be, then there's an uproar, and all of a sudden there's divisive. I'll tell you, renters, we're not divided. We're not upset. We don't see it as divisive. We're all good. And so this claim of divisiveness, it doesn't exist. It exists in with a certain group of people in town. And lastly, like this, when we say looking at each other different, I heard that thrown around a few times, and maybe that's what it is like tenants are now looking at their landlords in the eyes because they're not scared anymore. You know, they know that they have stability in housing and that they can ask for repairs being done and not worry about retaliation. And that's all like a reality for renters. Even with good landlords, you are concerned about these things. You put off things that are basic needs that you need done because you're in a fragile market and you don't want to get in bad light with your landlord by asking for too many things. And now that's not the case. So when we're looking at each other different, I think what you're feeling is your tenants looking at you in the eyes. So once again, I just want to thank you for what you've done and the stability that you provided for the working class. And I ask that you stand strong, and these ordinances are well thought out over all these meetings, all these discussions. Hundreds and hundreds of Fairfax residents gave testimony on them, and let's proceed and move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Wendy, and I was pushed out of my home in Fairfax after 11 years of being here with nowhere to go here in Fairfax. I want to thank everybody who's spoken today for the honesty and the personal stories. Obviously, this issue is extremely passionate for everybody, and I just want to thank everybody's voices, but I especially want to thank the renters who've come up here and to speak. Earlier in the meeting, people were complaining about homeless people who are houseless and homeless and where they're sleeping in our town, in this town. It's not my town anymore. I admit that, but it's still my town. And it doesn't make sense to me to complain about the people who are homeless and then not care about the renters who are here when it's not really a separate issue. The housing crisis has been ongoing, and it's real, and it gets worse by the day. And we know that as renters. The intimidation that's been here today and other meetings and in general between landlords and tenants is also very real. It's never been safe for renters to speak up. And I really appreciate the renters who have been. And this is not a low rent town. And there are not a lot of rentals here. available when people are looking for homes. Renters need protections, and we all know that. And I really appreciate that this town is working on that issue and passed these laws. And maybe they're not perfect and maybe they need to be worked on, but I really think that tenants need to speak just as much as landlords do, and they don't usually have a voice. And I don't feel like that this kind of setting provides a place for a safe voice. So I would really love it if I would hear all the landlords who are speaking, if they actually wanted to hear what tenants have to say. Then maybe we could get somewhere. I'm sorry, I'm shaky tonight. The power imbalance is real. And I really wish that people would listen to each other. I haven't heard a single solution to what the complaints are from landlords who've spoken tonight or the other meetings when I've heard landlords speak. I haven't heard them speak. I haven't heard them offer solutions. So I just feel like that needs to be spoken to. And if there is a real care for tenants, then let's come up with solutions together and speak to each other and actually listen to each other. And I don't know how that's going to happen, honestly. The amount of disparagement that's been going on in these meetings is really disheartening to me. There's an abuse of power, and it's not from you guys. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker.
So thank you, Town Council, and thank you for all the listening you've been doing tonight. This has been a long meeting, and thank you very much for all of that. I wasn't going to speak. I'm Blaine Morris, by the way. I live on Cascade Drive. You know, as people talking about the process, and there's different ways of describing the way this has all gone down. But as I was sitting back there listening to a couple of the last few speakers, I thought about a human resource professional that I worked with probably 22 years ago in my prior life. And she had an email tagline that said, people aren't going to remember what you said. They're not going to remember what you did. They're going to remember how you made them feel. And I think that for a lot of the people talking about the process and feeling disenfranchised by the process, I think they feel like they were disenfranchised. And I think that's a big part of why there's so much emotion in the room. I also have to disclose I'm a realtor, but I'm not going to talk about this from property values. But I do want to say that as a realtor, when I go around and talk with folks about the possibility of selling their income property, almost without exception, these housing providers are offering below market rent, frequently way below market rent. I don't sell big apartment buildings quite, so I can't speak to that market. But in the mom and pop and triplexes and duplexes and places with ADUs, I can't remember the last time I went to talk to somebody about selling their property where the rent was at the market. I'm sure there's lots of places out there with market. I'm just talking about people that are kind of getting to the point where they're going to sell their property. And why is this? Well, because by and large, we have cool and reasonable landlords in Fairfax who want to do good by their tenants. So I think that's the first thing I want to say, and that's the last thing I'm going to talk about being a realtor. We've talked about unintended consequences. We all want to keep Fairfax funky. It's a bumper sticker. We've got landlords who are the cool landlords. They want to give people a shot. Sometimes there's a less than stellar credit history. Sometimes someone has other history they've moved on from. In Fairfax, that I've lived in for 30 years, we have landlords who will give those folks a shot, the benefit of the doubt. But dare I say, these days are likely coming to a close with this ordinance. And speaking of bumper stickers, only in Fairfax. Only in Fairfax could we pass the biggest piece of public policy in a generation with only 22 days from when the ordinance was read before this council in this room until it was voted into law by the council. And that's right, for those of you here and at home. The first reading of this ordinance was discussed at the town council meeting this past October 11th. Second reading was November 2nd. And that's the night the town council passed it. I went to my calendar and counted the days, 22 days. And that was coincidentally 6 days before the November general election, because everybody was paying attention, right? For the biggest piece of public policy in a generation here in Fairfax, only in Fairfax. Only in Fairfax can we pass the biggest and by far most expensive piece of public policy in a generation as an unfunded mandate. Who's going to pay for this? It's easy to say that the housing providers are going to pay for this, but we've already spent a bunch of money on legal fees for this policy, and the town's going to continue to pay legal fees to get this implemented. So that means everybody in this room is already paying for it. And have you, only in Fairfax, only in Fairfax could one of the smallest towns in the Bay Area create one of the biggest bureaucracies in the Bay Area to administer this. We all know how long these town council meetings can be. Does everyone know that the town council is going to be the de facto rent control board? Well, not exactly. This bureaucracy that we've created runs right through the Civic Center in Santa Rafael. Before it comes to Fairfax, the bureaucracy is going to take a detour across the Richmond Bridge to be evaluated, administered by our friends in the fine city of Berkeley. Have you been to Berkeley lately? A shining light on the hill to make the decisions that'll affect our mom and pop landlords in Fairfax because their rents are so cheap in Berkeley? Only in Fairfax. Only in Fairfax can we pass the strictest and most onerous rent control ordinance in the state of California. Did you know that? Stricter than San Francisco, stricter than Oakland, and stricter than Berkeley. Because we want to one up the quality of life in these communities. Congratulations, Fairfax, we've done it. Only in Fairfax. I could go on, but I don't want to further disparage my favorite bumper sticker. Perhaps only in Fairfax, perhaps our fine town council can repeal this terrible, terrible, terrible piece of public policy. Start over. Bring all the stakeholders in to talk about it. Most of all, bring it up for a vote. Only in Fairfax. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Mallory Guyheim, Fairfax. 50 years worth of Fairfax when it was a really sweet little town. And all right, so from what I understand, you're meeting with people from the socialist group and with people from Berkeley, neither of whom are from Fairfax. And I just want to start with the first four letters of our town is fair. And I don't think we've been treated this way. And maybe there is a way for Fairfax to work this out for both sides to be okay. And I think that might take a meeting that's not a town council meeting, so our voices can be heard. And we can have, which we've had years ago, an open meeting here for, I forgot whatever the issue was, but we had dialogue, and this is not dialogue. I'm sorry. Okay. Many of us show up here. I have to take my glasses off because I can't see. A majority of whom are for affordable housing, but not for, basically not for screwing the landlords or the people who are owning houses, most of whom I believe are just trying to get by, and many of whom are on social security, and they just need a place that gives them some extra income. I don't think that there are many, if any, greedy people who own houses here. And I don't think that there are any corporations, maybe for the big building, the apartments, but the big apartments, but I don't think there are any corporation who are owning the houses here. We are not Berkeley, and we are not run by corporate landlords as of yet, which I think this will change if you go with what you're planning to do now. The other thing is, it's really important for me, is we are not here to plead a case to you. Okay, we are here for you to listen to the majority of the people who voted for you to represent us. From what I understand, and I could be wrong and you can correct me, but you have met behind closed doors without informing us, or posting a meeting too late so not many people would show up to come to your conclusions and decisions when we are not part of it. I am tired of these power trips, or whatever it is, and the desire to appear woke as a town. We are people who have always been above the curve. And now we're turning into something else, which I certainly don't like, and probably many people don't either. We have to figure out, there are people on both sides of this issue, and we have to figure out a way, and that might be a meeting, where we can agree on most things and not all of the things that are going to trouble people who have worked their lives to own a place, and so they can retire, and they get help by renting out some of their homes or their ADUs. Now, I want to just disclose, and I'm not saying this for anybody but myself. I've been on the Affordable Housing Committee, I think 4 terms. I don't know if that's 12 years. I think we've met about 7 times. And I don't like this idea that we are this wonderful town who embraces affordable housing, and yet we don't have meetings. And I really want to see that change. And I think we should have meetings. And I am for affordable housing, but I am also for people who are the owners to get treated fairly as well. And I think there's a way to do this if we can sit down and have a dialogue together and try to figure this out. I am therefore pro vote for this. And basically, if it's not broken, which it's not, don't fix it. And we have just spent, or in the process of spending, $1 million on outside consultants, which we could be using to hire lawyers who want to go to Sacramento and talk to people there and tell them what our situation is, so that we don't get killed trying to get out of town, because there are so many more people that we can barely get out of town now. And and that's pretty much it. I think we should be fair, but I think fair to both sides. Thank you.
Thanks, Mallory. I'm sorry, we actually have to really go to Zoom. I have
know,
no
but
idea.
real quick, I forgot. I remember what I wanted to say.
You've already spoken, ma'am. I'm sorry, but you can write us too.
No, I want to say what I have to say, and that is, why did you put a cap on the rent, and yet you didn't put a cap on what a landlord has to pay a tenant to get out of their property? Okay, that is my question.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
The sheriff, please. Okay, we have to take the 11:30 rule. Vice Mayor Kohler, do you want to?
So,
Can I say one quick thing? It's really quick. It's an observation I made.
Sure.
Okay, I'm a tenant. I'm not gonna go into my whole tenant story right now. But what I have heard here is that, people were not taking part in the democratic process by being here in these town council meetings, and therefore they didn't get wind of what was going on. However, what I have witnessed tonight is that technology has broken down. People trying to stand up and speak their voice were cut off and told they can't do that. And I don't know how you would handle 600-700 people here speaking their voice and listening. There's no format for everybody to be here all the time. So it's actually on you guys to reach out to the parties that are affected by the decisions that you make. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
so, we have something called the 11:30 rule, and we have to decide if we're going to continue items. I would suggest that we try to finish both items that are left.
Okay.
I agree.
And so I would make a motion to waive the 11:30 rule and continue on.
I'll second it.
Okay. Motion second, Kohler Ackerman. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Blash? Aye. Vice Mayor Kohler?
Aye.
Councilmember Hellman?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
And Mayor Cutrano?
Yes.
Motion
All
passes.
yeses. Thank you. Okay. Can folks on Zoom that are still with us at this hour raise their hand? And Michelle, do you have is there a count?
Yes, there is a count. We have 90 people on Zoom
Okay.
and 25 hands raised.
Okay. Okay. Great. That sounds good.
We're ready?
Yeah. And okay, we'll make this work. So for folks who've raised your hands on Zoom, and if you weren't with us earlier, we've had technical difficulties. So what we're doing is having folks call in. You can call my number at 312-403-3702. Michelle will call your name and feel free to press the call button at that time, and then we'll get your comment in here. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just going to go in order of the raised hands. And I'll give you a few people in advance so you can be prepared to call the mayor when it's your turn. The first speaker is Michael Schroeder, followed by Philip Pfeffer, followed by Ava. So if Michael Schroeder would please call the mayor.
Okay. Michael, we have you here.
Hi, actually, this is Liz. I'm Michael's wife, and I'm on his computer. So he went to bed, and I wanted to let my voice be heard. My husband and I have been living in Fairfax for 18 years. We've raised our family here. We pay taxes here. We pay a lot of property taxes here. It's not always been easy for us. We've scraped and we've worked hard, and we live here because we worked hard. We worked really hard. And I just am wanting to express my concern about the way this has been handled. A letter, maybe we could have wrote a letter to everybody. I'm going to be honest. I don't attend every meeting. I trusted in my public officials. Some of those people I thought were my friends were on this board. And I've felt very betrayed by a lack of what I think is transparency. What I found out was because I was going to build an ADU for my elderly mother, and I wanted my mom to come live in Fairfax after my father passed away. I didn't want her to live alone anymore, and I was going to go ahead and try to get her to come. And when I heard about this ordinance, I was persuaded. I decided it was too risky. I was no longer going to take the financial risk to build an ADU, because someday when my mom passed away, I would have to rent it out. I'm not a greedy person. I don't feel like I need to be managed and told what I how to be fair. I think most people in Fairfax are fair. I'm really moved by the girl who lived in Fairfax for her whole life and is talking about the very circumstances of people who live here, the people who plan their retirement to rent out their one room. And I just think it's not been handled right. I was a tenant. I've been a renter. I get it. There's two sides, but we can do better than this. We have to come together and have a discussion instead of being ruled by the Democratic Socialists, by the town of Berkeley. We're Fairfax. We're 7,000 people. We're not Berkeley. We're responsible. We're bright. We can figure out a solution to this. And the way this is handled, I'm very concerned. I'm also very concerned that the town has missed the deadline to have a housing plan. You know, there's developers now who are going to swoop in here. I don't know what's happening in my town. I'm scared. I've invested a tremendous amount of money in living here and buying a home here, and I'm frankly quite worried what the future of this town is. So I hope we can come together, because the other guy thinks that, you know, we're against the renters. We're not. We feel betrayed by our public officials. We feel like we've not been heard, and we've been not heard. And so that's all I want to say. I hope we can find a way to listen to each other and come to some solutions, because this doesn't feel fair. And I feel sad about what's happening in my town. And I worry about these senior citizens. I worry about all these people who invested money here in homes. I worry about the tenants too. I'm not a heartless person. I don't think people who live in Fairfax are heartless. I think we have to be trusted to find some solutions. And that's all I want to say. Thank you for all you're doing.
Thank you, Liz.
The next speaker is PJ Pfeffer, followed by Ava. PJ, if you could call.
Is this PJ?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Hi, this is Philip Pfeffers. I'm speaking as a homeowner in Fairfax. There's been a lot of misinformation from speakers opposed to these ordinances tonight. From whole cloth untruths about how these ordinances came to be to complete misrepresentations of what these ordinances say compared to previous law. But I want to focus on a specific issue, the question of whether or not they should go to a vote. One comment we've heard repeatedly from those opposed to these ordinances, and one I know may seem on its face to be a neutral and reasonable suggestion, is that these ordinances should have been and should be only allowed upon a direct vote by the voters. We live in a representative democracy, and there are very important benefits to this system. I'll mention only briefly the administrative necessity. Life would grind to a halt and very little could happen if every matter a representative body currently considers and takes action on went to a vote. I believe the opposition group understands and agrees with this, which is why they focus on the importance and impact of this specific issue as the reason this in particular should be subject to a vote on a ballot. Many people voicing these concerns also highlight the gravity and importance of the general plan and the housing element earlier in this meeting. And yet, understandably, we haven't heard similar calls to put every section of both of those documents up for individual ballot votes. I doubt those same people would advocate for individual ballot votes on every building safety code requirement. Very important issues. This same group has highlighted concerns about the length and complexity of the ordinances. Some have said landlords are unable to even understand them without the assistance of an attorney. Deferring to elected representatives to consider and make decisions about complex and lengthy legislation is a great benefit of a representative democracy. It helps make sure the interest of people who may not have the time to add on a second full-time job to research and consider in depth every item of government considers. It is, however, a well-known tactic of deep-pocketed special interest groups to push for ballot measures and referendums to get their way. As in other cases where special interests push for referendum votes, the insistence on doing so is coming from the side of the issue that has far greater resources to campaign to the voters and shape the language and discourse. For a very recent example in California, you may recall the Prop 22 campaign, funded with over $200 million and backed by Uber, Lyft, and DoorDash in response to Assembly Bill 5. The real estate lobby and industry organizations are well funded and all opposed to these ordinances because they benefit from housing as an investment commodity. But those most vulnerable without these ordinances are so vulnerable because of a lack of financial resources. Money in politics is a problem, and not only seen at the national and statewide level. When there's a long and complicated piece of legislation on the ballot, the well-funded special interest campaigns are able to outspend opposing voices and get their way. I also wanted to briefly touch on the economics of the issue. We hear a lot about supply and demand, and we see generally two research papers cited in defense of these claims. A research paper that studied San Francisco's rent control program in the 70s through the 90s, and one in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Both showed that once rent control was removed from an area, rental prices went up drastically, both for previous rent control and non-rent controlled units. To suggest that rent control would make rental prices go up is just not supported by the facts in any situation we've seen.
Please stop interrupting. We've let people go 6 minutes. You know, I'm sorry, PJ, let him speak.
This is exactly what people are talking about. If we're creating hostile environments where we're not allowing people to speak their comment into the record, even though we give everyone else ample time to speak their comment into the record. So please, can you please finish up quickly, PJ?
I will wrap up. Just one point. I understand and agree and sympathize with the concern about corporate landlords coming into Fairfax. We heard from a speaker tonight who also spoke at the June 9th Zoom meeting about the impact of these ordinances. He explicitly said that he has clients that invested in real estate in San Francisco and now only want to buy real estate properties as investments in places without rent control. He framed this as an issue, depressing the prices of homeowners who want to sell their units to out-of-town investors. The point being that we are more likely to have out-of-town investors buying up rental properties in Fairfax if there is not rent control and just cause eviction. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next caller is, sorry, the order has changed.
Here's someone
Okay.
here. Hello.
Hi, is this the mayor?
Yes, this is.
Okay. Well, I hope I'm not getting reverb. Can you hear me okay?
No, you sound fine. Is this Ava? Was that who that was in the queue?
Sorry. Okay. I wanted to thank PJ Pfeffer for his comments. Those were amazing. I've heard him speak at a board of supervisors many times, and I'm always grateful to hear his voice. I just really quickly wanted to point out that we heard from a lot of white homeowners. Many talked about how they bought for $48,000 or, $42,000 before 1990. Some of these dates were like 1978, some were 1988. And that is terrific for them. I do want to point out that those people came to Marin County well after Black population first arrived in Marin City. And the privileges that they were given, being able to buy in Marin County, were denied to Black families in Marin City. And in fact, I've been tracking unhoused populations in Marin County, and it's very disturbing how many workers, former renters who grew up in Marin City are now unhoused and have been unhoused for years. And so much of this has to do with not being able to buy in to the rental market. It's a little unnerving to have people like the coffee roastery couple call in with their thick New York accents, complaining about, quote, woke. I mean, what does that even mean? These people who were given every advantage in California, treat concerns about rent as so
meaningless or such an infringement on their rights. But one of the landlords who spoke, who said that he'd had to take 8 units off the market because of these horrible ordinances, he owns a property valued at $68 million in Fairfax. So it's just a little it's a little odd hearing these people. And I do also have to point out that there's a very obvious generational issue. These are these landlords have almost entirely who spoke have been baby boomers. And this is a very lucky generation. And especially those who could buy in early, in the rental, in the property market in Marin County. But there's several generations after the boomers who, as the younger they get, the worse their opportunities are. Who do these baby boomers think are going to be taking care of them when they become too infirm to do things for themselves? I mean, who will be there to perform those duties? I worked as a technician at UCSF for years. I took care of a lot of elderly people in hospital, and rent protections would have been really helpful for me. I don't know who these people think are going to be left after they choke out all of the younger generation. They're going to need some working class people in Fairfax. And as to the woman who grew up in Fairfax and is now a property manager at, I think she said 2 different places, I think it is important to point out that is someone who has an obvious conflict of interest. As if you're a property manager, you're already working for landlords. But it is a tough crowd tonight. Speaking up, I think it was visible how hard it was for some of the renters to speak. I want to thank them, and I want to thank them for being patient and for being brave in this environment. And I thank the council too. And I also want to say there are a lot of people. If I could just say one last thing. A lot of people listening in from all over the Bay Area just to hear, because the stories got out about how bad the landlords were in Fairfax, like how obnoxious they are. And
Can I just interrupt? I think that, excuse me, ma'am. I think there's been a lot of disparagement of landlords and others.
Yeah.
Please don't
Ava,
do that.
Please, we're just gonna conclude your comments and thank you.
There was a great commercial for DSA because this was
Okay.
unreal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I would just remind anyone else who's calling in, and thank you, Vice Mayor Kohler, but bringing us back to the meeting protocols. We're expecting that people refrain from ridiculing the character or motives of council members, staff, or members of the public, and maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. That goes in all directions, 360, and that those aren't the type of comments that are constructive and are helping us here tonight. So please be mindful and be mindful of the time as we're trying to get to the end of this. Thank you. Someone tried to call me twice, so I'm gonna call him back. No. Okay. Call, please, Michelle. Sorry.
It might have been Ava. I think her hand is still up, unless that was Ava.
I think
that was Ava.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Sorry. The next speaker is Karen Arnold, followed by Raymond Bergarella. So Karen, if you could call the mayor.
No, and just too many. I'm not receiving a call, so maybe Ray.
Ray Bergarella, can you call the mayor?
Okay, I'm getting a phone call. Hello.
Oh, hi, Chad.
Oh, hi.
Wait,
Is this?
Turn off my. How do I do that?
You just turn off your volume on your computer.
Oh, thank you. I wanted to thank everyone on the council for working on this very important project. It's still echoing or no?
It sounds better now.
Okay. And I know I personally sent emails to each one of you, and I really want to thank
both Liesel and Barbara for replying to my questions. One of my questions I had was, I know this has been discussed at several council meetings, but I don't recall any community workshops. And the reason I find that concerning is I live on Meadow Way in Fairfax, and I know we had a very important bridge project. And before the town council approved the final design, we had 2 Saturday workshops because this design had such a consequential impact on our community. And an ordinance that has this much consequence to the entire community, I would expect a similar outreach and discussion so we could get input from everybody. And I'm really hoping that you will consider that, because we all feel this is a very important issue, but we feel we need to have more discussion, hear both sides, and come up with a program that will work for Fairfax, because we are very unique and we are very creative, and we'll come up with a solution given the opportunity. So I ask you to have a motion tonight to rescind the ordinance, and let's go back to the drawing table. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
The next speaker is Raymond Bergarella. If you could call the mayor, followed by Jason Sanders.
Hi, is this Ray?
No, this is Joan Bergarella.
Oh, Joan, please go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I just don't understand why a lot of people think that we're greedy people here in a very small town of 7,000 people. I don't know why people assume that. And the council members know that this is not a wealthy town. Most residents are working class and working very hard and trying to work on their homes and properties. The rental ordinance that sets up an adversarial situation with the tenants versus landlords, which already you're seeing. And landlords wind up subsidizing tenants in many cases. And therefore, they're not motivated to maintain or improve their properties when they cannot get a return on their investments. You can see the results of this in Berkeley, Oakland, and San Francisco, where it's really dilapidated and derelict, especially Berkeley. And we're not a big city like these places that are on rent control. It brings down the value of our homes in our town, including everybody's, because when we go to sell it, the value of our home will be reduced by about 1/3 because we have a rental property that we will not rent and no one would want it for a larger price. So you're penalizing small town landlords instead of corporate investment groups who buy swaths of suburban developments and large city buildings and then upgrade and raise rents and price out locals. Why are we being penalized for it? I don't understand. And there's also the fire issue and the parking issues with all these subsidizing, what do you call it? Subletters. So it's terrible. But I want to let you know that the value of our duplex, which we've lived in, which we've worked on since it was a condemned house, we've used the rent to be able to do it with our own blood, sweat, and tears. And now we're going to lose a lot of value out of our home because we will not ever rent again. And even when we go to sell it, the value of it will be reduced because no one's going to want to have a duplex. So, you know, it doesn't, no one even factors in all these renters that are complaining that the homeowner's insurance has gone up triple and some people can't even get it. a lot of our neighbors here because it's of the fire danger. And the contractors have been sky high, and just to buy wood for repairs is outrageous. And no one takes that into account either. So I just want to let people be a little more aware, the renters, of the struggle that the landlords go through also.
Thank you, Joan.
The next speaker is Jason Sanders, followed by Kate Raphael Smith. Jason, if you could call the mayor now.
Hi, is this Jason?
Yes, it is. How you doing?
Good. It feels like a radio show, but you're on. Go ahead.
Okay. Since 1999. Definitely change your number to a local Fairfax number and keep it away from Chicago. I hope that's not being mean.
I've got two numbers. I don't give everybody another number. Just kidding.
Okay. Anyway, so I grew up in San Francisco, and I come from a family. I've been managing real estate. I own my own rental properties, and the stuff that you guys are proposing here is absolutely ludicrous. What I'm finding is the first thing that you're going to experience with what you propose is a reduction of the units for sure. I actually have a rental unit on my property here in Fairfax, and I will not rent it out because of all the things that I've had to deal with just alone in with the San Francisco rent control. The one thing that people always seem to come from the socialist side is the greedy landlords, but you have to look at some of the sides of the coin of the renters in San Francisco, for instance, and bringing it here forth. That there are people such as the activist in San Francisco who recently was on the news, who had his own house in the Russian River, and yet he was still keeping his rental property in San Francisco. And he got busted on it because they found out that his loan stated that he claimed it to be his residence, his first residence in Russian River. That's going to happen here. Fairfax was pretty much born as a, how would I say it, a rental, more of a vacation home spot that people would come from San Francisco. What you're going to have here is a lot of rental units are now going to be taken up by people who have a lot of money, who are going to keep these places, people who want a mountain bike ride, people who want a road bike ride, people who want a horseback ride, people who want to trek up and down the mountainside, hiking and whatnot, and they're going to take rental properties off the market. I am in my own position where I have a couple of tenants who on every check that they write to me have foul language on it. I'm not going to quote it, of course. I've gotten all kinds of things they just say because I can't get rid of them. This is to all the mom and pop owners, not the corporations, but the mom and pop owners in Fairfax. You don't realize how bad it's going to get. You cannot kick these people out. It'll cost you too much money to deal with it. I think what you've done is it's really actually atrocious in such a small town, because somebody like Candace who got up and spoke, she's the type of person you want to be on the town council advocating for these people. She is the young person in this town that we have to pass the torch to her to get up and do this. These are the young people I run into. I'm 60 years old, but on a daily basis, I am having cocktails with young people. I'm talking to them about it, and they're all saying, this is the worst thing that could happen to them, because they know rich people can just come in and take over the apartments and live in them and not be kicked out, and you're going to be kicking out all the young people here. When you restricted the amount or the size of the homes in this town over the years, you actually kicked out people. I rent to tenants in the city who have a 4-bedroom apartment that they are young people. They are 4 people getting together, and I do it, and I love it. I have a great time with it, and these people enjoy it. They tend to move on. It's the people that you look at it and say, hey, I'm making $200,000 a year, but I should be under rent control. This ordinance, or these ordinances that you want to call it, are atrocious. They should be stopped. You should put it to the people to vote, but I guarantee you, the people who are going to get they say screwed out of this whole situation are going to be the young people and the people who are renters now, because you will not see the same quality of people here because you're not letting them live here. You're kicking them out. On that note, I ask you to get rid of these damn ordinances. They're terrible. You guys are going to ruin this town. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jason.
Kate seems to have disappeared. The next speaker is Joe Carson or John Reed. If you could please call the mayor, and you're followed by Sammy.
Someone's.
Good evening, Kate Smith.
Oh, shoot. 1 second. Sorry. There's like, now we have like a backup. Oh, no. Now there's, okay. Sorry. Kate, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much for your time this evening. I know everybody is ready to be out of here, and I am speaking tonight as an advocate for my clients and colleagues who are housing providers in this community. I am a Marin native. I am 34 years old. I am a business owner who does business with clients in the community, and I would like to just pull the lens back here a little bit after hearing from both sides tonight. I think that it's apparent to me that there has just been a lapse in communication in the community around the issues of housing, and I think that we are finding ourselves in challenging times in society in general, coming out of COVID, but looking back to 2019, Fairfax actually enacted renter protections with mandatory mediation for rent increases above 5% and also just cause eviction restrictions. And so Fairfax, this has been on your radar, and I commend, the council back then for, looking into making sure that the tenants in the community were protected. And back last May, when the discussions about this ordinance were taking place, my business partner surveyed 209 rental units in Fairfax, and of those, the rental property providers had 0 requests for mediation over the last 3 years. And the average rent increase for those properties, making up a large percentage of the units in Fairfax, was 3.6% over 3 years. So those are some statistics I think that were lost. I know that they were sent in to you, but I'm a person who's been involved in this process, who's been paying attention. Furthermore, there are protections in place for tenants that I make them aware of when I come into the properties in Fairfax and the ones that I've sold most recently in the past 2 years, roughly 60 units. And I let them know, because the tenants, they're concerned, oh, these properties are being sold. What's going to happen to me? And I reassure them that there are protections in place. And I think that as property providers, the reason the sentiment right now is so heated is because we're tired. We feel like we're being attacked. We want the renters to remain. We need renters. And we need to find a way to come together. And so I just think that that's getting lost in this back and forth. And the issue is is with the process and the fact that we're trying to understand why you guys are taking these actions when there are already have been well thought out policy that's been implemented at the state level and that's been adopted and seems to not be necessary given that there aren't tenants coming to you with needs for mediation because landlords simply are not issuing these rent increases that you're discussing in the Fairfax community. So thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Okay,
I can't answer the phone right now.
Oh, sorry. That was John Reed tried to call.
Oh.
But call back, John, if you're in the queue.
he's
Here-
in the queue. He's up.
Okay. Well, and here's someone else.
Hi.
This is
I'm
John.
talking on. Yeah, this is John. I'm talking. Joe's sitting next to me. So we've got. I just used her phone because my phone canceled out your number.
Oh,
Anyway,
okay.
Yeah. So. Yeah. Thanks for taking my call and your talk too. So. There's. Let me see. I'm John Reed. I live on Scenic Road. And yeah, a lot of things that I was going to say we've heard tonight, and I don't necessarily need to repeat them all. One thing, Graham Irwin, the first person to speak on open time on the speaking in the room, really summed up a lot of stuff. People need to listen to each other and talk to each other. There are reciprocal needs that property owners and renters need. And unfortunately, what the council has done is trying to fix something that, it sounds like the Democratic Socialist group has, seen you as a good place to get their agenda across, which, as we heard from their, a couple of calls, calling into you on this open time, they definitely have an agenda and they see things from a certain point of view. It's a much bigger societal situation. I can understand what your motivation is to help renters because it's very understandable because there's ballooning housing costs right now. And unfortunately, your actions will be detrimental to Fairfax housing and the Fairfax community at the same time. In the short term, you'll get a few renters who feel like they won the lottery because they've got, that at the homeowner's expense. But then, of course, when the person trying to make ends meet or, they have basically an unsustainable situation, then they'll sell out and the person who's going to buy that house is going to be in our two-tier economy. It's going to be somebody from the top tier. They're going to be wearing the $300 sneakers, if you will, and they're going to live in those houses themselves. An interesting fact is during the first 10 years of Berkeley's rent control, single-family houses there for rent decreased by 79%. And we've heard from a whole lot of people tonight who are keeping their houses off the market. When I was on the, just because of the threat of this particular action that you're taking, when I was on the council, we bent over backwards to try to encourage people to build ADUs, junior second units, and basically increase the supply of housing, which is really what's going to make the cost of housing come down and make it so that people have places to rent. That will solve the problem. And to kind of squeeze, to take the DSA's approach, which is kind of like, okay, we're going to try to fix all of society by, sticking it to the mom and pops and, it's truly offensive to me to hear that they, want the state to buy their property on the cheap. Somebody loses on that, and it's the mom and pop people in the community. You heard from a lot of them tonight. you know, there's still time, you know, that this is not in effect right now. And I would highly encourage you to stop what you're doing and have a group process. When we were talking about medical marijuana for sale, and we want to see if there would be another storefront. Karen Arnold talked about the bridge on Meadow Way, serving 42 houses, having all kinds of hearings and public workshops. We had 18 hearings for medical marijuana. And that's not as big an issue as this at all. And to have this rammed through as fast as it was, I mean, yes, there were a bunch of meetings between Renee and the GSA people, and there were, you know, 3 or 4 council meetings about it, but they were badly noticed. And, you know, I spoke at one of them, and basically it seemed like nobody knew about what was going on. And to have it just one hearing and then it passed, what was it, 20 days later or whatever, rammed through really fast by the sitting mayor, who actually did not put the fact that rent control was her major thing on her re-election campaign. It seemed like it was being rammed through before the election, before anybody could notice what was going on. It seemed disingenuous to me, frankly, and
John, I just want you to wrap up your item, but also, again, like, you should also know, as a former council member, like, please do not, you know, ridicule the character or motives of council members per our protocol, you know.
I'm sorry. I apologize for that. And, you know, it's just, it galls me, you know, it's important when you're making important decisions such as this to hear from everybody in the community. And really the answer is always somewhere in the middle. And in order to make a proper decision, you really need to listen to everybody and come up with something that's properly in the middle. And so thank you very much. And I apologize for the comment like that. And now I would love to hand it over to my wife, Jo, who would love to have her 3 minutes.
Sure.
Thank you. Hi, good evening. Thank you. This is Jo Carson. I live on Scenic Road. I'm a 37-year resident of Fairfax, and I love this town. I know from painful personal experience what the result is of the abusive Berkeley rent control system, which we have now adopted into Fairfax. Mom and pop landlords will realize they are losing money with this system more and more as each year passes. They will rightly take the only action left, and that is to sell the house. A well-heeled buyer will move in, and there's one more house gone from the rental market. This will repeat until there are literally no more mom and pop rentals in Fairfax. What remains will be the apartment buildings owned by distant investment companies who will maximize profit at everyone's expense. Fairfax will no longer be home to artists, musicians, teachers, and the wonderful community that we have will be gone forever. Berkeley charges the landlords notable fees to support their rent control board, which just keeps getting bigger. Sometimes a landlord needs to sell. No place sells well if it is occupied, and tenants recognize that, and they take advantage. Fairfax has bought into Berkeley's approach. In Berkeley, the renter can, and of course does, demand huge sums. We had a renter in Berkeley who wanted $200,000 to move out, even though they had only lived there 2 years. Please think about that. With all the comments that we have heard, we haven't actually heard any stories of local landlords doubling the rents or anything close to it. California State has now put a cap in place on rental price increases. Let's let that work for a few years. It may well be enough as is. Let's give that law a chance. Please rescind the new Berkeley-style rent control laws and keep Fairfax, Fairfax. Thank you.
Thank you, Jo.
The next speaker is Sammy, followed by Ellen L. Sammy, if you want to call the mayor.
Hello.
Hello, this is Sammy. I just want to say it's quite absurd to be trying to have a fair conversation right now when one of those callers a few minutes ago was literally calling out people with New York accents and a bunch of ageist language, and that should have been cut off by the board immediately, but never mind that. My name's Sammy. I'm a former below market rate homeowner through the Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development in San Francisco. And because of that, I am now a current homeowner in Fairfax. In January 2022, I wanted to pay it forward. So I wanted to build an ADU on my property. And after a lot of investment in that, I decided to rescind my permit and pull it out of the pipeline with Fairfax in December because there was just too much liability to make it feasible with the resale value of my property in the future. So that's one less ADU towards the town's housing goals. And it's one less below market rate and rent controlled unit that would have been coming onto the market. I'm saying this because I want people to know there are effects that these ordinances are already having. It's also one less job and multiple jobs that a local contractor and local subcontractors could have had in the construction. It's real, it's tangible. These are decisions I made based on this ordinance. They're not based out of fear or anything like that. They're based on the economics of my personal situation and my willingness to have a below market rate unit that I can offer to people. I just wanted to offer that up to the board and let you know that these decisions have already had some real serious consequences in reducing the amount of affordable housing in Fairfax. Thank you.
Thank you, Sammy.
Next is Ellen L., followed by Karen Stern. Ellen?
Hi, Ellen, you're with us.
Hi. Definitely no echo, but thanks for taking the time, and thanks again for the successful passing of the ordinances. The whole process followed a nearly year-long inclusive Democrat path. As a DSA member, we are your community member. We're not from Berkeley. We're renters in the lots of blanket statements about negative outcomes, lots of worst case scenarios. At times feeling like a crowd with pitchforks. A change in housing policy is needed in the future of our town. We need to maintain a community and housing for the working class, socioeconomic diversity. Thank you to the members whose hard work went into creating these ordinances and upholding them. Yep.
Thank you. Some of that cut out, but I don't even, yeah, anyway, keep going.
The next speaker is Karen Stern, followed by Kirsten. Karen, can you call the mayor, please?
Hi, is this Karen?
Yes, hi there, Mayor.
Hi, you have the microphone.
Okay, thank you for, oh gosh, the midnight oil. I have a personal story that I wanted to share. I live here on Redwood Road, and I own a house. I've been here for 30 something years. Prior to that, I lived in Berkeley, and I owned a very small little baby condo. It was in an 8-unit building, and I owned one of the units. And I bought it for $30,000. I was like 34 years old. And then I met here in Fairfax. So after a while, we decided to try living together, and that's when I decided, okay, I'll have to rent my place in Berkeley.
and it fell under rent control. A 4-unit building didn't have to get registered with rent controlled, but we were an 8-unit building. Okay. So to make the long story very short, a friend of mine, a family friend, from when I grew up, moved to Berkeley and was looking for a place to stay. I said, "Oh my gosh, I have a place. You could rent it." And when I told her what the rent was, she went, "Oh my Lord, I don't even have a job yet." And I said, "Well, look, let me reduce the rent so that it covers, my expenses. And but if you decide to have somebody else in with you, then we'll have to bring it back up to the regular, rent." She said, "Oh, that's fair." Okay. And I was paying her utilities and okay. So she later on, a year later or so, she said, "I really want to bring someone else in." And I said, "Okay, no worries. Let's just raise the rent back up to where it was supposed to be." And she said, "No, I don't think so." I said, "What do you mean?" She says, "Well, it turns out you're registered with the Rent Control Board. And now that you have redone you've lowered the rent, that's the new permissible allowable rent, the PAR. So even though you were registered with a higher rent with the Berkeley Rent Control Board, now, because you've given me a deal, that's your new PAR." It's like, "Oh, you must be joking." So I thought about it and I said, on principle, I don't want to pay for somebody I don't even know. Their utilities, and of course the utilities would go up. I was so mad. I was so upset that I felt like I was being played. And, I hired a lawyer and oh boy, that was another bunch of money. And finally, I made the decision that I'm going to have to just sell that unit, sell my place, which I did, which took 1 unit off of the Berkeley rent stuff. I took that money and I, put it into the house that I live in now. But it just left me with a terrible, terrible taste. And when I saw that you guys were gonna go to the Berkeley Rent Control Board for arbitration, I thought, "Oh, this is crazy." So that's my story, and thank you for letting me speak about it.
Yeah, thank you for calling. And have a good night. How many more speakers are there, Michelle?
There are, hang on, I have
9.
there are 15 minus 2.
Okay.
People aren't lowering their hands, so I don't get a read there. Yeah, we're to 13. So Kirsten is next. If you could call the mayor, and you're followed by Lisa.
Hi, you are on the air.
Great. Let me just get rid of my Zoom screen. There we go. This is Kirsten. I'm on Roca in Fairfax. And I would like to request a community workshop with the intention to dissect these ordinances and with the ultimate purpose of putting them to a vote in March of 2024. I want to request the rescinding these ordinances. I really appreciated what John Reed had to say. I thought he had a really good point about Berkeley. I thought it was really interesting. He mentioned single family homes and how rent control reduced them by, what was it, like 78%, something like that. Well, that is the manifesto of the YIMBY movement.
that is the manifesto of Scott Weiner, his hatred of single family homes. And I cannot seem to, I'm just wondering if the Socialist Democratic organization is in alignment with all of that. And if Fairfax has fallen under the spell of all of this, we are really doubting, you know, the town council and your wisdom. And I'm also wondering if all five of you are able to really take in the hardship of the homeowner. I think it's really popular to take in the hardship of a renter, but we've heard a lot of really sad stories from homeowners, just as you've heard sad stories from renters. And you are there to represent the people. And both sides, if you will, are hurting. Both sides need your guidance, your wisdom. And the only way to do that, I think, is to bring both groups together. I'm also very concerned about the impact on Fairfax and our Fairfax mood. I think this has really separated a lot of people, and I think the town council needs to recognize that. I'm a homeowner, but I was a renter for a very, very long time, and you know, you've taken away my rights. I don't know if I can put an ADU on my property. Right now, I would never do that. I don't know if I can leave my house to our child. I don't know what the future is anymore. And I'm getting older. So you've put a lot of elderly and almost elderly people in a really tough position. I beseech you to not let a few crappy landlords in Fairfax determine the future of our town. I really feel like we let the bad guys in our town and the sad stories that renters have gone through determine our reality. You put them in power, and I feel like that's putting people's future lives as homeowners, mom and pop owners at risk. I hope that you recognize this and you can actually listen to everyone and get outside of maybe an agenda that you used to have and really take it all in. Thank you so much for listening. Have a good night.
Thank you for calling.
So the next caller is Lisa.
Hi, this is Lisa Cirabella from Alima Road in Fairfax. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm going to try to say something that hasn't been said yet. I'm a landlord by profession. It's my only job and my only source of income. And I'm also a Democratic socialist and campaigned for Bernie Sanders in 2016 and in 2020. So I just want to put that in there because the word socialist has come up a lot. Someone mentioned that we already have rent control, and that's true. AB 1482 in California means that we can't raise rent more than 5% plus the local inflation rate. So it would be nice to give that a try before trying to implement something additional. I wanted to also mention that increasing the minimum wage in Marin County might be one solution, not just rent control. I also wanted to chime in on the idea of feeling disenfranchised. I'm a homeowner in Fairfax, and I think people feel like it's a bait and switch. Like you bought your house to owner occupy, but maybe rent out a portion of it. And now suddenly laws have changed. And that does feel like a bait and switch. I think if people knew what they were getting into and they could analyze the financials before making the purchase, they wouldn't feel like it was a bait and switch. And I want to give an example because in New York, where I'm from originally, rent stabilized buildings have 5 apartments or more. And you actually know that and can look at the rent roll and make a decision before purchasing it, before getting into a rent stabilized situation. And I want to also add that a lot of times a 5-unit building, indeed,
a 5-unit stabilized building indeed sells for less than a 2 to 4 unit free market rental building of the same size in New York City. So this idea that it doesn't lower your property value is not true. I mean, it can and will often lower the property value. And if our property values are lowered because we have rent control, then our homes need to be reassessed, because if our values of our homes have gone down, then I would want my house value to be reassessed at that lower value so that my property taxes would go down. So I think there's a trickling effect that there's consequences to some of the stuff that has been passed, these ordinances that have been passed. And I don't think people would be opposed to building new affordable housing rental units, like a new building that had affordable housing rental apartments. I don't think people would be opposed to that in Fairfax at all. Some people are freaked out about building new property in Fairfax because it's going to create traffic, and how do you get out if there's a fire? But so I've heard those arguments, but I also think that if we need to build affordable housing, maybe that should be on the table. I also want to reiterate that affordable housing is not just about affordable rental units. It's about giving people a way to become homeowners. And that means maybe down payment assistance, maybe lower rate mortgages, a path to becoming a homeowner and through affordable housing, not just having rent control. So I think that was all I wanted to say, except for this idea that it's going to cost us a lot to implement additional rent control. So I wanted to ask, will Fairfax need to hire a team of people, like a staff or a board or some group of people that's going to manage these new laws or ordinances? Because people will have questions and disputes, and it's not just going to get passed on to Berkeley or to the Marin Court in San Rafael. I think we're going to have our own team of people implementing these laws, and that's going to be costly. And I do think that the just cause ordinance is onerous, really onerous, and in some ways can even be determined to be unconstitutional. So to avoid that litigation or potential liability, why not rescind this and start over again? And maybe not even have to start over again. Maybe do what the last person said, which is give the AB 1482 law that's already passed for the state of California not to raise rent more than 5% plus local inflation rate. Give that a chance to exist for a couple of years before having to go back and implement our own personal Fairfax rent control. So yeah, that's it for me. And
Perfect.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Megan Pfeffer. If you could call the mayor, please, followed by K, followed by SR.
Hello, good evening, good morning.
Hi. I'm so sorry that you guys are all up this late.
All good. You have the floor. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Megan. I'm a Fairfax homeowner and I grew up here. The opposition to renter protections tonight have tried to paint a picture that these ordinances are not in the spirit of Fairfax, but that's not true. Fairfax has always been a progressive town that values freedom from harm over freedom to do harm, freedom from plastic waste, not freedom to use plastic waste, freedom from cigarette smoke, not freedom to smoke cigarettes. Vulnerable members of our society deserve to have their rights to freedom from harm protected, which is what this council has taken great care to do with these ordinances. one thing I want to really highlight is the extent to which landlords have consistently expressed a complete lack of knowledge of their business obligations. Regardless of how casual it might feel for some landlords to rent out a space they own, being a landlord is owning a business. And like any other business, they are not entitled to a risk-free, cost-free business. For instance, a complaint about these ordinances is that landlords would be required to disclose their address, tenant, and rent amount, and that's somehow a violation of privacy. But the government already has that information because the landlord's name is on the deed and the tenant has packages coming to their name and presumably files all of their official documentation to the address, and the landlord presumably reports the income to the IRS. But in the last few months, I've heard multiple landlords say in response that they do not need to report their rental income to the IRS because it's not a business. But that's absurd, illegal, and worrisome about what other laws and regulations they think don't apply to them because they're just a mom and pop landlord, not a business. Are they following all existing renter protection laws, or do they think they're exempt from those too? We don't make these arguments for other types of businesses. Should cottage food businesses not have to follow food safety laws just because it's in their own kitchen? Why is this different? Let's care about mom and pop tenants as much as we care about mom and pop landlords. And to echo an earlier speaker who spoke about intimidation from the landlords tonight, I want to reiterate that many renters express fear of retaliation from their landlords if they come out publicly in support of these ordinances. Many are the tenants of the very same landlords who have literally spoken tonight. Additionally, many of the landlords tonight have expressed deep fear of becoming tenants themselves, which really highlights the importance of these ordinances. Being a renter should not be that scary. Thank you to the council for supporting the valuable and vulnerable members of our community who rent by taking steps to protect them from unjust eviction and unreasonable rent increases. Thank you for enacting ordinances that might make it possible for my children to live in this town as adults if they'd like to, because Lord knows what the cost of homeownership is going to be in 20 years. And thank you for just being very thoughtful, caring people, and staying up until like Lord knows 2 a.m. I guess at this point. So thank you all.
Thank you, Megan. And hopefully we don't have to stay up till 2 a.m., but we'll see.
The next speaker is Kay. Please call the mayor, Kay, followed by SR, followed by Liz Froneberger.
Okay, here we are. Okay. Hello? Okay, we'll try this. Hello.
Hi, Chance. I went to voicemail.
Okay, all good. Be sure to turn your volume off on your laptop or whatever you're listening on.
Okay, let me do that. Why can't I seem to do that?
It sounds good now. It sounds like there's no echo, so.
Okay, great. Well, here.
Oh, no, there's a little echo. Sorry. You'll need to turn that volume down.
I did it. I got it. Sorry. So, hi, thank you so much. I just want to apologize. I had a death in the family. I did have a presentation. It was the PowerPoint. It's probably a good thing due to time constraints that I didn't present it. I just want to really quick ditto Graham, Candace, and Blaine. I'm trying to rush through this for all of our sakes. I just want to say, our housing report that came out, it had said Fairfax from 2009 to 2019 raised the rent on average 1.29%. And that's half the rate of Marin County at 2.5%, and most of the Bay Area. And also we had a eviction moratorium. So I just don't see how all this egregious stuff is happening. We have the mediation for over 5%. So I'm just kind of confused on what actually was happening here. I also want you to recognize, I hope you recognize, I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted because I hear my own voice. Anyway, I hope you recognize that most of these people are long
term older residents, you know, who are on a limited income themselves and are worried about being able to stay in their home. As far as comparing Fairfax to Marin City has and is facing severe gentrification, and it is needed there to keep Black people in their community. Whereas in Fairfax, we are 85% white. And this is actually, there's no provisions or incentives for our BIPOC community. And this will not increase diversity, but I think it'll lessen it because it's just going to keep white people where they are. So, and then I just have a quick question, and I'm hoping you guys can answer this. When I was reviewing just yesterday, I noticed that for tenants' family protection, their move-in protection, it includes their child, a parent, a grandchild, a grandparent, a brother, sister, a spouse, or a domestic partner. Yet a landlord family protection is only a spouse, child, parent, or grandchild. They cannot claim a sibling, domestic partner, or grandchildren as a family member. Why? Can you explain the reasoning behind the differences? And that's it. I look forward to hearing what you guys have to say.
Thank you, Kay.
The next speaker is Liz Frohnenberger. If you could call the mayor, please, followed by Matthew Prizzano.
Really? Yeah. I don't see- Hi, Liz.
Hi, am I good or am I giving you echo?
You're giving a little echo. If you could turn your speaker down.
Okay.
That sounds good. That sounds good. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I really want to thank the town council, despite the fact that I'm pretty angry and upset with y'all. I think you've done a great job this evening. So thanks. To Wendy, who was talking about how I think she didn't feel quite safe in talking about the relationships with landlords, and she felt like there was a lot of disparagement and disenfranchisement, and she felt we weren't presenting any solutions. I am truly sorry. I could feel your fear and the intimidation, and I don't think that's what any landlord wants to convey this evening. But we have offered a solution, and it's been pretty consistent, which is we'd like for the town council to rescind these two ordinances, and we'd like them to call all of us back to the table, because I think the vast majority of landlords who've spoken this evening want some rent stabilization. We are most upset with the process. We are upset with the town council and how they excluded us from this. And I really think that's the deal. I don't think I've heard this tonight. I did when I was driving home. I missed, I think, 4 speakers. We haven't talked about the possibility of abuse, fiduciary abuse, on the part of tenants who might be staying in ADUs or renting rooms, or people who are staying in the homes of the homeowners who have just a lot of potential power over the elderly person who is just simply trying to rent out a room. And that's a very real concern. I am a senior citizen. I am living by myself. I spent every last cent of my savings building an ADU, and quite frankly felt like I got a bait and switch on the town council. But I have one interior hollow door between me and whoever I rent. And if I rent to the wrong person, I could be in for a lot of financial trouble, but I could also be in for a lot of intimidation in a variety of ways. And so I just want to point that out, because fiduciary abuse, etc., physical abuse is a big issue for older people. I want to very quickly respond to Philip Pfeiffer, who said that we really shouldn't have to be turning these things over to votes, because why should we vote on every big thing in a democracy? Because we have a representative democracy. Well, Philip, this has been a pretty big issue, so I don't think that stands. And he said that the ordinances weren't that hard to understand. I was a legal secretary for 10 years before I became an ER nurse. And I was married to an attorney for a number of decades before Henry died. And these ordinances are very hard to understand. So that's not right. To Ava, I think was the person who was like, trashing baby boomers. Ava, I'm really sorry. I worked 60 hours a week for years and years and years and years in order to be able to buy my home in Fairfax. So I'm sorry I'm a baby boomer, but I worked my ass off to get here. So please try not to trash us. And the bottom line is that I haven't heard very many landlords with pitchforks. There's the problem here has not been the renters. The problem here has been the process that the town council did or did not use. And that's the issue that needs to be solved. And quite frankly, town council, if you had been able to some way kind of say at the beginning of this, mea culpa, we want to start over, we could have been done with this at 11 p.m. tonight. You could have set up some new opportunities for a group workshops, etc. So just throwing that out there. And thank you very much. I do appreciate all the effort that's gone into this by everybody who's spoken and by you all on the dais.
Thank you, Liz. Hi.
Mr. Mayor, this is Matt Prisano. I think I was up.
Go for it, Matt.
Thank you. I first of all want to just say the composure that everybody on the town council has had tonight is amazing. I wouldn't be able to do what you're all doing in such a tense situation. So thank you all. And I will just try to be as quickly as possible. I'd say ditto. I've emailed all of you, and I think you know where I stand. So ditto to the people that have made the opinions on rescinding the ordinance immediately and delaying the implementation of the ordinance. And I just wanted to kind of speak a little bit about the process. And I'm not a lawyer, so the legalese, I can't speak to it all, but I applied for my JADU permit and received it in November. And it wasn't until I got the flyer in November of 20, just, a few months ago, 2022. And it wasn't until I got the flyer in the mail that I actually learned about everything that's going on. And I try to be as civically minded as possible, watching the meetings on YouTube. Oftentimes I can't watch them live, or I always read the weekly newsletter, the bi-weekly newsletter from the town council as well. And this was something that I was just completely unaware of. And speaking with the neighbors on the street, I live here on Maple Avenue off Willow. The neighbors were also completely blindsided on. And so I don't have the solution or the answer, but I think that kind of communicating, where people were talking about workshops and just kind of communicating more to the town members to get feedback for future processes, or if this process is, if this particular issue is something that's going to be reconsidered. I think kind of hearing the different points of view from different points of different types of people would be greatly appreciated. And thank you all for everything that you do. I hope you have a good night.
Thank you, Matt.
The next speaker is Lucy Hollingsworth from Legal Aid of Marin, followed by Jack Buckhorn, followed by Kurt Reese. So Lucy, could you call the mayor, please?
Phone number is 312-403-3702. Okay, great. Hi, Lucy, you're on.
Hi, is the sound okay?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. This is Lucy Hollingsworth, a senior attorney with Legal Aid of Marin. Legal Aid of Marin in 1958 and member of the local bar. We are a non-profit that provides services in eligible and age eligible to the Marin County areas of housing.
Sorry, Lucy, you're kind of breaking up a bit.
Let's see. I just leave the webinar. Maybe does that help?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. Sorry about that. We are the only civil legal services provider qualified by the State Bar of California with offices in Marin County. Legal Aid of Marin's mission is to provide access to the civil justice system to low-income, vulnerable, and otherwise underserved residents of Marin. We strive for practical solutions to client problems through quality legal service. These solutions include direct representation, policy advocacy, bringing the voices of historically marginalized to policymakers for more inclusive and equitable community. We are not paid consultants, we are not paid lobbyists, and no client ever pays for our services. Our work shows that past policies such as redlining, lack of tenant protection, and failure to build sufficient housing have led to skyrocketing rent and a housing crisis. Our clients' long-term tenants, when forced out through no fault of their own, face a drastic rental market. Rents 2 to 3 higher than they had been.
Sorry, Lucy, it's breaking up again, but just wanted to let you know.
Yeah, thank you. Let's see. Let's try that. Most displaced renters are forced to move out of the community, out of Marin, and some even into their cars or into homelessness. 75 of those clients lived in Fairfax. Failure of past policies is also the reason that Fairfax faces a housing element where the town is required by law to plan for an astonishing 490 additional units of housing and implement programs and policies such as rent stabilization to preserve the housing it has. Failure to do so puts Fairfax at risk of loss of permitting authority, fines of up to $100,000 per month, and the builder's remedy. Over 400 of Fairfax's renters are considered extremely low income. For a family of 4, that is an annual income of $54,000. As of September 2022, the median rent in Fairfax is $3,200. It would be no surprise then that much of Legal Aid's limited resources are consumed with representing low-income tenants facing eviction, both actual and constructive. There's been a lot of misinformation surrounding these ordinances regarding what a landlord can and cannot do. For example, landlords still have the same remedies governed by state law to remove bad tenants. Also under these ordinances, a tenant can't sublet their unit and just disappear. There is good information available that may help absolve much of the fear. The Fairfax community, including Marin Association of Realtors, who mass mailed and emailed flyers to Fairfax residents to try and get landlords to the table, have been discussing this openly and publicly for almost a year. Join the discussions and help us come up with real solutions to address this crisis. Over 50 jurisdictions across California have these same or similar protections, many of them for decades. Landlords still invest in these jurisdictions and still thrive. By the way, I am also one of these landlords, supplementing my low nonprofit wages with a rental in a rent-controlled jurisdiction that I purchased with money saved by renting for 10 years in a rent-controlled jurisdiction. So thanks for all you are doing, and have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Jack Buckhorn, you're next. If you could call the mayor, please, followed by Kurt Reese, followed by Chris P.
All right, this must be Jack. Good morning.
Yeah, this is Jack. Good morning, Mayor. Well, my name is Jack Buckhorn. I'm the executive director of the North Bay Labor Council, and I've been involved from the beginning on the discussion around just cause and rent stabilization. I think we need to look at what problem we were trying to address at the time, and it was housing insecurity. And I think at this meeting this evening, we've heard about the homeless problem that exists right now to the point where some folks can't even look at it and categorize it as pollution. These are folks that have found housing insecurity because of the high cost of rents that are in coastal areas. So you want to know what we have in common with Berkeley? It's high rents. I mean, that's period. And that's causing the housing insecurity. So what is the solution that we've heard tonight from the landlords? Well, I've heard basically the remedy is to hold a vote. And we know what's going to happen when we hold a vote. These well-organized realtors associations will bring tremendous amounts of money and influence the outcome of that election. That's their strategy to counteract this grassroots effort that DSA started. So the other thing I want to point out is that we're really not taking away the landlord's ability to raise rents. And in fact, I've heard 2 landlords say that over the last 10 years, the rent went up by 1.9%. Under the ordinance as presented, they would have been allowed to do that. So it would not have affected their ability to bring income in any way. Another manager of units said they have 209, and over 3 years it went up 3.6%. Under the ordinance, they'd be fine to raise it 3.6. So I would ask that you stay the course. Let these ordinances go into effect. Very possibly there could be some changes that we need to make. And I'm sure you would address those at the time, but a lot of work has been gone into this. I can honestly say that I haven't heard one new argument from the landlords that you didn't address during the 9 months that you were considering adopting these ordinances and the compromise that was made to do so. So I commend you on listening to both sides, maybe not all the folks that were here tonight, but certainly some of them. But none of those arguments were new. You heard them during the 9 months that you considered this. And I think one of your previous council members said that that the solution is somewhere in the middle. I think you've landed in the middle. So thank you so much. And I appreciate the work that you've done on this.
Thank you, Jack.
Next speaker is Kurt Reese, followed by Chris P., followed by Georgia Gibbs. Kurt, if you could call the mayor, please.
Kurt.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Hello, council members. My name is Kurt Reese. I'm a San Anselmo renter and a co-chair of the Marin chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America, or Marin DSA, and a volunteer organizer on our grassroots campaign to establish rent control in Marin, including here in Fairfax, but also in Larkspur, San Anselmo, and we hope throughout the county. While we're flattered that DSA is receiving so much attention at this evening's meetings, I do have a couple of things to make clear. First, just to clarify that our overwhelming focus throughout this campaign has been to engage directly with community members. We've conducted outreach and forged connections with ordinary working people, seniors, and young people around a basic shared commitment to treat housing as a human right and keep people in their homes. For months, we canvassed apartment complexes and tabled outside Good Earth Market. We collected over 650 petition signatures from Fairfax residents calling explicitly for this council to pass rent stabilization and just cause eviction protections. And to be clear, these petition signatures were collected from hundreds of personalized one-on-one conversations with Fairfax residents. We were invited into people's homes. We sat down with them. We explained things. We had real conversations. And in contrast, when the petition signatures were being collected in an attempt to rescind these ordinances, we heard multiple direct reports, people being approached by petition signature gatherers who were blatantly lying about the contents of the ordinance. And at least one case of a downtown worker actually being verbally harassed by a petition gatherer when she refused to sign the petition. I'm sure this was not the case across the board, but they're worrying reports. And so we'd encourage people to take those petitions with a grain of salt. But here's really the point. The council didn't pass rent stabilization just cause eviction protections because DSA asked them. We're not some grand mastermind puppet master. They passed these laws because there was an overwhelming outpouring of public support for over 8 months of council meetings. And because these ordinances are desperately needed. Let's be clear, 48%, almost half of Fairfax renters are rent burdened, paying over 30% of their income on rent. A full 30% are severely rent burdened, meaning they spend more than 50% of their income on rent. 71% of renters are some form of low income. These are the basic facts that are all too often left out of the conversation, but what they reveal is obvious, that huge swaths of the community are barely hanging on, barely making ends meet to stay in their homes. This issue is really not about whether landlords are greedy, though I will note that no supporter of these ordinances has ever made that claim at any meeting. It's being bandied about as a as just a false claim. But it's about the simple fact that Fairfax, like all of Marin, is not affordable for the vast majority of ordinary working people. The artists and teachers and healthcare workers that everyone says they want to keep in town, to say nothing of the grocery and service workers, are being systematically forced out and have been for years. That's why these ordinances were adopted in the first place. And secondly, and a bit more briefly, I just want to clarify that Marin DSA is actually one of 16 different local progressive organizations and unions who officially support this campaign. Those are, I'm going to list them here: the California Alliance for Retired Americans, the Marin CAT, the Canal Alliance, Disability Justice Marin, Legal Aid of Marin, the Marin Environmental Housing Collaborative, the National Union of Healthcare Workers, North Bay Jobs with Justice, North Bay Labor Council, the Sierra Club Marin Group, the Skylark Tenants Association, Showing Up for Racial Justice Marin, Teamsters Local 665, Tenants Together, Unite Here 2850, United Food and Commercial Workers Local 5. So perhaps it's worth stopping to ask why many of the organizations who most forcefully and effectively advocate for workers and working families, for seniors, for vulnerable immigrants, and for the environment all support these ordinances. So finally, I'd like to commend the council for having the courage to pass both these ordinances and for prioritizing the basic rights of 1/3 of the town residents who are renters to stay in their homes and in the community where they have built their lives. Challenging the unjust status quo is always going to be difficult. You all are really, just doing tremendous work. And the only way we make progress towards a more just, equal, and inclusive society is doing exactly what you all are doing. So I'd like to urge the council to stand with tenants, hold the line, and uphold both ordinances. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Chris P. If you could call the mayor, please, followed by Georgia Gibbs, followed by K-A-Y, followed by K, the letter K.
Okay, is this Chris? Okay. Can't hear you, so we'll move on to Georgia.
Okay.
Okay, let's see.
Georgia Gibbs, could you please?
Hey. I am turning my volume on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So I'm calling to kind of restate, because it hasn't been stated enough. I've only heard a couple of people address the fact that the difference when you're renting to a lodger in your own home, usually when people are in that situation, it's because you yourself are in a situation where you are threatened with, losing your home, or, maybe you've lost a job, or you've lost a spouse or something like that. So you're already in a compromised position. And the state has provided special laws to protect people in that situation that are a little bit different than normal rental laws, which I noticed in reading your paper that you decided in your wisdom to override the state laws and make it equal to any kind of rental situation. So you're taking a vulnerable class of either, elders or people who are younger and in a situation where maybe they've bought a home and then they lose their job, any kind of situation like that, and putting them in a double jeopardy. And I think it's very wrong. So, and I also have issue with the money that I keep hearing about this evening. I know when I emailed you, I brought up the issue of our workers being mostly part-time in the town, a lot of them, and that I was told that they do get fair wages, working wages, but I also specifically asked about pensions and medical coverage, and that was not confirmed. So I'm thinking a lot of people don't get it. And, take care of people who are taking care of you. So I guess before you try and change the world, start where you are. That would be my advice. So thank you.
Thank you, Georgia.
Do you want to try Chris P again?
Let's just keep on trucking. I mean,
Okay.
whoever calls, I'll answer, right?
Okay, so it's now K, letter K only is left. If you want to call them.
Okay. Is this K? Letter K.
Thanks for taking my message. It's been a really long night, but I'm glad that a lot of people are speaking up and speaking about what's in their heart. I think most of us would agree that housing is a human right, and I certainly believe that it is. And I also believe that property rights are foundational freedoms in our society. And I do believe that both truths can exist and that there is overlap. And can we all acknowledge that we all have to live within the systems in this country? System level problems are not solved on the individual level. They are solved on the system level. They're not solved by looking to individuals, or in this case, by taking from individuals. They are solved at the system level, such as creating government subsidized pathways to home ownership for low income folks, or creating real affordable housing, not just for those currently in specific rental units. Most people will have to move in the future, and new or younger people will be looking to rent for the first time. What about them? It is a complete mischaracterization to believe the people against these ordinances are against renter protections or affordable housing. That is simply not the case. I am pro-tenant protections, and I want to protect small providers. Both can be achieved simultaneously. Nuance is critical. We need smart policy that doesn't harm a huge swath of the community while protecting very few. Chance, while I love trees and understand soil erosion quite well, I kindly implore you to think about your metaphor. The town council should be nurturing the community soil of Fairfax by protecting Fairfax's diverse housing stock, not weeding out all the small providers to the point where there are only large corporate providers, because they're the only ones that are able to withstand the burdens of offering spaces in Fairfax. Smart policy brings everyone to the table. Another metaphor is effective mediation. Good mediation leads to all parties feeling like they are losing a little bit. No side wins unilaterally. These ordinances are way too extreme for a town of our size, and it will have long-term consequences. I was raised in San Rafael, and I have rented for decades here. I am not a boomer. I just hit my 40s. I am a parent. I am a single income, single parent trying to make it work. Some of the working class have chosen to scrimp and save and try to make it work at all costs instead of being driven out of town. Often that means trying to buy but having to rent part of what you buy or all of it at times. These ordinances hurt the lower middle class and the working class. You could have strengthened existing tenant protections without completely changing the provider landscape to the point where those on the margins can no longer offer housing. Although, to be clear for everyone listening, we already had eviction protections and rent control here in Fairfax and in Marin. The passion you are hearing from people is people who are being harmed, who feel their voices were not heard and who had no meaningful route to contribute input. To characterize it any other way is simply not listening. Were these ordinances listed in the published annual goals on the town council website last year? Because I couldn't find them. Maybe they were there, I just couldn't find them. As of December, after the ordinances were passed, these were not listed in the town council 2022 annual goals. During the last meeting in December, saying the community had strong discomfort and to eliminate confusion of the ordinances was really shocking to me. I don't think any of us are upset because we don't understand. Actually, I think we're upset because we do understand. To say you don't hear solutions presented by providers is not to be listening. If the town council is pushing for community stability, then we will see an appropriate response protecting Fairfax's diverse housing stock, not efforts that increase hardships for smaller providers or keep these ordinances in place. Either rescind the ordinances or delay implementation and bring these to a vote of the population. Chipping away at them will not be adequate. This isn't just going to go away because the populace is just confused. It will impact the community and the town council long into the future. Please start over collaboratively with both renters and providers at the table. Create smart policy. I'm here for it, and I hear many other people saying the same. We are here for it. We are not here for division and divisiveness.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
That is it.
Oh my gosh. Okay, let's close the public comment on item 26 and bring it back to council here. I guess, Heather, I guess a question for you. Do you have a sort of sense of the different pathways here to give us some focus?
Yeah, it would be helpful for staff to know, whether the council wants to consider amendments, and then if so, to both or one of the ordinances, that type of thing. I did prepare some slides, but I don't know if you want to do that now at 1:22. Just timeline.
Yeah, I think we're
that.
not ready to discuss any of the details now, although that disappoints me because I have at least one idea that I'd like to put out, but I don't even feel like I didn't feel like it's too late to even put the idea out. But I'd like to get us thinking about stuff, and I feel like we've heard this session tonight. We've read an equal number of long emails, and it's getting to the point where I just feel like the next step is to start talking about what we're going to do, whether it be rescind it or whether it be modify it or whether it be leave it alone. But we need to talk about that, and that's not going to be tonight.
Yes, and I'll call on you in a second, Vice Mayor Kohler, and similarly, Councilmember Ackerman, I would concur with that. And I mean, there have been calls for things like community workshops and things like study sessions, and I think we need a standalone meeting to really accomplish anything substantial related to this item. And I'd hope that we could do something like that in March, to have an actual special meeting strictly on this issue. But that's sort of how I'm feeling in the moment. But I'd love to, again, Vice Mayor Kohler.
Well, it's really late, and I think so just a little bit of when we started this. So I've sat on this council longer than anyone at this point. And one of the things I brought up during the discussions last year was this is major policy. And this council has been really good in the past about taking maybe way too long, but taking a long time on things. And everyone keeps talking about, we've been talking about this nearly a year. We actually haven't been. There was a presentation by the DSA folks in March, and I believe there were actually 4 or 5 substantive meetings where we actually talked about the ordinances. And I think that we are under some illusion that everybody's got time to sit here with us or to pay attention. And I know for many years, I worked 60, 80 hours a week, and I didn't pay attention. And I just trusted what was going on was okay with me. So when this first started, I had brought up the earlier renter protections that I'd brought and thought we could go back and make some amendments to those, but that wasn't where we went. And I wasn't successful in asking for that. And I also had asked that we do some specific outreach to landlords alone. Nobody has to get a specific invitation, but just a general posting. What happened here is that a lot of people got aware of it, as it got closer to the final vote. And that was because I believe Michael Burke sent a mailer out to a lot of folks. And so what I do appreciate, Mayor, is I think what I heard was really a community workshop, not a hearing approach, but an interactive type thing would be, I think, a good start. And I'm in agreement with you that that's a place to start, about really talking about things like we did on Meadowway Bridge. I sat through, John Reed talked about 18 meetings on medical marijuana. There were 22 or 23 meetings on recreational with medical after Prop 64 passed. So we really took our time. And I think what I've heard tonight and through the many emails is some people like a lot about these, and some people, and what I tried to bring out, but I'm not a landlord, is that I think a lot of our landlords are more what we consider mom and pops. They're not the corporate landlords. And I'm sure there are some, but I think more what we heard from is folks who were really concerned about, they worked hard and this was the way. I have a pension. Most people don't have that anymore. Those don't exist. I worked for government for many years. And so people supplemented. If you can't live on Social Security, we know what happens with that. A lot of people are homeless because of that. And so people came up with a way to supplement their income through the years, supplementing, maybe they had a regular job where they didn't make 100,000. I never made that. And so I think the community workshop idea is a great idea. It's a great starting point. And one thing I would ask, because what I didn't really like tonight was some of what the mayor tried to control, is I don't think the clapping, the whistling really helps. I know that may make somebody feel good who's speaking, but I think what it does is it does intimidate other folks. And I want to hear from everybody. And so let's start with a room where everybody is trying to roll up our sleeves and really talk about this. And it may very well be that a group of folks come saying, has to be a vote, we don't want to talk about it. But let's try. And so that's what I would ask is, let's try for something like you suggest, Mayor. And let's see if we can come to a place where maybe we can find some middle ground. Not everybody wins, not everybody loses. So thank you for that suggestion. And I think that would be a great place to kind of kick off tonight and this discussion tonight.
Yeah, agreed. Councilmember Blash, do you have any?
Yeah, so I just want to say this is my first full council meeting since I was sworn in. And it's a really full council meeting. So I just wanted to mention a couple things about the process tonight, because I feel like, it's too bad because a lot of people have left, but this process has drawn a lot of people into town politics that maybe weren't involved before. And I've seen that in the first meeting that I was, in halfway. And so, I also think it would be really good for us to talk about why it is that, say, you come up here and you talk to us and we can't talk back to you. Like it's not because we're jerks. It's like we're not allowed to by the Brown Act. I just want people to, at some point, for us to talk about the process so that people understand. And this is why maybe a workshop would be good, because it allows more interaction. But there is a whole set of rules that makes it harder for us to have an interactive process in this type of forum. I did want to mention that I have read all of the emails and I've attempted to respond to them. I think I can see that I've made 281 responses to date, and they're not all to this issue, but I've been doing work on this. But people are frustrated sometimes when they write in and say, I have this question. A lot of times there are questions that we can't answer for various reasons. So it's not also, again, like we're trying to be mean or something. It's just that we're trying to follow due process. So I just wanted to put that out there to people who maybe aren't familiar with this process. Let's see. I did have a number of questions that we can follow up on some other night because I think it's really way too late. I like the idea of a workshop. When that would be possible is important to consider because I know right now we're also have a staff that's working desperately on the housing element. So I really want to make sure that that gets prioritized. I know this feels like really top of mind for a lot of people who are really worried about these issues right now. But at the same time, we have this other huge thing that our staff has to really focus on. So however we can balance that would be good. And I also just wanted to mention that I am deeply grateful for all of the people who've been willing to email me, call me, or meet with me in person about these ordinances. People have really shared their hopes, their concerns, and their experiences in a really honest way for the most part. Which is what I really love about Fairfax. And it kind of exemplifies the type of conversation that I think we need to be having. So maybe we can set up a forum where we can do that a little bit more. And then finally, this is a topic that really is very emotional for a lot of us because, safe and stable housing is really foundational to our ability to have a healthy life, to raise a family, to age in place, and to participate in community. So I just want to mention that that's something that all of us share, people who are homeowners without rental properties, people who are rental property owners, and people who are renters. And so if we can start finding some of that common ground and then try to figure out how we can get that for all of us to the best of our abilities, I think that's going to be great. And, I'll just mention that I have noticed one thing that is interesting is that I watched all the meetings, and the first many meetings were really dominated by a lot of tenants coming out and speaking. And those tenants have kind of disappeared. And so now we're hearing a lot from rental property owners. And I have to say, I was surprised because I was like, well, where are the rental property owners? We're just hearing a lot from a lot of tenants, and that's wild, But it's like, those renter voices have kind of disappeared. And I was really astonished to see that many renters speaking because we have tried so hard in the past to get renters to speak and they're afraid to speak. So we need to come up with a forum that allows people who are really, for the most part, at a disadvantage to feel like they can participate in an open forum. So I just want us to remember that, we've had people thrown out of rentals in this town since I've been here for simply like expressing a disagreement with their property owner or their property manager. That was before we had any sort of just cause protections. So me and I, as a homeowner, sit and wonder what it would be like for me to stand up in here and think, oh my God, if I say something bad, my bank could take my house away from me. So people are thinking like, if I stand up here and say something that my, the rental property owner disagrees with, I could lose my house. And that is not a comment on how mean or terrible most rental property owners are, but people have that fear because they feel vulnerable and there really aren't a lot of affordable rentals in Marin. So I just want us to find a good forum so that everybody will feel safe talking. And I'm sort of just feeling worried about what form that will take, but I think it's an important thing to start strategizing about. So thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any comments?
Yeah, I really loved everything Liesl just shared. Thank you. I just want to say that I've been listening very intently this evening, and I appreciate everybody who spoke. I've been reading all the emails. I've been meeting with folks on the phone and in person, and it hurts to know that people feel like they were carved out of the conversation. That was certainly, if you know me, you would trust that is not something that I would ever do. It's just not. So that was not an intention. And then, so like I said, it really hurts to know that people feel like they were excluded because we did meet we did have 8 public forums on it. And if you recall, Vice Mayor, we did talk about it in our strategic planning office offsite, and we unanimously voted that it would be something we pursued last year. So we did. And I love the idea of a community workshop without the constraints that we have tonight, because it is hard not to respond to folks when they're sharing their heartfelt stories, but also there's still a lot of misinformation out there. When we heard things tonight, like, why don't we give 1482 a try? Well, 1482 was in place for a long time. So I would like to suggest that we have some level setting in that workshop, just not to get into too much nitty gritty, because they are lengthy and detailed and complicated policies. But I would really appreciate thinking about some education around the landscape, the data points. We have gotten some PRAs around, in the whereas statements, there's data. And I think we need to really anchor ourselves in not only just the what we did, but the why we did it. What else did I say? So we, from all these conversations that I know that we've all been having, I think we all have ideas for adjustments or tweaks. I know I certainly do, and even more so from this evening. But and I do think we should really explore how a safe and potentially anonymous way renters can call or Zoom in or what have you, because that is most definitely a reason why we didn't hear from that group this evening. Thank you.
If I can just add that first of all, to the public, just one sentence. This was, in my opinion, it was too fast, even though I know it was a number of meetings and I know a lot of work was done on it. But from my point of view, I was not on the subcommittee that worked with DSA and folks on this. And so from my point of view, it really was a pretty dense piece of legalese that I have to confess, and I have to apologize to the community and to the council for not understanding it deeply enough. I understand a lot more now, in large part because of all these emails that we've gotten that describe cases and situations that it brings up. But I did not understand it at that time, all the ramifications that it had. And yet I ended up voting for it anyway, because I was really torn which way to vote. But there's clearly a crisis for people who are trying to live here. And I thought we should try to do something about it. And that's the best we could come up with, we'd come up with at the time. But it felt to me, and I said at the time, that I wished we had had more time with it, and now we'll take more time with it. We'll have to heal a lot of wounds in order to do that. Anyway, as far as a workshop, the thing that occurs to me is it would be really nice to have facilitation for a workshop, but we just can't spend more money on a consultant or a facilitator. If there was any volunteer facilitator who lives in this town and would like to help with this and doesn't have an opinion one way or the other that's going to make them not a good facilitator, but could actually be unbiased, just putting the word out to the community, that would really be great. Because that's what we need is to get beyond I don't want another session like tonight where everybody just wants to stand and say their piece and it ends up being midnight before we can start thinking. I think we need to think when we've got fresh minds. And I think we need to think in a way that's interactive with the community. But that's not an easy thing to set up in the governmental arena. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Ackerman. And I must admit my nearly 2 a.m. brain probably can't come up with the most creative option for us as far as workshop layout. But I think similar to what we had done last July, but just we did not have the full input that we needed to have a really robust discussion last July. But it'd be really amazing to have that sort of interactive conversation on the different elements. We hear sort of generally or in a blanketed way, like something is scary related to, tenant protections or, any updates we've made to the just cause ordinances, for instance. And I think as a policymaker, I'm trying to understand like the nuts and bolts of how these things work and what feels abrasive or where there feels like there's tension. And I think a number of you have alluded to the emails we've received and some of the cases that people have raised this evening. But it'd be really amazing if we could go through in a workshop type space with input from all the different stakeholders from all the different sides, sort of fine tuning and trying to figure out like where are the gaps in our understanding and like what do we know, what do we know we don't know, and what do we don't know as we move through the process. I think that we're already in the middle of that, it feels like, over the last couple months. So that's kind of what I'd love to hold as we set up a dedicated time to really work through it. But that's all I have for now. I guess another question is for council. We have two separate ordinances. We're getting a lot of feedback on the just cause ordinance. Does it feel prudent to prioritize that ordinance, working through that ordinance at an upcoming special meeting on the subject?
I would definitely agree with that. I think, I watched Larkspur's meeting where they talked about, they're proceeding much more slowly and they're going to look at rent stabilization or something like that alone and later take that up. I think we've heard more concern about the just cause. And I think to make our time more productive, as you suggest, let's just do that. And the other pieces take up later.
I completely agree, except that I said I had an idea I'd like to talk about. I'm not going to bring it up tonight, but that idea does involve both ordinances. So, I don't want to rule it off the table to be able to discuss the other one, but I completely agree that from everything I've heard, there are a lot more people who are okay with the rent stabilization ordinance, and it's got a lot of advantages. It's simpler, and there is an escape valve in that there's an appeal process. The other one is the one that seems to really be the sticking point.
Go ahead.
Oh, questions?
So we held some forums for the striping situation, but I wasn't around on the council for the community workshops on the Meadoway Bridge. How were those? Does anyone remember how those were formatted? And how do you handle the Brown Act? Do you need to limit the number of council members that are there? Or maybe Janet, if you're still with us.
I was there. So I think I'm the only one who was there for that. Remember the neighbors, it was a much smaller group.
Yeah.
There's only something like 40 people that live there, and it was specific to their issues. So we basically sat at tables, and there was no limit on the number of council members because it would be noticed as a council meeting. You just don't have to hold it like a hearing, right?
Okay.
So I think we could do something like that. There's going to be a lot more people.
Right.
And so strategically setting it up might be a little more cumbersome than what we had. We had a forum a number of years ago that was pretty ugly, that wasn't a workshop, which was dealing with the downtown center element. And that we did in this room. And it was basically people sort of yelling at us. Let's put it that way. So, but I think the Meadoway Bridge situation was people kind of rolling up their sleeves, talking about issues. And I think we'd have to set it up differently, maybe do it in the pavilion instead, because a bigger room. But I think we could work with staff on something like that and try to see how we could do it.
I was just going to ask Vice Mayor Kohler, since you have experience with that, would you be interested in sort of working, like the two of us working with staff to try to set that up?
Absolutely. I'd be happy to do that.
If the council is amenable to that.
Absolutely.
Okay. We just took like 7 hours of public comment. Unfortunately, no more public comment. But I think we have a path forward here. There's no action on this tonight. It's just informational. So, yes. Heather, do you,
sorry.
can you?
So we're sort of devolving into,
it's that 2 a.m. time. Yeah.
You let me know if you want to ask me a question, but
Yeah. And do you feel like you have direction from council on how to proceed here? Because that's the outcome of tonight's tonight's agenda is to get direction back to staff on how to proceed.
Yeah. So what I heard was that you'd like to have a workshop and that mayor and vice mayor are going to work with me on setting that up.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think the answer is the ordinances both took effect. And I don't think we've proposed to put those on hold, but what we want to do is have more conversations and have interactive conversations. And so I think that's where we're at. I know that's not going to make certain people happy, but I think we need to move forward with this new approach. And I think we're looking at something like the middle of March.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And thanks to everybody who's shown up, and please do continue to reach out to us in the interim. And we're going to move on here. We have one more item on this evening's agenda. It's item number 28, to authorize the town manager to execute an agreement with the Marin County Sheriff's Office for participation in the Specialized Investigation Unit. We still have Police Chief Tabaranza here with us. Thank you. And Sergeant Cade, thank you both for being here. Yeah, the floor is yours, please.
You might turn that. Okay. Okay. So this item is SIU, which stands for Specialized Investigation Unit. This is a scaled down version of the Marin County Major Crimes Task Force, reformed within a year after the Major Crimes Task Force disbanded in 2020. Prior to 2020, Fairfax PD has been part of the Major Crimes Task Force since its inception in 1977. In 2020, the Major Crimes Task Force disbanded due to several partner cities pulling out of the program, as it was reported by financial directors of Marin, including ours, that we may be facing a budget deficit in 2020, when COVID-19 was a major threat and forced many businesses and other facilities to close. So former Chief Warren at the time wanted to help the town and allocated his budgeted funds for the task force, $22,000 at the time, back to the town of Fairfax general fund, along with the additional $75,000 of cost savings from the police budget, for a total of about $97K to help the town for this anticipated budget deficit, which never materialized for Fairfax as reported by finance in 2021 budget workshop. The police department did not get those funds back as well. Since the reforming of SIU, all Marin County agencies rejoined the unit, except for Nevada and Fairfax, who are both now in this process of rejoining. So People ask, what is SIU and why are agencies, including Fairfax PD, rejoining? SIU is an affordable resource under a shared services model that provides investigative assistance to agencies when requested upon that agency only for an existing investigation for a specific need of that jurisdiction. SIU responds after specific requests of the agency for assistance. And this is an important resource, especially for smaller agencies like Fairfax PD, who have an allocation of only 11 full-time police officers when at full capacity. At this time, we have 10 officers and 1 frozen officer position since 2005. We don't have any specific large investigative bureaus to rely on for investigations that require a lot of time and people taken away from patrol obligations on a 24/7 patrol model out into a specified investigations unit. SIU is not, again, not an independent group of undercover agents who conduct police work or crime suppression on their own. Unlike the Scorpion team of Memphis, which based on internet research was a group of about 50-person team designed to bring down crime levels in an area within Memphis, specifically targeting high impact crimes to proactively address gun violence, car thefts, gang violence in the city of Memphis. The Scorpion team in Memphis between October 2021 and January 2022 made 566 arrests, seized over 100,000 in cash, 270 vehicles, and 253 weapons. These are different crimes in different cities. Can't compare apples and oranges. SIU, again, this unit is only present when requested. They are not designed to conduct traffic stops and arrests in any jurisdiction on their own. They are a resource to local jurisdictions for investigative purposes only. So as examples of cases, we have used the former Marin County Major Crimes Task Force in the past here in Fairfax were the following: arsonists in town burning homes and property. I don't know if you remember that. A serial vandal who was slashing tires for several weeks that we had to conduct undercover work for in order to catch that person. Suspected drug dealing in our businesses and bars. This convicted sex offender who attempted to groom Fairfax juveniles for sex trafficking. A rash of mail theft resulting in federal tax refund fraud crimes. Our string of high-end bicycle theft, stings, and bait bike programs, usually that happens in the summer, in addition to vehicle theft, stings, and bait car programs around that time. Rash of home burglaries, sexual assault crimes, sexual predator crimes, juvenile sex crimes, and child porn, serious and violent felonies, drug overdose cases, suspicious death cases, and homicide attempts. And this was mentioned a lot today, fentanyl cases. Statistics available on MCSO website indicate that in 2022, 13.2 pounds of fentanyl was seized by this unit. And in addition to weapons manufacturing cases locally. This resource is important to a small agency like ours to provide that level of service that this town needs and demands for their local police. Further, this resource is required for specific cases where local friendly Fairfax police officers who are easily known by face and name in the community cannot act as a confidential or in an undercover capacity because we're easily recognized, can walk down the street and get picked out easily. An officer or officers normally slotted for general patrol cannot be expected to be removed from day-to-day operation in order to work in a specific case without impacting day-to-day operations and police staffing. This would jeopardize the quality of life and safety of our neighborhoods. An example of a potential case that could be costly and requiring a lot of staffing was that murder off the trail there in Sir Francis Drake, that Carter case. All the investigations in that case involving evidence gathering, interstate travel, investigative work alone in order to catch a serial murderer cost the sheriff's agency about approximately over $200K. Another example is the Javier Baril case in Belvedere. The unfortunate boating accident / murder investigation in the Bay Area waters cost Belvedere an approximate amount of $250K. So in essence, this is an insurance policy to have an affordable way for us to provide the services that we need in this town without putting ourselves at risk for a liability and spending a lot of money. And In Fairfax, your local Fairfax PD focuses on community policing, where we make it a point to get to know people in our community face and by name. So we go to every call and no call is too small. Unfortunately, as part of that interwoven fabric of the community, these officers are also limited from disconnecting from the community to work in undercover capacities. We are recognized in and out of uniform. This removes our local ability to work in that undercover manner for prolonged amounts of time, to gather all the necessary evidence to establish probable cause for arrest, and to gather the evidence required by the DA's office in order to file criminal charges for those serious offenses in town that are more elaborate than your daily average offenses. For the interim, when the task force was not around and before SIU was reformed, the sheriff allowed me to address requests for needs for these additional help on an a la carte basis, where we would ask for it and we could pay for it out of our budget. That is no longer an option, as every jurisdiction now, except for 2, have formally rejoined the SIU in an official capacity. We also must do the same. We need this resource. In fact, currently we have a case involving fentanyl overdose and sales where we are at the point of needing SIU operations. To wait for or not to have a resource is a danger to our community. Lives are at risk as we wait. Not having this resource is a liability, and it is not providing your police the tools we need to safeguard lives and property to ensure the town of Fairfax maintains quality of life and the safety of residents enjoy. In closing, my recommendation is to authorize the town manager to sign an agreement with the Marin County Sheriff's Office for the Fairfax Police Department's participation in the Specialized Investigation Unit of the Marin County Sheriff's Office, formerly known as the Marin County Major Crimes Task Force. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions from my colleagues?
Yeah. So, this is a very sensitive week for a lot of people, as you know, with what's happening in Memphis. And I know you put out a very nice message to the community about this. And some people were very concerned that it was put on the agenda at this time, and that it showed a certain lack of sensitivity. I'm wondering if you or Heather could explain the process or how it got on the agenda.
If I may. So actually, this is something that the chief came to me some time ago, and I would say months ago. And we were looking to put it on the January agenda. And of course, the January meeting was unfortunately canceled. And so this was the next opportunity. And these packets are done weeks in advance. As you can see, there are almost, there's 29 items on this agenda. They're not all done on the last day when they're posted. So it's just important that, people understand that there's no intentionality in the timing of those two. Unfortunately, they came, out at the same time.
So can you, it's my understanding that the SIU is really for investigations only. So it's completely unlike the Scorpion unit, which was kind of a unit that would converge on what were considered crimes and arrest people, take them down. And obviously there's horrible outcome and now thankfully disbanded. So really, we're talking about investigation resources. Is that correct? And so they wouldn't be coming into our town and arresting somebody, correct? Or traffic stops, those kind of things.
You're correct. This is for investigative needs. So they would assist us with obtaining search warrants, if we need surveillance, if we need to gather evidence so that we can make the arrest, and that the DA's office has enough evidence in order to prosecute the charges that we're going to send forward. They're not an independent group that come out here without our request and conduct traffic stops. Matter of fact, when the Major Crimes Task Force was still around, when we got to the point where we could make the arrest so that we can book them and file the charges, it was upon our call for the arrest, and we would have marked unit make the arrest and make the traffic stop if they were on the road. So you would never really even see the people working in this capacity. They're there to gather evidence, information, help us with search warrants and everything we need so that we can work with the DA's office properly in order for them to make a informed filing decision.
Okay, and I think the other thing I heard you say is timing is really an issue because people's lives are at stake. I understand there's some cases that are being, you're trying your best to work on that. We can't wait any longer for this because we need these additional investigative resources to be able to deal with this. Is that correct?
That's correct, Vice Mayor. I mean, today was a great example. Many individuals in the audience mentioned that there is a problem with fentanyl, and I can't share more because it's an ongoing investigation. But we have come to this point where we need to move on something that's potentially a danger day to day to the public and to the people of Fairfax. On top of that, while we're sitting here, Nixle came out that there's a burglary that occurred. So there's other issues going on here. Last month, when I left the council meeting, or 2 months ago when I left the council meeting, there was a catalytic converter theft right down the street as I was walking by. So there's things happening. The fact that people believe nothing's going on is actually a tribute to the good work that we're doing because people feel safe. But the things that people don't know that's going on, ongoing investigation, the things are coming up. That's things we need to address in order to maintain the quality of life here in Fairfax. And unfortunately, we need more resources than what we have. 10 police officers every day, 24/7. When we need to remove some to focus on something, we need additional resources. Something.
Okay, thank you for that explanation.
Any other questions from colleagues? If I have two, but I'll let you go first, Councilmember Ackerman, if you have one.
Well, it kind of a combined comment and question, but there was an incident, not sure how far back it was, a few weeks back, that was quite an intense incident, as I understand it, here in Fairfax, and your department responded incredibly well to it, and it really saved what could have been a very bad outcome, and what with a lot of police forces would have been a very bad outcome. Your officers de-escalated a situation at risk to themselves and successfully did that. You also brought in other agencies to help, including the sheriff's office. So I wanted to just mention that because it's not something that necessarily was widely known, but that was an example of the payoff from the focus that your department and you as chief have on de-escalation and on keeping things under control. My question would be, would the SIU have been involved in that? They probably wouldn't, right? Because they're just an investigative force. They probably wouldn't have been one of the ones that would have been called. I'm just wondering.
No, that's completely different. So in that situation, we had a threat that was an exigent circumstance. So in that situation, when we have lives in danger and we have a known potential threat that's confirmed and also actually confronted by the officers in that manner where there was potentially a shooting that could have occurred, that's an exigent circumstance. So in that point, we bring in anything that we need, resources, not through the SIU, but through mutual aid. And that's anything that we need in order to protect and safeguard lives and property. You saw that Nixles came out, so we actually have had people shelter in place. We also conducted at that scene reverse 911 calls to call those people in the specific homes and neighborhoods to tell them specific instructions based on where they were. For example, don't leave your house when you were next to that house, or don't look at the specific window because from the purview of the person we were talking to, they can point at your window. So That was an exigent circumstance. It's not anywhere close to what SIU would do. SIU is a specific need for a specific case to conduct investigative work at our discretion, at our request, and at our direction that we want to take this case so that we can work with the DA's office and get a case charged and get them to work on it so that we can address problems in our community for our community.
Thank you, Chief, and thanks for the great questions. And the great answers, of course. Two quick questions. The first, we're running pretty lean. I mean, that's kind of how Fairfax does things anyway, but like police department, lean. Earlier on consent, we're helping out our neighbors in Ross a little bit for the foreseeable future, I guess the next year or something like that. But you know, when people see that we're looking for shared services and additional help on certain elements of things, the point of that essentially is to make sure that because we're so lean as it is, we need to keep a certain number of people patrolling and doing the basic duties of law enforcement and peacekeeping in our community, right? So that's part of the element of why a shared service makes sense in this circumstance.
Yes, that's correct, Mayor. So as you know, we're 24/7. We have an open lobby that you can walk to and talk to a live person. When you call the Fairfax Police Department, you'll get a real person. You don't get a call down number that leads you to a place where you leave a message or something. So we take pride in that. And that's one of the main things that we do here is that we respond to every call. There's no call that's too small for us to respond to. Now, you may not get a person right away in your face, but you'll definitely either get a call or we'll be going there. And that includes medical aids and things that are even outside of criminal matters. As you noticed during the storms, we'll respond and we'll have the rakes in order to clear certain gutters in certain areas that we know will flood first before we call out DPW for services. So we respond to other things outside of the criminal element of police work. It's almost we're here all the time. So running lean and doing all that and taking pride in that as part of this community, when we have something that requires more bodies, more attention to get things right for a very serious crime, we can't afford to then lessen the demands and the requirements of this town and what they're used to and the level of service that we provide in order to give attention to those certain cases. So that's when we call upon the special needs that we require in order to address these cases that don't come as often. But when we have them, we need to do them right. Because when you do the small things right and take pride in that, then we make sure the big things are done properly so that we don't waste any time.
Excellent. Thank you. And one final question here is just to confirm, because this stuff comes up from time to time, the money that's being requested is it's like between $6,000 and $7,000. It's on a prorated basis for the year. It's coming out of a fund that actually is for shared services that you all already have. And as a result of that, it's basically just acknowledging that this, like earmarking this specific funding for that specific shared service, right?
Yes, Mayor. So this is part of transparency again. Prior to the SIU, Marin County Major Crimes Task Force was about 22,000. And that's what was allocated to our fund, 411822. That's professional services. So now with this scaled down version, it's actually estimated to be at about 16,000 for an agency size and a call volume like ours. Because on average, we requested and called upon them about 6 times a year through the past, on average for the past since 1977. So that's the cost that they kind of estimate will cost. So if we start in February as being part of this unit, that'll give us an amount of $6,876.25 for the remainder of this year until the end of the fiscal year. Then after that, they expect the cost for the next fiscal year, the full year, to be at about $16,503. So that's even a cheaper deal from what we used to pay at the Marin when we had the Major Crimes Task Force.
Excellent. Thank you. I'll open the public comment on this item.
Thank you, Council. First thing I'd like to point out is I was We made comments about Memphis and other places. If you look around the world right now with all the uncertainties and economic differences between people, we see a lot of breakdown in many different levels of different societies. I think that if you look at our police department on a comparative basis, we should all feel grateful. I mean, come on. We have a police department that comes out and truly babysits us for those things when we just don't get along with something. They have made such a safe environment that we're talking about whose dog goes to the bathroom on someone's yard because they've made something so safe for us. So I certainly encourage you to listen to their guidance and provide this. I would also like to point out that I believe I heard three figures at the beginning of the presentation: 75,000, 22,000, totally 97,000. Is that correct? I was actually under the impression, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, at the beginning of COVID, this council requested of the police department to cut back their budget by $80,000. That budget cut was asked, and they in good faith said, okay, I will go ahead and shave our budget by $80,000. However, if there's a single workers' comp, if there's an extra delay, if we have a problem and somebody's out for an injury, we will not have service in the evening. And the council said, we understand that, but we have a fear because of COVID, so we need this money. Our police department put that risk on themselves with overtime and everything else to provide this town that $80,000. Hearing that when I heard $75,000 has not been reimbursed to their department, I would really like to have clarification for that, because I believe that if the town had cut something from their budget, that should be returned to them in full. And certainly if we look at the performance and the service that they give to all of us, again, we should feel grateful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Yeah, it's a difficult. It was difficult to see it on the agenda, and I think community members have expressed that as well in light of what happened in Memphis. It sounds like there were other things at work that were possibly necessitated it, but that doesn't take away the fact that in a town that's working to be more anti-racist, that to bring up an agenda item that is basically an expansion of police on the same day as the country and the community witnessed the murder of another Black man by police was difficult. And being here tonight talking about it feels a certain degree of insensitivity. I'm just I hear the reasons, but that doesn't take away the fact that it's difficult. And I think we would all agree that this is difficult. And I don't recall seeing it on the January agenda. It's not available now. So I remember reading the January agenda and didn't see that. But moving on from that, just like knowing who we're speaking about, it's the Marin Sheriff's Department. And Marin Sheriff's Department has a bit of a history, particularly in the way that they've policed Marin City, and then the way that they've responded to Marin being a sanctuary county. That there's just a lawsuit that was settled with the ACLU over the sharing of data from license plates with ICE, and it was well known that they turned over people from the Marin County Jail to ICE, despite the Board of Supervisors and everybody being appalled by that. So just want to call out that there's a little bit of a rogue aspect to the Marin County Sheriff's Department. And then lastly, just like I hear the services that they're going to be providing, but also looking at the data of what's happening here in town, that Part 1 crimes are down 56% over the last 2 years from 2020 to 2022. And total incidents are down about 35%. And calls for service are down almost the same amount. And just wondering, like, what kind of capacity has that created? And is there an opportunity for more internal investigative work without contracting out? I don't know that. I don't know that, but I do want to acknowledge that the numbers are down. And maybe, as I spoke of earlier, there's, the council 2 years ago had committed to looking at public safety alternatives, formed a subcommittee. And when we see numbers like this, that maybe that it's time to explore it. And there's a national movement to take a look at traffic stops and whose umbrella that should start to fall under. And so maybe these are all the moments to take those into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening one more time, or good morning as it may be now. I just want to do a little bit more on the same theme of fiscal responsibility and do a little compare and contrast. You're being asked to approve $16,000 a year for something that was previously provided for the citizens of Fairfax to maintain public safety. And it's really a restoral of what the Fairfax Police Department previously participated in and the benefits that the citizens used to have. This is $16,000 versus $500,000 that you've authorized so far without even accounting for legal liabilities for a problem that you're really not going to be able to solve because you're trying to take on a systemic problem for the cost of living. So I don't want to get back into that again, but I want to make the point that this is a very small amount of money relative to big amounts of money that are contentious. I think this is a good investment in public safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any speakers on Zoom?
Yes, there is one raised hand. If anyone on Zoom wants to speak on this item, please raise your hand. And you are limited to 3 minutes. Ava has her hand up. I guess you have to call the mayor, Ava.
Yes, someone is already calling for sure.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. There's no reverb?
No.
Okay, terrific. I want to point out that it's 2:19 a.m. and you have this item being discussed, which is very important at a time when most people are not on the call. There is no reason for you to make this decision right now. There was no reason for this to be on the agenda on this particular day. I disagree with Mr. McGarry, who spoke earlier. It's not that it's terribly sensitive because police somewhere very far away just killed someone. Police in America in 2022 killed over 1,192 people. So, I mean, any day of the week, any day of the year that you chose to do this would have been sensitive. There was just a killing of a double amputee in Los Angeles that the police said they were in fear for their lives, and they shot him dead in his wheelchair. It's remarkable. But I say shame on the city attorney and shame on the city council for discussing this when people can't participate, for making excuses. And further, I want to point out, it's just at the coroner's office, and I don't even know where to start with how incompetent our sheriff department is and what they get away with. The deaths in the county jail, the abuses in the county jail, conditions at the sheriff-led jail, sheriff-run jail in Marin County are worse than the conditions at San Quentin. It's appalling. And the fact that you're trying to sneak this
under the radar, you know you're going to get away with it, is inexcusable. You know, I was at the coroner's. Let me tell you, when you give the sheriff a task, they're almost guaranteed to screw it up. They've now put themselves in charge of the coroner's office. And that means that not only have they totally failed to digitize records that, you know, everywhere else is digitized, except in Marin County, where you have to go in person, turn over your ID, and you look at this fossilized book. It's completely berserk process. I went in there on the 21st, and they'd only recorded 3 deaths for January. They are not even able to maintain logbooks. That doesn't mean they're not nice people. They're very gracious people when you go in there. But if you guys are not having a discussion, if your police chief isn't discussing, and if the mayor isn't discussing, and the city attorney isn't discussing why it is the Major Crimes Task Force was disbanded, and why multiple cities rejected the SIU, then you're not having an honest discussion. My recommendation to you is that you put this off, you put off a decision, and you have this conversation when it's not 2:23 a.m. in the morning, and you're not very obviously trying to sneak this under the rug. You put it on an agenda that already had like 20 plus items on it, and you put it on last. It's inexcusable. You know, I also want to point out that when I CPRA'd racial arrest demographics from the district attorney's office, arrest referred to prosecution, and that's much more significant than arrest data because it shows the full process.
Ava, I just want to note you're at time. If you can finish. No, excuse me. I'm trying to just let you know you're at time. So please wrap up.
That partnership between the district attorney office and the sheriff is extremely important. It shows that Black individuals were arrested by the Marin County Sheriff at a rate over 8 times their demographics presence in the county from 1989 all the way through 2020. That is in counties and parishes across the Deep South. It's only 2 times their demographic presence. So, you know, the fact that you are willing not only to add this to your town, but to try to sneak this through at 20 in the morning is completely unacceptable. My recommendation is that you put this off.
Yes, you shared it. Thank you.
At the proper time.
Thank you.
2:20 a.m. is not an appropriate time, Mayor. You are being completely, you know, I mean, this is disingenuous beyond belief.
Thank you.
I'd like to respond to that. Well, yeah, I mean, we have tried everything. We have had meetings in the daytime. People can't come in the daytime. We've tried to cut public comment shorter. People want to talk longer. Something has to happen late at night. That's just the only way it is. And it's just not the case that this was an intention to do this. We would love to be at home now, but we're doing it now because it's the last thing in the night.
Thank you. Wendy.
Hi. I just feel compelled to make a comment. I have a lot of issues with the Marin County Sheriff's Department, and we all have a lot of issues around policing. It's pretty obvious these days, especially. But what I wanted to say was, I know you're used to working in the middle of the night hours, unlike some of us who are still here. But I wanted to acknowledge that what I've watched this entire meeting is the two of you have listened to every single one of the speakers on Zoom and all of us more carefully and more thoughtfully than anybody else in this room. And I just wanted to say I really noticed that, and thank you for that.
Okay, we're going to close public.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. There's another comment. Another hand was up.
Okay,
Just one.
so,
Georgia Gibbs.
oh, okay.
Georgia, if you can call the mayor.
Okay, good morning, Georgia.
Good morning. I just wanted to say that I don't know if there's a time issue. I also don't think that we're talking about the sheriff's department here. We're talking about a need of our local police team. And I know I've had them come to the house to help me on a couple small issues, but I also know that I was called into a jury duty for a young man who bit the lip off of his date or of his ex-girlfriend when he was upset here downtown in Fairfax. So, they deal with a full spectrum of things, from simple things like me upset that a neighbor is putting trash in my garbage to, threats to life. And they're asking for our support right now. And I support their need. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to close public comment, take it back to council,
Can I make a motion?
please.
Okay, I'd like to authorize the town manager to sign an agreement with the Marin County Sheriff's Office for the Fairfax Police Department's participation in the Specialized Investigation Unit of the Marin County Sheriff's Office, formerly known as the Marin County Major Crimes Task Force.
Is there a second to the motion? No, I'll second it. Okay. Great. Motion second, Kohler Catrano.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Blash.
And I'm just going to mention that I had 17 emails of people very concerned about this. So I just want to make sure we keep responding to them. Thank you.
I'm sorry, was your vote? Aye. Thank you. Vice Mayor Kohler.
Aye.
Councilmember Hellman.
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman
Yes.
and Mayor Catrano.
Yes.
All ayes, motion passes.
Okay, that concludes our items for tonight's agenda. Thank you so much for sticking it out with us, and we will catch you on February 15th for the special meeting. We're going to be dealing with Ross Valley Fire District and a couple items from this agenda that we didn't get to. Thank you and have a good morning.